ఆల్రెడీ
తిప్పాను
చాలు చాలు
ఇప్పుడు ఎటు తిప్పేసి
నీకు ఇంకో టైం ఆగినాడు
ఎడిట్లో తిప్పేసుకోండి
ఏదిలో అడుగుతుంటుంది
అది కరెక్ట్ చేసి
ఇప్పుడు ఇద్దరు చైర్ ఇట్లా తెస్తే బాగుంటుంది తీసుకో తీసుకో అడవి సార్
BS of contract 14
మొత్తం బంద్ చేసే వీడియో అంటే డల్ డల్ డల్
కొంచెం డల్ ఉంది సార్,
కొంచెం డల్ ఉంది సార్
లైట్ డల్ ఉంది ఏం సార్.
ఎల్ఈడి తగ్గించాలి ఎల్ఈడి తగ్గిస్తే ఓకే సార్ ఓకే
ఎస్ సార్.
మాత్రం లైట్ లేకపోతే మనకు పిక్చర్స్ వస్తాయి.
మళ్ళీ ఇబ్బంది అయిపోతుంది.
ఎల్ఈడి ఫుల్ బ్రైట్ ఉంది,
అది
దానివల్ల ఎల్ఈడి తగ్గించాలి.
వచ్చిందా? బ్యాటరీలో మనవి వస్తుంటారా? ఎంతుంది? 85. బయటకు వెళ్తావు కదా ఈ డోర్ నుంచి ఆపోజిట్ మూల మీద బిల్డింగ్
Check 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 check 1 2.
She Roshan uncle.
ఎల్ఈడి కొద్దిగా బ్రైట్ ఉందన్న కొద్దిగా తగ్గించు.
సాంగ్ చేసి
జనరల్ వస్తుంది.
Check hollow. 2. Check A. Hollow. Check hollow.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check 1, 2, 3. Okay. Mute करो.
ఇంకోట్లేదుగా ఒకటే ఉంది కదా చిప్పా. సరిపోదా జనాన్ని వస్తుంది గమ్మని చెప్తూ పెట్టాలి. ఏం మరి వస్తుంది ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ 32 GB ఉంది ఇంకా 32 ఉంది. 64 లేదు కానీ 32 ఉంది. రెండు ఉన్నాయి కదా. అంతా ఓకే కానీ వస్తారా పైన అయిపోయిందిలే కానీ ఇంకోటి ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్ ఏమంటా ఏసీనా ఏసీసీ డిజైన్ చేస్తారు. అదిజనా అవునా కాపాడుతుంది మనకి ఓకే. ఫెస్టివల్ అంతా అలా ఉంది కదా. ఫెస్టివల్ అందరూ వస్తున్నారు అంటున్నారు.
Check A. Hollow. Check hollow. 2. Check hollow. Check hollow. Check hollow. Check. Testing hollow.
ఎందుకంటే మనం ఓపెన్ చేసామనుకో ఒక్క మాట ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుంది.
भाई यूट्यूब पे कौन सा भी चेक कर रहे हैं?
लाइव आ गया
बार चेक करो बोल रहा ऑडियो वीडियो कैसा है, अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तो पूछ डालो। अब कॉल इसको तो बिठा है हाँ, और हेलो हेलो बोले तो भी वो तो भी जाना ना, हर किसी तो बिठा है तो ऑडियो वीडियो कैसा है करके चेक कर कंफर्म कर।
హలో గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. అవునవునవును సార్. ఓకే ఓకే సార్ సార్ నేను మండే కట్టేస్తాను సార్. మండే కట్టేస్తాను. ఓకే ఓకే.
కిట్స్ అందరికీ లేదండి, అన్నీ నేను విక్రమ్ గారికి ఇస్తాను, అన్నీ ఇస్తారని చెప్పి నేను ఇప్పుడే మాట్లాడాను. నేను ఇస్తాను, ఇనాగ్రల్ అయిపోయినాక ఇచ్చేస్తాను.
70 కావాలా? అవునా జమ్మ 70 ఉన్నా 70
బుధవారం కదా, బుధవారం.
मेरे फ़ोन में है शायद, एक बार चेक करता हूँ. मैं अभी यहाँ प्रोग्राम में हूँ, शेयर टाइम लगता है.
ఇష్టం బాగా
अपने ऑफिस में
వస్తుంది.
प्रोग्राम.
అక్కడ వేలకి ఇలా జరుగుతుంది, ఇటు వచ్చేటప్పుడు ఇటు తిరుగుతుంది. పెద్ద బాగా దెబ్బ ఇది పడద్దు, తేడా తేడా వస్తుంది. ఇంకోటి ఉంటుంది కదా పెద్దది, ఇది అందించుకోవాలి బ్లాక్ పీస్ లేదు అది మరి అది అవుతుంది. ఇదైతే వెయిట్ లేకుండా ఉంటుంది, ఇది పెట్టేసి తేడా అడగలేదు సరే 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 ఇంకేం చేస్తారు అలా వాళ్ళ చేసిన కాదని వాళ్ళ పులుసు ఆ బ్యాగ్ ఇస్తాను ఎందుకంటే జాగ్రత్త మళ్ళీ బ్యాటరీ కావాలంటే చేసిన అనుభవం అంటే ఏమన్నా నాకు ఇచ్చిన
Ladies and gentlemen, car number 4775, it's a red color Alto and it's parked right in front of the main gate of the auditorium. May we request whoever it belongs to kindly park it in the parking bay. I repeat, red color Alto 4775 is parked right in front of the auditorium gate. May we request whoever it belongs to kindly park it at the parking bay. Thank you.
లెఫ్ట్కి
Anamrita.
फोन दीजिए मैं इतना था मेरे पे देख रहा हूँ अंत होगा आपसे
Namaskar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request you all to kindly take your seats? Thank you. My name is Shilpa, and on behalf of the Hyderabad City Security Council, I extend a very, very warm welcome to you all to the Stree Summit 2023, Hear Her Roar, a flagship event focused on empowering women in safety and security. Stree, which stands for She Triumphs with Respect, Equality and Empowerment, was initiated with an objective to work with women and children in communities to create safe and secure life and highlight the importance of gender equality. With Stree, we intend to extend a wider reach to the community to change the narrative of sympathy and support for women and children to the one of empowerment and create the confidence in them to face the world. We are optimistic that through changing our communication and conversations around this and affirming the new thought line, we will be able to build a world that accepts and affirms the same. More importantly, reshape our own perception of how we view ourselves. This year, we carry the theme of Flourishing Futures, Unleashing the Power of Women. And through insightful discussions, interactive sessions, and collaborative workshops, we will explore strategies and best practices to promote inclusive approaches that empower women to lead secure lives. This initiative by the very dynamic Hyderabad City Security Council, a not-for-profit organization that brings together the Hyderabad City Police Commissionerate, various establishments, government agencies, and citizens to promote safety and security in the city. Hcsc actively works towards enhancing safety in various domains, including women's safety, traffic safety, infrastructure security, and cyber security. Through collaborations and partnerships, Hcsc strives to drive positive change in ensuring a secure environment for one and all. With that thought in mind, I once again extend a very, very warm welcome to you all to Stree Summit 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to join me on stage, Shri Chaitanya Gorapati Garu, Secretary General Hcsc. I request him to join us on stage, and I also request Shri C.V. Anand, IPS Commissioner of Police Hyderabad and Chairman Hcsc. I request them to join us on stage. And as they walk up and make their way, I would also request you all to join me in welcoming on stage our chief guests and dignitaries. And I would request Chaitanya sir and Anand sir to welcome them. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome our chief guest, Shri Mohammad Mahmood Ali Ji, Honorable Minister of Home, Prisons and Fire Services, Government of Telangana. May I request you to please join us on stage, sir. Come on, we can do better than this, Hyderabad. Let's have a huge round of applause for our honorable chief guest. And as our chief guest joins us on stage, I request Chaitanya sir and C.V. Anand sir to present them by presenting a small planter, a token of our gratitude. In the same line of thought, I also invite on stage Srimati Shanti Kumari Ji, Chief Secretary, Telangana. May we also extend a very warm welcome and invite on stage Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy, Chairman and Chief of Gastroenterology, AIG Hospitals and Asian Institute of Gastroenterology to join us on stage. And I request Chaitanya sir and C.V. Anand sir to present him a small planter from our side. Thank you for joining us today, sir. And in the same line of thought, we would also like to invite on stage Ms. Rajeshwari Swaroop Lumba, actor, singer, wellness and mindfulness speaker. We will get to hear more from her in the later part of the day. Ma'am, we request to please join us on stage. And once again, I request Chaitanya sir and C.V. Anand sir to warmly welcome her by presenting her small planter. Thank you, Chaitanya sir and Anand sir, for doing the honors. May we request you to please take your seat on the dais. And I would also like to extend an invite on stage to Shri A.R. Srinivas sir, IPS Additional CP Crimes and SIT Convener HCSC. Srimati Geeta Goti, Joint Secretary, Women's Forum, Hcsc. Can we please welcome them with a warm round of applause? And Srimati Sneha Mehra, IPS, DCP for Women's Safety. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am, and extending a very, very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on stage and our audience and participants. I now request our Honorable Chief Guests and other dignitaries on stage to kindly step forward and light the ceremonial lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, lighting of the lamp is a deep-rooted Indian tradition. Every auspicious occasion in India begins by lighting of the lamp. Light signifies prosperity and auspiciousness, and it's with the arrival of light that darkness disappears. Thank you to all the dignitaries, requesting you all. Maybe we can have a group picture, and then I request the dignitaries to please take their seat in the audience. Thank you to all the dignitaries. Moving forward, I would now like to request Shri Chaitanya Gorapati ji to deliver the welcome address. I would hand over the podium to him with the same.
Thank you, Shilpa. Let me begin by apologizing for the little delay in the session, and thank you so much for your patience in waiting for us. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for the second big event from the Hyderabad City Security Council, which is around safety, security, and empowerment of women, which is a very pertinent topic in today's times. And the summit has been able to bring professionals and experts from various fields together to discuss this critical subject today. And on behalf of HCSC, it's my honor and privilege to welcome our chief guest, Janab Muhammad Mahmood Ali Saab, Honorable Minister for Home, Prisons and Fire Services. Our special guest, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy Garu, Chairman of AIG Hospitals. Our keynote speaker for later in the day, Ms. Rageshwari Lumba Swaroop. All the other esteemed speakers and panelists, respected media representatives, my colleagues from the Executive Council of HCSC, and everyone else that's present here. Stree, the acronym stands for She Triumphs Through Respect, Equality, and Empowerment. And the theme of this year's summit is Flourishing Futures, Unleashing the Power of Women. We have an array of speakers lined up today from academia, the medical field, NGOs, as well as the business community. And through insightful discussions, interactive sessions, and collaborative workshops, the summit will explore some innovative strategies, share best practices, and promote inclusive approaches that empower women to lead. Dr. Nageshwar Reddy Garu, Chairman of AIG, will deliver a keynote address on the trends observed in women's health and the latest research findings in this field. And post the inaugural session, we have 4 key sessions planned for today. The first one is on building bridges and empowering adolescents for a better future. In this session, we'll explore the current trends and issues regarding adolescents and their parents, ideating on the solutions and also try to address the issues. We've commissioned a study by the Department of Psychology of Usmania University to research on this topic, and they will be presenting the research paper today, which will also be released as part of the inaugural ceremony. The second session is on navigating the complexities of women's mental health. The keynote address for this session will be delivered by Ms. Rageshwari, followed by a panel discussion on the current awareness on mental health issues importance given to mental health by women, and the changing perspectives. The third session is on shattering the glass ceilings, which is fostering women's leadership and their entrepreneurial spirit. This session is conducted in collaboration with our strategic partners, Hcsc Stree, and we'll have a panel of eminent women entrepreneurs from the city of Hyderabad who have made a mark for themselves, and we'd like to thank Ms. Ritu Shah, chairperson of Hcsc Stree, for enabling this. The fourth and the last session for today is a fireside chat with renowned movie actress Ms. Faria Abdullah, who will share her real-life examples on fighting the odds, the road to success, and also how she handles trolling and cyberbullying. And finally, not but the least, but we have also a surprise for you, which is we'll end the day with some enthralling music played by our own very Hyderabad band, the Maha Group, who also composed a special theme for the summit. As you may have noted, the day is packed with interesting sessions one after the other, with an intent to educate all of us on the success of women, challenges faced by them, and also the mitigating solutions. I'm excited about listening to all the speakers, taking back knowledge from the sessions today to empower myself, as well as the community around me, and of course meeting all of you. Once again, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of HCSC, and thank you for joining us. And true to the tagline of today's session, let's hear all of them roar. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Chaitanya sir, for that warm welcome and introducing us to what we can look forward to through the day. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Shri C.V. Anandji to address the gathering. Can we please welcome him with a warm round of applause?
It gives me great pleasure to greet you all and welcome you to this summit, Stree Summit, which is being organized by the Hyderabad City Security Council. At the outset, I would like to welcome our Honorable Minister for Home, Shri Janab Mahmood Ali Garu, Chairman and world-renowned gastroenterologist and Dr. Nageshwari Garu. Thank you for accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time to come for this function. Rageshwari Garu. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of my colleagues, A.R. Srinivas, Sneha, and also colleagues of the Hcsc, Geeta Goti, who is instrumental in organizing this function and worked very hard over the last 10 days. And other colleagues of the department, my officers, and invitees, panelists, moderators, and attendees who have all gathered here today. I welcome you again, once again on behalf of Hyderabad City Police and also Hyderabad City Security Council. This is another feather in the cap of HCSC, another milestone you can say, because just a few months ago, they organized the first Hack Summit, that is the cyber security related summit, which was a big event attended by new luminaries in the world of cyber security, and very useful discussions took place, and there was a lot of learning to be exchanged between society and the government. Today, we are organizing the Stree Summit, which also, as Chaitanya has outlined, during the day there will be a lot of discussions on many aspects of women empowerment and the entire concept of hear her roar is what we want to hear by the end of the day. Let me tell you a little about HCSC. This is a non-profit organization and it is unique. We usually attend functions organized by the government where we see private industrialists, private entrepreneurs participate in them and then go away. Or vice versa, we see private functions where representatives of the government, ministers, bureaucrats, they attend functions and then they go away. But this is something unique. just like Cyberabad Security Council, Hyderabad Security Council together, both private and public and government, onto one forum, and they discuss, share resources, and organize citizen-related programs like this one, which is related to women's safety and empowerment. So this is what is unique about HCSC, which I wanted to tell you. HCSC operates through 6 forums. They are the Cyber Security Forum, which goes to colleges, schools, tries to educate as much as possible the dangers related to cybercrime, cyber security, and how to keep oneself safe. As you all know, this cybercrime is something which is going to create hurdles for all of us, the entire society, especially the upcoming generation who are so glued to their cell phones and other electronic devices. Over the next decade, we expect policing to be centered around cybercrime and cyber-related activities. This forum has trained 50,000 students till date on various aspects of cyber security. Then we have this woman that is led by Joint Secretary Santosh, who has done a great job in this area. Congratulations. Women's Forum is led by Geeta Goti. She is so active and proactive, so inspired, and she was instrumental in getting this organized. Congratulations to her. This focuses on women's safety. We have this Stree Counseling Center in Golconda, where a lot of counseling activities, family counseling, other types of counseling takes place. It recruits volunteers and gives them as a supply to Hyderabad City Security Council. This forum addresses harassment and discrimination and gender-based violence. I congratulate Geeta, Anandita, and Najam for organizing this, and also Mr. Chaitanya, who has worked really hard over the last 10 days to get this show going. Then we have the Traffic Forum, which does the VCOP program to educate children in traffic rules. We have volunteers who come onto the roads whenever needed. The traffic branch needs to utilize their services. And we expect the Traffic Forum, led by our additional CP Traffic, Sudhir, and also the Traffic Joint Secretary of the Forum, to have a traffic summit in the months ahead. Then we have the Anti-Narcotics Forum, which is another problem which is going to be faced by this country, with 11.5 crore drug addicts as listed out by the National Narcotics Control Bureau. It is a real problem coming up, and we need to protect our next generation and our children from this. They have a big role to play. Then we have the Security Forum and the CSR Forum, which are also on their way, expansive activities which involve the citizens of Hyderabad and also the business leadership and the government leadership. Now, coming to today's topic, the theme is Flourishing Futures, Unleashing the Power of Women, which is what we are looking at, and the tagline, as I've said, is Hear the Roar. So, during the day, we will have activities surrounding this concept, and this is something which has been close to my heart personally: women empowerment, women's safety. We still see, despite activity in the front, so talking and speaking, we still see female infanticide happening on a big scale, with discrimination at homes and in workplaces. And then, despite several acts, POCSO Act, and other measures, still the type of cases we get in our Bharosa centers is something which makes us quite sad. Telangana government has done very well on the front of women's safety. Right from the beginning, 2014, there are concepts like she teams, she cabs, then she shuttles, Bharosa centers, which are unique to this country and were started here. I can tell you an incident where one of my batchmates, his daughter got a job in 3 states, in 3 cities, Chennai, Bangalore, and in Hyderabad. He just landed one day, and he called up and said that his daughter requires accommodation. And then when we met over lunch, so I said, why did you choose Hyderabad for your daughter? He said, by far it's the safest. Where's the doubt? He just said it off the cuff. But what struck me was for a person staying in Delhi or in Nagaland, he's of Nagaland cadre. So he could say this off the cuff as if it is understood, everyone knows. So that's a great achievement for a state like Telangana and city of Hyderabad. So this is what has been achieved, and we were very waiting for the Chief Secretary, Madam, to come. The first lady Chief Secretary, woman Chief Secretary. So that also, she has been a very sincere officer right through her 34 years. I've known her earlier when I was an SP and I've seen her work. Very sincere and upright. Then Hyderabad City Police itself, if you take, in terms of women empowerment, this City Police has a history of 174 years. 1847 was the time this was created. The Kotwali system was started under the Nizams. But it will surprise you that till 2022, March, when our Honorable Home Minister instituted the first lady law and order police station SHO. This was the first time in 174 years. I worked as DCP and additional CP here, but it never struck me that this is not happening. So we took the daring step. We made Madhulata the SHO of Lalaguda police station. And today, I'm proud to say, appeals to them. 4 law and order SHOs working in the city right now. So I believe that we are on the way to empower women. And not only that, it also makes economic sense for 2% of the population. If it doesn't work, if it is not empowered, then our GDP or GSDP goes down by that much. It is outright economics. So we all have to look at this aspect. This is very, very important for the growth of this country to go forward and become a forward-looking nation. In the end, I'd like to appeal to all the attendees and who are coming here to join the Hyderabad City Security Council as volunteers. Enroll yourself. Please help in the activities which are all non-profit and for the benefit of society. We have so many forums. You can choose anyone you want, which you want to contribute to development also. Is going live on YouTube. I will log in and have what's going on. We have interesting fireside chats, panel discussions during the day. I wish you all the best. Thank you for coming, and thanks all the chief guests for attending today, despite all the difficulties on the way. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Anand sir, for, of course, acquainting us with this organization. What's extremely interesting is how this organization believes in public-private partnership and how it encompasses the various verticals when it comes to safety and security. Thank you very much for that, sir. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined today by Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy, Chairman and Chief of Gastroenterology, AIG Hospitals and Asian Institute of Gastroenterology. Before I invite him onto the podium, allow me a few moments to speak a little bit about him. He's been awarded the Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan. He was conferred with the world's highest gastroenterology award in China in 2016. He's also the only non-American to receive the prestigious Rudolf Schindler Award from ASGE. He's also the founder of Asian Healthcare Foundation, and it's an extreme honor for us to have him with us today. I request him to please take his place on the podium and deliver his keynote address. Can you please welcome him with a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's all yours.
Thank you. It's okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Home Minister C.V. Anand, senior police officials and colleagues. To me, it's a great honor to be here this morning and talk on a subject which is to me very important, because there are three women who shaped my life. My mother, who taught me the value of morality, my wife, who defined what I am, and my daughter, who continues to inspire me to achieve more. So when we started the AIG hospitals, we have about 6,000 employees. 60% of our employees are women. I saw to it that 60% are women. And like C.V. Anand was saying, this has probably been the most productive thing. When we actually analyze the work productivity of women versus men, we found that it's women who are actually, in terms of hours per production, is much higher. Because whatever women do in the short time period, they do it very intensively. They concentrate, they have more loyalty towards the institution. Men are, of course, having their chais, having their smoke sometimes outside and so on. And a lot of time goes into that, gossips and so on. I think this is a difference we have found in women. So when I was asked to deal with the complexities of women's health, of course, I look back. A little bit of gastroenterology I'll come to later, but mostly what is happening in this area. If you actually look at the brain of women and men, in evolution they have come differently. They evolved differently. If you look at 70,000 years back, women were being in the house and men used to be the hunters who used to get food. And women used to look after the rest of the things. So the brains have evolved. And there are a lot of differences between both the brains. And there are a lot of research in this area. For example, in the man, there's experiences like emotions, recollections is bigger than women. They have, that's a very important point, I'll come to that, much bigger. In women, the hippocampus critical to learning, memorization is larger than man and works a little different. They're two different parts. So in 2014, in the UPenn, researchers actually imaged the brains of 428 males and 500 females. And what did they find? The male's brain was more coordinated with the local brain regions, whereas in the female, the brains were coordinated throughout the brain. The activity was throughout the brain. This is very important because I'll tell you one very important fact, that we have two brains. One is called the primitive brain, which is an old brain. It is hypothalamus, hippocampus and so on. It deals with emotions, hunger. So when you get angry or when you react fast, it's this brain. So this brain reacts fast, so it's thinking fast. The second brain is the neo brain, that is human beings in evolution have developed these brains. It is a frontal cortex and all. This big brain that we have now is mostly this brain. And this brain thinks slowly. It is rational. So if you get angry at somebody, because of your primitive brain, the new brain says no, cool down, rationalize, think what's the reason and so on. So all these road rages you see is primitive brain, and when you get down from the car, you start arguing, it's the new brain. Research has now shown that in women, the new brain is much more active and much larger than the old brain. So that's the reason, although we have a misconception about this, that's the reason why when you have something to react to, women react more rationally, whereas men are more emotional. They get angry, they shout, they hit, and so on. Whereas women thinks back, because in evolution, women has been made to think about things. When she thinks about the husband or man coming back with whatever is taken as hunting, how to look after the children, what's the next step to do, tomorrow what to do, all these thoughts come from the new brain. So mentally, there is very strong evidence that women are stronger than men. This is a fact. Unfortunately, this is very little recognized in the society. There's another factor to that. I'll come back to the gut little later, but this is now very well established by very good research. So for women, you see there's so many things to balance: the work, children, society, home, health, family. So many things to balance. For man, it's only one thing. It's just his work that he has to manage. Everything else is secondary to him. He just goes and comes back and expects everything to be done. That's the reason why nature and evolution has decided to make the women's neocortex, that is the new brain, a little stronger and more functional. Now, all of you have, I can see this hall, there are many stars here sitting, many accomplished people. All of you actually have come through some very difficult period. Let me show you why. The challenges that make every woman in India, all of you a star. The reason is that first, she has survived the female feticide. 10% of potential women are lost due to female feticide. I think C.V. Anand also pointed out of this, 10%. She survived the neonatal period despite not being a celebration. 10% of girl children in our country are lost to pure access to health. 10%. You all managed to go to school because 20% of school dropout for girls are, and 40% of potential doctors are potentially lost because of this. If you take medical colleges today, if you look at the census, 60% of medical college students are women. 60%. But when you go to post-graduation, only hardly 10%, 20% are women. So there's a dropout happening there. I'll come to that a little later. So this is one of the issues. And of course, despite all the household chores and so on, you still had time to study and go to college. And in fact, in college, you did better than boys. Look at this data. Girls outshine boys in CBSE class 12. They do much better in general. They're more focused. And they're devoted to certain aspects. So you are definitely because of the thing you have. Now this again some very good research statistics that has come looking at depression and suicide rates. Where you'll find that the prevalence of, in spite of all this, depressive disorders in women is higher than men. And these are very good statistics that came from the Research Society, the Psychiatry Society of India. And also you see what happens to prevalence of eating disorders is significantly higher among females. Because of this depression, they tend to eat more, they put on weight, the health is gone because of this. And look at the suicide rates among men and women. You'll find that in India, the ratio of male to female suicide rate is close to 1. Whereas in all other countries, every country in the world, there are more males committing suicide than women. But in India, India is the only country where it's equal. So this is something that is disturbing. We have to look into why this is happening. So these are disturbing. So what's the road ahead for us as women? What would suggestions be? I think this is I think the very important concept that what Stree is having today, the concept today that let's work together to create a world where women's mental health is prioritized, understood and supported. We have a lot of research data now coming. We have to understand this data, see how it can be prioritized and how we can actually help to take it forward. So the future for what happens to women's health hangs on 3 pillars. It is education awareness, reducing the stigma, and holistic approach to health. So let me deal with these one by one. And these are very important messages that I'm giving to women, that how women mental and physical health can not only get better, because basically nature has made you superior to men. And we have to get to that, and this can be done. So this is a very famous saying by Malala Yousafzai, who got the Nobel Prize, of course, that let us remember, one book, one pen, one child, one teacher can change the world. She has always fought for women education, which has become very important. And I told you earlier that 10% dropout rates are happening, very high dropout rates for women in school and in the college. So education is very important, and there are 4 pillars on which education comes. Educate yourself, encourage women to learn about mental health and common issues faced, available resources. This is not often done. I think you as leaders in this area should do this. You go back to your society, go back to your colleges, go back to your offices and educate women about this. Raise awareness, promote dialogue of women's health, what they face challenges. Empower others, that's very important. Promote initiatives that focus on mental health education. And of course, resilience is very important. Encourage the development of resilience, self-esteem. And these are the 4 very important things that educating women should stand on. So let me tell you a little story of what we started doing. What happened in India was that in India now there are, in the field of gastroenterology, there are 3,000 gastroenterologists registered, 3,000. Out of the 3,000 gastroenterologists, only 10% are women, right? Now, even worse is in gastroenterology, we do 5 women in India, only 5 are doing this. For 1.4 billion population, unbelievable. Only 5 are doing this. So what happened was, I said, no, this is not right. Because if we take in US, or if we take in Europe, take in Japan, 50% of gastroenterologists are women. There are 10,000 gastroenterologists in a small country in Japan, women gastroenterologists doing all these surgeries. And a population of 1.4 billion in India, only 5 are doing. And this is statistics which the world got shocked when we put it out as a research paper. So I said, okay, let's change this. So what I did was, this year in February, I invited the world's top women endoscopists to come to Hyderabad, gastrointestinal endoscopists to come to Hyderabad, the top people. All of them came, and you can see them, they are from all different countries. And we asked them to inspire our women to start doing this procedure, start being gastroenterologists. They spent 3 days doing this, doing surgeries, procedures, doing why women can do. And in 6 months' time after this meeting, in 6 months' time, from 5, we have now gone to 100 women doing procedures. So this type of thing is very important for us to inspire other. Of course, I had consequences of that. I had about 10 letters threatening my life by male chauvinists who said, how can you do this? Why are you encouraging women? That's a story apart, but still, our society is still so male-dominated that we are not able to accept this is wrong. We have to, as leaders, accept the fact that women are particularly capable of doing great things. In fact, the best endoscopic surgeries in the world are done by at least women I know. They're much better. If I had a problem, I would get my surgery done by them rather than by men. Because they're so good at it. Their hands are very good. Their handwork is very good. So I think the second important thing is the stigma that is there in mental health. And Deepika Podunki very, very rightly said that every time we talk about mental health, we make it easier for someone else to talk about it. And I think this is very important. We should reduce the stigma. We should challenge the stigma, encourage women to speak openly about mental health. A lot of people are depressed. It's an endogenous depression that are there in the homes that they don't come out with because they don't have access to talk to people, their friends and so on. People should come out and talk. Women should talk about it. They should seek professional help, cultivate healthy relationships and social connections. There was a very, very important study. The biggest study in medicine was done by Harvard Medical School, where they looked at all the CEOs coming out of Harvard Business School, many of them women, and followed them for 70 years. Some of them became CEOs, presidents, and so on, and found that those who had the best social connections, social interactivity, lived the longest, lived the healthiest life. So again, in our villages, women used to have social groups. They were talking about each other, gossiping. And in a city like this, Hyderabad, sometimes you're living in a flat, isolated. You only contact your husband, your children, and you're looking after them. You don't have enough time to develop the social contact. These social connections are very important, and we must encourage them to develop these social connections. And I think Stree is a forum which can do it very easily. The third important thing is about health. Michelle Obama very, very famously said that we women need to do a better job of putting ourselves higher on to do this list. That is, you all the time as women you're saying, how is my husband's health, how is my children's health? We don't look after our own health. And this becomes very important because there's a very perfect balance between physical and mental health. And here is where I'll tell you about how a gastroenterologist comes in, because gut health is now becoming extremely important. And this is some of the data I'm showing you is extremely new research, not even in textbooks of medicine, but it's going to become very important in the future. That our whole body is controlled by bacteria in our gut. You think you're controlling your body, exercising, you build muscles. You think you're running, you build muscles. No, it's a bacteria in the body. 90% of our body is bacteria. Only 10% is human cells. 90%. They're invisible. We don't know about them. And now we come to know about them. They control everything in our body, the bacteria. And women can control the bacteria because they are the ones who cook food. Our bacteria are predominantly because of what we eat and what we do. So this is a very important aspect. And our brain, heart is controlled by gut bacteria. There's a crosstalk all the time. In fact, the gut-brain connection is very clear now. All the time, the bacteria are producing some chemicals which is going into the brain, depression, excitement, everything is because of that. And there's this crosstalk happening continuously between both. This was a video anyway. So, in fact, it has been shown very clearly that, for example, there are some people who exercise very actively. I think Mr. Anand goes for a run and plays cricket and very actively. You know why? Because he's got a certain bacteria which is encouraging him to do that. There are in you, all of you, bacteria which encourage you to do that and bacteria which discourage to do that. There are some patients who tell me, I want to lie down. Women, they become very obese in middle age. They're all the time lying down. They say, we don't know why. We want to, but we can't because of this certain bacteria. And now we have the capability to control this bacteria, change this bacteria, because we understand this. This is also very new because our bacterial content is based upon right from the childhood. We have done a lot of research in this area and we found that those children who are born out of vaginal delivery, not cesarean, those children who are breastfed for 6 months, and those children whom no antibiotics were used in the first 6 months have the healthiest gut bacteria. We used to do all this, but unfortunately now cesareans are being done. We do antibiotics are given for small diarrheas, and of course breastfeeding becomes very rare. By 2 months, 3 months, weaning is done off. Now it is very clear from the data that if you do vaginal delivery, 6 months breastfeeding, no antibiotics, these people have healthy bacteria. So when you look back, maybe part of the blame for what happened to your body now is because of what happened in your childhood, what they did to your childhood. So, but we can change it now. We can change it with the new research that we have. Because a lot of things that, even puberty, pregnancy, all this change the bacteria. That's why in women, the bacteria is very dynamic. We have looked at bacteria, gut microbiome by special research where we do a DNA genomic analysis of the whole gut. This is a very recent research which has come only recently. For the world it's available and we're doing it. And we found that the gut bacteria in women are much stronger than in men. It's just that because of all these misuses, they're getting weak and weaker. So again, women determine how the bacteria are, how you feed your thing, all these probiotic type of foods, extremely healthy. Diversity of bacteria increases again. So you as women can actually change the physical health, mental health of the whole family by these usage of these and how you cook your food. For example, tryptophan, which comes from someone that has shown to produce serotonin, melatonin. So somebody is depressed or excited is partly because of this from bacteria. Similarly, you see in nuts, they can produce dopamine, epinephrine in the brain, again because of... So the food determines, and you can determine how your family eats and how your family's mental well-being is. Because, for example, we know that low tyrosine causes low dopamine, and we know all the foods that can give rise to high thyroid. So all this data is very, very new, and I think, again, to emphasize that you are the central figure for controlling what happens to the whole family. And that's why I'm so grateful for my mother. I'm sure she didn't know all this, but at least she gave me the right type of bacteria in the gut so that I function better. I think this is, again, Kofi Annan said very clearly that there's no tool for development more effective than empowerment of women. I think this is absolutely true. And we men have a role to play in this. First of all, we have to encourage and support, very, very important. We have to share household responsibilities. Unfortunately, I'm also guilty to some extent because you go home late in the night, you're tired, you think your wife does everything. We don't realize that she also had a long day. She had a tiring day. It's part that we should take responsibilities. We have to promote a work-life balance, which is very important. Act as allies and advocates for women. I think this is, again, very important. And foster an open communication. This is, again, very important. You find in the houses that women try and tell something to the very dominant man who just dismisses it off. Oh, you don't know anything, I know everything. So this is, again, very, very wrong. It's on our part to create a dialogue so we understand, at least listen to what they're saying, dialogue. And very often, at least from my wife, I get wise wisdom many times. I wouldn't have thought of this, but she'll tell very obviously, sometimes the wisdom comes in a woman's brain, which a man doesn't have the capacity to take because of this neocortex, because you're better evolved. So this becomes very important. So I believe that for women, it's caring for oneself is not self-indulgence, it's self-preservation. It starts taking care of your overall health. And I think you taking care of not only your health, but influence the health of the family, health of the nation. And again, I think the vital role you're playing, we acknowledge. Hopefully all of us men also join in this to create this awareness and again to acknowledge that we are because of you. Thank you very much because of it.
What an extremely awe-inspiring and invigorating sharing that was, sir. Thank you for breaking the myths that we all believed up until now, for giving your perspective on what health actually means and how we as women have the power within us to enhance our health, our family's health, our community's health. Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure a lot of time must have gone into making that presentation. We really appreciate the gesture. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward. We shall now witness the release of the research paper by scholars from Osmania University. Osmania University, in collaboration with the Hcsc, had worked on a research paper on family environment, social media usage, and well-being of the adolescent girls, an analysis from psychosemantic perspective. The participating departments were psychology and linguistics. I request our honorable chief guest and dignitaries to kindly step forward as we invite the representatives from Osmania University to join us, and we request you to kindly release this research paper. May I please invite on stage Dr. Anupama A. and Dr. P.S. Swati from Psychology Department and Dr. C.S. Swati from Linguistics Department, Osmania University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge applause for Hcsc and the respective departments from Osmania University for working on this research paper. Thank you. Thank you to Dr. Anupama, Dr. P.S. Swati and Dr. C.S. Swati for joining us. May I request our honorable chief guests and dignitaries to please remain standing in front. We will have now, we are now going to felicitate our partners for this event. May I please call upon our strategic partner, Ficky Flow. May I invite Ms. Ritu Shah on stage, and I request our honorable chief guest to felicitate her for the same. Can we please give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Ficky Flow, our strategic partner for this event. And as Ms. Ritu Shah accepts this memento, I'd like to call upon our sponsor partner for this event, Hcsc, Ms. Malati. Can we please invite Ms. Malati on stage from Hcsc? Can we have a huge applause for our sponsor partner Hcsc, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Malati joining us on stage. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. And after our strategic partner and sponsor partner, we are now going to move forward towards our NGO partners. May I please invite Ms. Bushra Ashraf from Al Shifa Foundation to join us on stage. Ms. Bushra Ashraf from Al Shifa Foundation. And as Ms. Bushra Ashraf joins us, I'd also like to request other NGO partners to please come forward. That's Bushra Ashraf from Al Shifa Foundation. Moving ahead, Team NGOs Mr. Mohammad Ilyas. Mr. Mohammad Ilyas from Team NGOs. Mr. Kiran Mai from Calm for You. Mr. Kiran Mai, I beg your pardon, Miss Kiran Mai from Calm for You. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. And Venkateshwara Rao from Vicious Foundation. Venkateshwar Rao from Vicious Foundation. Yes, he makes his way onto the stage. Our heartfelt gratitude to all our partners, and we now move towards felicitating our Champions of Change volunteers. So all the volunteers, as we call out your name, please join us on stage and receive your certificates. Dr. Smita, can we please give a huge applause, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to our Champions of Change, Dr. Smita, Adhya Namala, Adhya Namala. Come on, we can keep the applause going. Yes, we can do better than this. Adhya Namala, Sri Raksha, young girl, Ganesh Nandan, our Champions of Change, ladies and gentlemen. Ganesh Nandan, T. Sri Devi, KVS Kameshwari, Zainab Noor, S. Vanita, Chandra Rekha, Mohammad Naimuddin Qureshi. Yes, can we please give him a huge round of applause? Mansi Swain. Mansi Swain. Jyoti Cherukuri. Jyoti Cherukuri. Uzma Sultana. Fayaz Begum. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear some roar. Imtiaz Ahmad. Imtiaz Ahmad. Sai Nikshep Reddy. Preeti Nirti. Dharani Molgara, Dharani Molgara, Varun Yellapragada, and Varun Yellapragada and Syed Siraj. I request all the volunteers to please take your certificates and come and join us in front of the stage. We're going to have a group picture. Can we request our dignitaries to please remain standing for one more minute for a photo opportunity? Yes, please. Our Champions of Change volunteers, we request you to please stand right in front of the stage. We're going to have a group picture with our Honorable Chief Guest and dignitaries. while our champions of change volunteers hold their respective certificates, we have our dignitaries holding and championing the white paper poster for a photo opportunity.
Please, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for our champions of change volunteers. Also a wonderful opportunity for us to volunteer for the same and contribute and do our bit for the state of Telangana. Thank you. Thank you to all our dignitaries. Thank you, our Honorable Chief Guest, for doing the honors. I request all our volunteers to please take their seats in the audience. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we all have been waiting for, I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Mohammad Mahmood Ali Ji, Honorable Minister of Home, Prison and Fire Services, to address the gathering.
Respected Chairman, AIG, Hospital, our total all over India best doctor, Dr. Nageshwar Reddy Garu, I'm proud of your name, I'm proud of your profession. Our dynamic Commissioner of Police, Sri C.V. Anand Sahab, DCP, Srimati Neha Mehra Sahiba, actors and singer Miss Rajeshwari Garu, additional CP C.A.R. Srinivas Garu, Hyderabad City Security Council Secretary General Sri Chaitanya Garu, ఆయనకు చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నారు. SCSC Joint Secretary Srimati Geeta Garu, all IPS officer, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, सभी को मेरा सलाम और नमस्कार. हमारे लिए बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि आज का जो अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम है, स्त्री सुमित, बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम है. इसके लिए मैं डायनेमिक कमिश्नर CB आनंद साहब को मुबारकबाद देता हूं. आई एम हैप्पी टू पार्टिसिपेट in Stree Summit organized by the Hyderabad City Security Council and Hyderabad City Police today. Hyderabad is a city with a rich history and culture heritage. Today Hyderabad is progressing with overall development under the leadership of visionary Honorable Chief Minister Sri Kalwakunda Chandrasekhar Rao ji. Today Telangana state and Hyderabad have seen outstanding development progress, including IT sector, industry sector, infrastructure facilities, making Hyderabad a model city. In today's world, security is very important. Hyderabad City Security Council and Hyderabad City Police are working to protect our citizens, especially women and children. Government of Telangana is committed to strengthen police department and ensure that Hyderabad remains safe and secure place for everyone. Will develop innovative solution for addressing challenges in women's safety. The true attraction of Hyderabad is in our city's heritage and culture. People from different background, religions and languages are living together peacefully. Therefore, while developing Hyderabad, the government is decided to the principles of inclusivity and social unity. I am glad that Hyderabad City Security Council and Hyderabad City Police taking measures to create awareness about women's safety. Department like Women's Safety Wing, Bharosa and She teams work with Hcsc in making Hyderabad a safe place. मैं बताने पर खुशी का इजहार करना चाहता हूं कि तेलंगाना स्टेट बनने के बाद प्रॉपरली सिटीज पर खास तवज्जो दी गई. हैदराबाद, साइबराबाद 2 ही कमिश्नरेट थे. हमारे ऑनरेबल सीएम साहब ने नए 7 कमिश्नरेट बनाए और हमारे कई एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट बनाए गए. साबिका में 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट थे, उसे 33 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में डिवाइड किया गया क्योंकि लैंड ऑर्डर और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. आज हमें प्राउड है कि तेलंगाना के जितने आईपीएस ऑफिसर्स हैं और रात दिन मेहनत करते हुए हमारे सीएम साहब के विजन को कंप्लीट किए. हमारे आईएएस ऑफिसर भी हमारे साथ जुड़कर तेलंगाना को बहुत इंडिया में नंबर 1 मुकाम पर लेकर आए. उसके लिए मैं तमाम ऑल पुलिस ऑफिसर्स को मुबारकबाद देता हूं. आज हमारी महिला अगर सबसे ज्यादा सेफ है, इंडिया में कहीं सेफ है तो वो तेलंगाना स्टेट है. इसका विजन हमारे सीएम साहब को जाता है क्योंकि तेलंगाना बनने के बाद सबसे अहम जो मसला था वो लैंड ऑर्डर का मसला था. तेलंगाना बनने से पहले हमने हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब के साथ कई एक पार्टियों के लीडर से मिला था जिसके एमपीज पार्लियामेंट में नुमाइंदगी करते थे. वो लोग एक ही सवाल क्या करते थे, राव साहब आप तेलंगाना की बात कर रहे हैं, तेलंगाना में लैंड ऑर्डर उतना कंट्रोल नहीं है, हमेशा क्रिमिनल राइट्स होते हैं, नेक्सिज्म है, यहाँ पर पावर बराबर नहीं है, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर नहीं है, फार्मर सुसाइड करते हैं, नेक्सिज्म है. और हमारे 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 9 डिस्ट्रिक्ट बैकवर्ड करार दिया गया था. उस वक्त सीएम साहब ने कहा एक बार तेलंगाना बनने दीजिए, हम जरूर मेहनत करते हुए हर चीज को सुधारेंगे. हम हमारे सीएम साहब को दिल की गहराई से मुबारकबाद देते हैं. उन्होंने खास तौर से लैंड ऑर्डर पर बहुत तवज्जो दी. हमारा जो बजट था जब हम आंध्र प्रदेश में थे 2013-14 में, सिर्फ आज तेलंगाना का बजट उससे डबल बजट है, जिसके लिए हम सीएम साहब का बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने हमेशा सबसे ज्यादा लैंड ऑर्डर पर तवज्जो दिया. और सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी के लिए उन्होंने शी टीम्स बनाई, भरोसा सेंटर बनाया. और आज हम देख रहे हैं आज हम सारे इंडिया में सबसे अगर सेफ वुमेन्स है तो हमारी स्टेट में. वो हमारे पास अगर जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट के अंदर भी देखा जाए इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा परसेंटेज में हमारे वुमेन्स बाहर निकलकर हमारी स्टेट में वर्क करते हैं, काम करते हैं. इसलिए सीएम साहब ने एजुकेशन पर भी बहुत ज्यादा तवज्जो दी. जब हम देखते थे तमाम पार्टियों को बुलाया गया था, सीएम साहब ने रेजिडेंशियल स्कूल ओपन किए तो उस वक्त काफी लोगों ने कहा कि रेजिडेंशियल स्कूल में हमारी लड़कियां नहीं आएंगी. मगर सीएम साहब ने कहा आप 10 मर्द आदमियों को तालीम दीजिए मगर उसमें एक औरत को तालीम देंगे तो पूरा माहौल सुधर सकता है. वो बहुत अहम है. इसलिए आज हमारे जितने रेजिडेंशियल स्कूल में उसमें 50% महिला एजुकेशन हासिल कर रहे हैं और हुकूमत की तरफ से फ्री एजुकेशन दिया जाता है. लेडीज को एजुकेट करना बहुत बड़ा काम है क्योंकि जिस स्टेट में जिस फैमिली में लेडीज एजुकेटेड होते हैं वो फैमिली हमेशा खुशहाल जिंदगी गुजार सकती है, अपने बच्चों को अच्छी तालीम दी जाती है. और हमारी पुलिस हमेशा लेडीज के लिए बड़ी सेफ्टी के लिए हर तरीके से जो न्यू से न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी है वो इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. कुछ दिन पहले हमारे पास एग्जीबिशन लगी थी. हमारे सीबी आनंद साहब हर कोई जानता है, बड़े डायनेमिक है, बहुत एक्टिव रहते हैं हमेशा लैंड ऑर्डर के मामले में. उनका एक रिकॉर्ड है, वो जहां भी जाते हैं बहुत जल्दी कंट्रोल में ला लेते हैं सबको. बात होगा तो बहुत तो फास्ट भी डिसीजन लेते हैं पर जरूरी अच्छे डिसीजन लेते हैं जिसकी वजह से आज हैदराबाद सेफ और सिक्योर प्लेस है. मुझसे कई लोग अदर स्टेट के आके मिलते हैं, खासतौर से यूपी नॉर्थ स्टेट्स के कई लोग मिलते हैं, मुझे कहते हैं कि हमारे स्टेट में 10 बजे के बाद तो कोई लेडीज बाहर नहीं निकल सकते. हम हाईवे पे देखें कि आपके पास लेडीज और रात के 1 बजे भी स्कूटर पे पीछे बैठकर जाते हैं और उनके गले में ज्वेलरी होती है तो देखकर हमको ताजुब होता है कि किस तरह यहाँ पर बाहर निकल रहे रात में 12-1 बजे भी लोग. तो इसका कमाल हमारे पुलिस ऑफिसर पर है, उनको बहुत मुबारकबाद देता हूं। दूसरा, हमारे सीएम साहब का बजट भी है। हमारी स्टेट बनने के बाद हमारे जो पुलिस स्टेशन है, कलेक्टर ऑफिस है, एसपी ऑफिस है, बहुत एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी से बना गया। आज बिल्डिंग में मैं समझता हूँ इंडिया में नंबर 1 कमांड एंड कंट्रोल है तो वो तेलंगाना स्टेट में। स्टेट हमारी बिल्कुल न्यू स्टेट है। हमने जो 9 साल में जो कारनामे किए हैं, हमारे मीडिया भाई बताते हैं, पुलिस हर एक को बताते रहते हैं। हमारे स्टेट का डेवलपमेंट देखकर लोग दंग होते हैं। आज सुबह मेरी से एक मीटिंग थी, दिल्ली से बहुत से एक फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट के लोग आए थे। उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि हम काफी देखे हैं कल तेलंगाना में, फिर के देखने के बाद हमको बड़ा प्राउड हुआ, इतना 8-9 साल के अंदर इतना कैसा डेवलपमेंट आया है। आज हमारी स्टेट में हर आदमी हैप्पी है। हम यही चाहते हैं कि सबसे ज्यादा हम अपने बहनों की रक्षा कर सके। इनकी बहुत जरूर अहमियत है हमारे पास। हमारी लड़कियां जो है डेफिनेट उनकी जितनी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी हम प्रोवाइड कर सके उतना बेहतर है। तो जब हम एग्जीबिशन में देखे, सीपी साहब भी हमारे साथ थे, तो ऐसे सीसीटीवी कैमरे थे हमारे पास जो बटन के अंदर कैमरेस थे। या औरतें जो नाक डालते हैं, नग लगाकर कान में लगाते हैं, उसमें भी सीसीटीवी कैमरे रखे। किसी को पता ही नहीं चलता कि हमारी पुलिस कैसा उन पर नजर रखी है, कैसा उन पर कंट्रोल कर रही है। यकीनन बहुत हमको प्राउड है। हमारी स्टेट में क्राइम का परसेंटेज भी काफी घट चुका है। साबिका में अगर हम 2013 का 14 का रिकॉर्ड देखेंगे, आज 2023 के अंदर देखेंगे, मैं समझता हूं काफी घट चुका है। और आगे चलकर कमांड एंड कंट्रोल की सपोर्ट से 0% अगर कहीं क्राइम रहेगा, टोटल खत्म हो जाएगा क्राइम, तो मैं समझता हूं तेलंगाना स्टेट रहेगी। तो इसके लिए आज जो स्त्री समिट प्रोग्राम रखा गया, ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया, उसमें काफी हमारे स्टूडेंट्स भी आए और काफी अवार्ड भी दिया गया उनके लिए। उन सबको मुबारकबाद देता हूं। खासतौर से फ्रेंडली पुलिस, बहुत से लोग मुझे कहते हैं कि भाई फ्रेंडली पुलिस की वजह से लोगों का डर खत्म हो गया। हमने कहा कि पहले डंडे से डराया जाता था, आज प्यार से, जबान से डराया जाता है। आज जितना लैंडर अच्छा है, आप समझते हैं किसी को लाकर मारने तोड़ने से सुधरता है? मारने तोड़ने से नहीं सुधरता, प्यार से सुधरता है। वो प्यार से सुधारने वाली है तो हमारी पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट है, हमारे पुलिस ऑफिसर्स है, जो अच्छी तरीके से काम करते हुए हमारे स्टेट में जो इंडस्ट्रीज आ रहे हैं। इंडिया में नंबर 1 स्टेट तेलंगाना स्टेट है। नंबर 1 चीफ मिनिस्टर केसीआर साहब है। उनका जो विजन है काम करने का, जो करवाने का, साबिका में हर जगह पॉलिटिकल इन्वॉल्वमेंट रहता था पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में, आज 0% है। पुलिस ऑफिसर्स को फुल पावर्स है, वो डिसीजन ले सकते हैं, किसी की सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं और बहुत आगे जाके भी सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। पहले लिमिटेशन था। सीएम साहब ने हमेशा पुलिस ऑफिसर को इंकरेज किया और उन्हें कहा कि जहां तक हो सके हमारी आवाम की दिल से खिदमत कीजिए। जो इंसान अपने वतन से मोहब्बत करता है और डेफिनेट वो बहुत बड़ा इंसान होता है। वो हमारी पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट में तमाम ऑफिसर्स काफी अपने वतन से मोहब्बत करते हैं, वतन में रहने वालों से मोहब्बत करते हैं, उनकी हिफाजत और सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी के लिए रात दिन मेहनत करते हैं। एक ऐसी ड्यूटी है पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट ऑफिसर्स की, वो कभी ना उन्हें फेस्टिवल रहता है न कभी छुट्टी रहती है। उनका काम ही है कि बस काम करते रहना, लोगों की सेवा करते रहना। इसके लिए मैं हमारे डीजी साहब को और कमिश्नर साहब को और तमाम आईपीएस ऑफिसर्स को मुबारकबाद देता हूं। और हमारे साथ जो जुड़े हैं लोग, यकीनन हमें प्राउड है। खासतौर से हम डॉक्टर नागेश्वर रेड्डी साहब का बहुत हम थैंक्स करते हैं आज के प्रोग्राम पर आने पर। आप इतने रहते हैं और मैं भी इनसे कहा, मुझे एक 8 दिन पहले एक शख्स ने आकर मिला, मुझसे कहा कि मैं एक दवाखाना गया था साहब, वहां देखने के बाद मैं बहुत देर तक परेशान रहा, मैं अमेरिका में हो या इंडिया में हो। तो मैं बोला भाई वो कौन सा? तो वैसा AIG हॉस्पिटल गया था। वहां का एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन देखने के बाद मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई। मैं इंडियन हूँ मगर मैं यूएस में काफी 31 साल 35 साल से रहता हूँ। जब आने के बाद मुझे यहाँ का डेवलपमेंट, यहाँ की पुलिस, यहाँ का डेवलप देखने के बाद खुशी, मगर जब मैं AIG हॉस्पिटल गया मैं समझ रहा था कि मैं वहां से भी मुझे बेहतर दिखा। उसके लिए मैं बहुत मुबारकबाद देता हूँ। और हमारे चैतन्य साहब जो बहुत रात दिन हमारे साथ जुड़े रहते हैं, उनका भी मैं शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, सारे लोगों का। और जो जितने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो पुलिस की सपोर्ट करते हैं, उन तमाम का मैं शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। पुलिस की जरूरत नहीं है, पुलिस है आपकी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी के लिए। तो वो हमेशा यही सोचती है कि जितना हो सके अच्छे से अच्छा हमारा बर्ताव होना चाहिए। आज सीएम साहब जितने डीपीओ ऑफिस बनाए हैं, जो पुलिस स्टेशन बन रहे हैं, आज से 3 महीने पहले एक व्हाट्सएप पे एक जर्नलिस्ट ने डाला था, हमारे जर्नलिस्ट भाई भी यहाँ पर है, उन्होंने यूपी से कोई महिला आए थे, आते आते उन्होंने कहा कि हमने बहुत सुना तेलंगाना के बारे में, टैक्सी ड्राइवर से कहा कि नियरेस्ट पुलिस स्टेशन लेके चलो। वो पुलिस टैक्सी ड्राइवर ने पंजागोटे के करीब था, वो पंजागोटा पुलिस स्टेशन गया, लेकर गया, वो जाके महिला ने खाली फॉल्स कंप्लेन दी, मेरा फोन चोरी होगा। जो उसको रेस्पॉन्स मिला, बाहर निकल के मीडिया में उसने कहा कि मैं हिंदुस्तान के कई स्टेट में गई हूँ, मैं तेलंगाना स्टेट पुलिस स्टेशन जाने के बाद मुझे पता चला एक मेरे फैमिली मेंबर भी जो उतना रेस्पेक्ट नहीं देते, उतना रेस्पेक्ट देकर मुझे बिठाया गया और मेरा प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने की, हालांकि मेरा फॉल्स कंप्लेन था, मेरा फोन टैक्सी के अंदर ही था, मैं क्या कंप्लेन करूं, तो मैंने कहा मेरा फोन चोरी होगा, गिर गया, कहीं गुम होगा। तो मुझे तहकुन दिया गया कि जब भी आपका फोन मिलेगा हम जरूर आपको इतला करेंगे। कब तक हो सकता, तो इतने वीक क्या 2-3 दिन में हम तलाश कर लेंगे, खाली स्टार्ट करने की जरूरत है, सिम कार्ड बदलने की जरूरत है, हम ट्रेस करके आपका फोन आप तक पहुंचा देंगे। तो उन्होंने इजहार किया कि मैं सारे इंडिया की पुलिस को देखी, मैं जब तेलंगाना पुलिस को देखी तो मुझे बहुत प्राउड हुआ कि इतना अच्छा रिस्पांस भी मुझे देते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे सीएम साहब तेलंगाना बनने के बाद सिटी पुलिस के लिए, सिटी पुलिस स्टेशन के लिए काफी अच्छा अलाउंस भी देते हैं। वहाँ लोग विजिटर्स आने पर उन्हें चाय रेस्पेक्ट देने के लिए, चाय पिलाने के, इससे पहले कभी भी नहीं था। तो हम देख रहे हैं हमारी पुलिस स्टेशन में जितना अच्छा रिसेप्शन रेस्पेक्ट देकर रेस्पेक्ट देते हैं और उन्हें हर तरीके से चाहे कोई कंप्लेन दो या ना दो, कंप्लेन अपने तरफ से भी तैयार किया जाता है और एक सेटिस्फेक्शन है पुलिस स्टेशन से। तो खासतौर से हमारी काफी महिला बहनें हैं यहाँ पर, मैं उनसे कहता हूँ कि ये अवेयरनेस डेफिनेट आना चाहिए सबके अंदर। आज हमारा जो 100 डायल है, मैं नहीं कहता, हमारे मीडिया के फ्रेंड जो है कभी हाईवे पे ठहर कर 100 डायल कर दिए तो विदिन 6 to 7 मिनट में हमारी पुलिस उन तक रीच हो चुकी है। तो कभी भी हमारी महिला बहनों को कहीं ऐसा डाउट दिखा, कभी आपको ऐसा महसूस हुआ कि कोई आपके साथ शरारत करना चाहता है किसी वजह से, खाली आपके फोन पे आप 100 मार दीजिए, साहब आप देखिए 3-4 मिनट के अंदर पुलिस आप तक पहुंच जाएगी और आपको हर तरीके से सपोर्ट करेगी। इसके लिए मैं हमारे कमिश्नर साहब और तमाम पुलिस ऑफिसर्स और प्रॉपर्ली डीजी साहब को मुबारकबाद देता हूं। इस पुलिस की वजह से, लैंड ऑर्डर की वजह से सारे इंडिया में हमारे स्टेट का नंबर 1 तरीके से लोग नाम लेते हैं, रेस्पेक्ट देते हैं उसके लिए। और आज जो प्रोग्राम है खासतौर से स्त्री के लिए, तो डेफिनेटली इस स्त्री को अवेयरनेस बिल्टअप करने के लिए जितने लोग इस महफिल में आए, इस प्रोग्राम में आए, सबका फर्दन शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। और जो लोग पुलिस को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, ये आपकी ड्यूटी है, ये हमारी कंट्री की पीस रखने के लिए हम लोग आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, पुलिस से सपोर्ट होना चाहिए। पहले पुलिस को देखते लोग घबरा जाते थे, आज पुलिस को देखते लोग को एक सेटिस्फेक्शन आ जाता है कि हाँ हमारी पुलिस आ गई, ये हमारी पुलिस हो गई, ये बहुत बड़ा हमारे लिए प्राउड है, लोगों के दिल में आ गया कि हमारी ये पुलिस। तो इसके लिए मैं डीजी साहब और हमारे सीबी आनंद साहब को मुबारकबाद देता हूँ। ये जुमला जो हमारी पुलिस बोल के आ गया, ये सबको नहीं मिल सकता। जब हमारी आ जाती बात तो बहुत बड़ा उनको रेस्पेक्ट मिलता है। उसके लिए तमाम आईपीएस ऑफिसर को मुबारकबाद देता हूँ और इस प्रोग्राम में आने पर तमाम लोगों का भी मैं शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। खासतौर से हमारे मीडिया दोस्त है, वो भी इस प्रोग्राम में हमेशा उनके जरिए काफी मैं उनसे गुजारिश भी करता हूँ, जो अच्छे इंसिडेंट होते हैं उससे ज्यादा बताइए, बैड इंसिडेंट को ज्यादा मत बताइए, जिसकी वजह से लोगों में कंफ्यूजन पैदा हो। लोगों में कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्ड होना चाहिए। जितना अच्छी तरीके से हमारे पास महिला के लिए सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी फराहम किया जाता है, मैं समझता हूँ इंडिया में किसी स्टेट में नहीं है। उसके लिए हमारे जितने पुलिस ऑफिसर्स है, आईपीएस ऑफिसर्स है, उनको मुबारकबाद देते हुए हमारे जो मेहमान इस प्रोग्राम में हैं उनका भी मैं शुक्रिया अदा करते हुए बात खत्म करता हूँ। जय तेलंगाना, जय हिंद, थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir, for your presence first for the first edition of Stree Summit 2023 and also for your awe-inspiring address. Moving forward, as we come to the last leg of the inaugural ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, I request C.V. Anandji and Chaitanya ji to felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest by presenting him a memento, a small token of our gratitude. I request Chaitanya ji and C.V. Anandji to present a memento to our Honorable Chief Guest. Can we have a huge applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Muhammad Mahmood Ali Ji, Honorable Minister of Home, Prisons and Fire Services. In the same line of thought, I also request them to present a memento and felicitate Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, sir. Sir, thank you for being with us today. And also a token of our gratitude and appreciation to Mrs. Rageshwari Swaroop Lumba. Of course, we'll get to hear from her in the later part of the day, ladies and gentlemen, so please stay tuned. Thank you for doing the honors, Anand sir and Chaitanya sir. I now invite Srimati Geeta Goti, Hcsc Joint Secretary, Women's Forum, to propose the vote of thanks. Our Honorable Chief Guest would like to present a memento to Mr. C.V. Anand and Mr. Chaitanya. If you can just... You know what's true, that while we women are pretty independent and empowered in our own right, it's always good to find the support from men and others alike. So thank you, Anand sir and Chaitanya sir, for extending that support. I now request Geeta ma'am to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning all. It's a pleasure to be here in the August gathering. I'll just, something from my heart. If you aim for only wealth, beauty, fame, and power, you aim too low. Humility, gentleness, gratitude, and service is aiming high. Ladies and gentlemen, I deem it a great honor to be in the presence of such dignitaries who fit into the quote I have just said. It's a pleasure and privilege to propose vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. First and foremost, we are grateful to our chief guest, Sri Janab Muhammad Mahmood Ali Sahab, who has been always there with her right from inauguration of the Hcsc Women's Forum launch and Stree launch, and also our counseling center, and he has been always encouraging when we are working in the communities and going closer to the people. I also thank Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, Chairman AIG Hospital. A stature which he has coming to this summit is a great honor for us, sir. I thank Ms. Rajeshwari, actress and singer, and a great mental health specialist, which you would be hearing her keynote very soon, for accepting to be here. And I thank the person who is instrumental in getting her here, Ritu Shah. But not the least, all the men, as Shilpa was telling, who were behind us to make this happen, starting with Shri C.V. Anandji, IPS Commissioner of Police and Chairman Hcsc. His encouragement and involvement is what we are seeing today, and he has been a great motivator for us. Secretary General Shri Chaitanya Gorepati has been also instrumental, not only conceptualizing this session and all this conference summits. We just finished one in April, and this is the second one from the forums we have, which you already know. He has been a leader, leading from the front. And my first interaction with a police officer was none other than Shri A.R. Srinivas Garu, convener of Hcsc, IPS officer, additional CP, crimes and SIT. I never had that kind of easiness to move with the police, but he made it possible to, get into feeling comfortable. So thank you, sir, for all the guidance. And my special thanks to Sneha ji, IPS Additional DCP in charge of Women's Safety Wing. We did few programs at the community level, and the way she interacted with the people in the community, schools, colleges, it just gives me to say the same quote, humility is what in her presence. Thank you, ma'am. To make this happen, of course, we have a lot of efforts which went in the back. Especially my thanks to NGO partners who were in the community when we visited them, and all the SHOs and police officers who were guiding us, and also who were always there whenever we went with some issue, and the schools and colleges which came forward and participated and allowed us to interact with the students, the EC members who have been supporting us, FICI Flow members who also contributed in getting the best out of us, and all the corporates where we were allowed to speak to the employees on the sexual harassment at workplace, and also getting the internal committee members seated here, some of them. I thank the event organizer, Showboat, and the media who are all present here and covering this story. Flourishing futures, unleashing power of women, that's the topic. And I hope the media would take this positive sense of women empowerment to more people who could not make it today. I thank the panelists who gracefully accepted to be here, and the moderators, and the community leaders who are here. My special thanks would go to the Hcsc Office Secretariat, Anandita and Najmuddin, who have relentlessly worked behind the scenes. My thanks team. I also thank the staff of PROAC who are here, who have also been supporting me. My special thanks goes to the fireside chat speaker, Faria Abdullah, and the moderator, who is not here right now, but I'm sure they would join us in the next few minutes. Thank you all for gracing this occasion. And though I have a tendency to speak more, I would leave it to you to enjoy the day with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am, for taking this initiative of being one of the spearheaders of this summit, and our gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest and all the dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please remain seated. We will begin with our first panel discussion for the day. An extremely interesting session awaits you, so I request you all to remain seated while our Honorable Chief Guest leaves the venue. I request you all to please remain seated. In just about a few moments, we will open our first panel discussion. I repeat, I request all our guests, participants, volunteers, boys, girls, ladies and gentlemen, to please remain seated. We will be kickstarting our first panel discussion for the day in just about a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request you all to please remain seated. We're about to begin our first panel discussion for the day. Our first panel discussion for the day, which is titled Building Bridges, Empowering Adolescents for a Brighter Tomorrow. Our moderator and panelists will be joining us in just about a few moments. I request you all to please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please remain seated. Please take your seats. We're about to begin our first panel discussion. Okay, I'm going to give you all just about 1 minute to click pictures, exchange greetings. Following that, I request you all to please take your seats. After that extremely awe-inspiring and invigorating inaugural ceremony, we are delighted to bring to you our first panel discussion, which is titled Building Bridges, Empowering Adolescents for a Brighter Tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, for the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Ms. Supriya Yarlagada, an award-winning Indian film producer and actress known for her extensive work in Telugu cinema. Can we please welcome her with a huge round of applause? She's the CEO and Executive Director of Annapurna Studios. Under her leadership, Annapurna has become home to one of the most advanced studio and post-production facilities in India. With a passion to contribute to the growth of Indian cinema, she continues to seek and lead projects that cater to a modern, ever-evolving audience, while also retaining values and sensibilities that are distinctly Indian. Thank you for joining us today, sir. I beg your pardon. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. On stage, can I invite our panelists, Ms. Rubina Nafis Fatima, founder and director of SAFA, an NGO working with marginalized communities on livelihood and education since 2008, a travel professional and entrepreneur, had a calling in social work, established 2 brands, Artisania and Lukma, for women livelihood with 4 skill training centers in Hyderabad. She is also the recipient of the FICCI Ladies Organization Women Achiever Award and Pride of Telangana under Emerging NGO category. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Rubina. She is also the recipient of the Australian Award, Export Council of DFAT, Sydney, among many others. Our second panelist, Dr. Vidya Shravanti, who is an educationist with a doctorate in English literature and masters in education. Dr. Vidya has a keen sense for corrective strategies and forward thinking. Being a prolific leader, she possesses 3 decades of extensive experience in running educational and financial institutions. She's a founder of Microfin Limited, a financial institution working towards women empowerment in 18 states in India. She's the co-opted member of GHMC and a member of Minorities Commission of Telangana State, India. Recipient of Asia 1 Black Swan Award for Women Empowerment 2020-2021. Education Today Certificate of Excellence Education Stalwarts of the Year 2021. And Asia's Greatest Principal 2020-2021 International Level Olympiads Hummingbird Education Limited. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Our third panelist, Dr. P. Swati, Chairperson, BOS and former Head, Department of Psychology and former Joint Director, Center for Women Studies, OU. She's a practicing counseling psychologist. Her areas of specialization are counseling psychology, positive psychology, criminal and forensic psychology. She has also conducted a research and is a research supervisor for MPhil and PhD. She's already been awarded 3 PhDs. A well-known trainer in psychology for AP Judicial Academy, AP Police Academy, AP Forest Academy, Department of Animal Husbandry, among many others. She has published more than 10 articles and participated in several seminars, conferences, and chaired several sessions. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Swati. And our fourth panelist, Dr. Anupama, Head of Department of Psychology, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Osmania University. She's also serving as Vice Principal, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, OU. Worked as a Capacity Building Officer and Zonal Program Manager for 5 years for an international project on HIV/AIDS Saksham at OU, funded by Global Fund Geneva. She has published 8 research papers and presented 9 research papers in national and international conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our moderator and panelists for the day. And without further ado, I now hand over the session to our moderator, requesting her to take it over.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone from HCSC for organizing this event. To quickly take this forward, I think with the incredible panelists we have here, and the topic being adolescent girls and adolescent young women. So I'm just going to share a little experience as I walked out to use the restroom, and I think we should use that as a starting point. And there were a bunch of young women, and they were standing outside and they were all chit-chatting. The moment I walked out and I looked at them and I said, "Where's the restroom?" They all went silent. They stood like they did something wrong, that I asked them some question or faulted them for something, and then I was wondering, why did you get so scared? I just asked you where the restroom is. And one of them just smiled and, then I realized that it's a new world for young women. Very new world for young women, especially adolescent women. Congratulations, Dr. Anupama, for the fantastic report, the research and report that the police has helped, the department has helped, gives a lot of insight. So I would request you to first just give us a small, very brief summary on what you think we can use as takebacks from the data you have.
Thank you, Supriya, and a very good afternoon to all of you. I hope I'm audible. First, I would like to thank the Hcsc for giving us this opportunity to conduct a small study, and we have done a preliminary analysis of what we have studied. As we all understand, coming from the culture where we belong, that family environment is very, very important, and how that shapes and influences. So we are talking about flourishing, we are talking about building and empowering a very important individual, that is a woman here. And we considered that as one of the important variables, and also saw what is the well-being of adolescent girls. Since its environments are now hugely changing, and media's influence and especially through mobile phone usage is also noted, we try to even explore what's happening with our adolescent girls. So our population sample was primarily belonging to government and private schools. And what we have seen, I would just give a gist, that family environment definitely played a very important role. And the usage of mobile phone was not very much noted because they're all school-going girls. Social media also is there, but then it is not so glaring to right now. But when we observe their well-being and all, it is moderate. That is, I can say that I wouldn't know whether they are really going towards positive or they are going to come down from where they are. They're in the moderate level. So these are some very quick observations we have. I probably will share more in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think to just come very quickly to important key things that we can speak about risk behavior. We have been noticing that amongst youngsters, me being a parent myself of an adolescent girl, I hear a lot that there are two or many sides to young children nowadays. One that they show to the family members, and the other that they truly who they are. Now this is because we are in an emerging India, cultural changes. Parents don't even want to use words like sexual, reproductive, addiction. They don't want to use those words. But the moment we open our phones, everything is out there. So I would request risk behavior. We talk about risk behavior in the sense of communication on sexual health, reproductive health, primarily addictions, because I'm told that addiction and addictive behavior in young women, if they are exposed to it, can be very, very strong. Rubina, who would like to start on?
As the doctor mentioned just now, hi, thanks everybody for inviting me here. I'm Rubina. I think it's a wonderful meeting, and especially the keynote address, the way it started off, and the note it set for the entire program was brilliant, I feel. And congratulations to Hcsc for setting this out and opening up this dialogue on security for adolescents, security for youth. So as we speak about women today, I feel equally vulnerable are the male children, the male adolescent boys. So we deal with, we do a lot of skill trainings and livelihood activities at grassroots level. And as we talk to young adults, which is in the age group 18 to 24, we see a lot of self-resilience coming in. I mean, that's the only kind of a self-support system that they have set up for themselves. So they are not relying on anything external, which is, okay, we'll get help from counselors, or, psychiatrists would come in, or parents would support us, or even the school would support us. There is no support system for people at the grassroots level. Secondly, as we talk of mobile penetration in India, we see only 31% of the girls are given mobile phones in their hand. Now, that itself is a very disempowering activity. 61% of male youth have smartphones in their hands. So where is the empowerment coming in? Where is the risk behavior coming in? So before we move on to digital, I feel we really need to look internally at the society first, starting from the home, starting to the neighborhood, and then going on to the larger global arena that we have. So risk behavior, when you say, Supriya, I would say yes, there are risks which are associated with this entire thing. Ideally, we need to pick up examples like probably the best education system existing these days is in Finland. And where they talk about risk behavior, they also they address issues of, how to use social media, how to use IT tools effectively. So there is a lot of things going on behind risk behavior. We need to look at good examples, I feel.
Thank you for that insight. Anupama, please.
I would like to also add to what Doctor has said, emphasizing on risk behaviors again, particularly the sexual behaviors, which generally nobody would like to talk about. And I have worked in the field of HIV for some time, and we have seen a lot of risk behaviors involved by adolescent girls, and I mean they become so vulnerable, and nobody addresses that. And to the thing that you told about, like we are displaying a public and private persona, that is somewhere we've created that kind of a context for the children and people around us, where we are not given that space. Now the space is very important to have a dialogue within the families, or in the close circles, to actually discuss about all of these. That space is very important, especially when it comes to risk behaviors. So again, we find that family is also one very important, and friends is one important space that they can have, with whom they can interact and talk about these things. And again, the resources, the knowledge, and whom to reach out, the support, these are very important critical parameters that we need to really go at length and talk. And we have seen that when we look into the STI infections that are there, you find that it's really high. And that's where, the problem is again. So we need to probably do a lot of investigation and do...
So this morning when there was a question saying that most of us like to say that we all come from happy homes, happy childhoods. Everything is very happy. And then you ask a child, if you had a problem, who would you go and speak to? And then you realize most children hit a blank. And apparently in our households, because of the cultural things that we don't talk about problems, we try to cover up the problems. There's so much shame and guilt attached to anything that you may be facing. So the starting of saying, yesterday when we were having a preliminary chat, we spoke about counseling. However, now if I can't go at home, I'm not, how do parents, because I mean right now we have a mixed bag of people, but what would you advise for this question? Saying that I have a problem as a child or an adolescent, who do you speak to? And the answer 90% of the time is no one. What should an elder or anybody in the circle say to that? Or how do we address that? Because counseling seems very far.
Generally, it's a very apt question, because when we ask immediately who is very close to you, with whom you share the problems, most of the children, especially the adolescent girls, the immediate reaction is a question mark will be there. But again, when we ask in a modest way, like generally, if there is any help that you require, with whom you would like to, because the term counseling is unfortunately very much abused in the society. There are lots of reasons for that. So probably when we talk to the adolescents in a lighter vein and coming to their level, like when there is an issue or when you have some kind of a situation which you would like to discuss with, then most of them, even as our study has revealed also, it is with the friends. The first priority is given to the friends. When we say family plays an important role, parenting styles play an important role for the personality development of the children, but unfortunately, in most of the cases, it is not the family to whom they are turning. It is mostly the peer group. And here, when we turn to the peer group, what sort of a peer group they are having? Is it a good peer group or a bad peer group? That also matters, because sometimes the kind of the discussions that they have, the kind of the guidance that they get from the peers, most of the time it is in the negative track. So I think first of all, making it a too professional question like counseling, we should not use such words probably with the children, because it's not clear to them. And especially like when we see from the rural areas, they're not aware of concept of human behavior or psychology or the kind of professional counseling. So I think we have to come down to their level, probably talk to them in their own understanding.
So aptly put, Swati, because I feel that we are living in not 1 or 2 or 3 Indias, but many, many Indias. And depending on the child, depending on the problem, depending on the society, the immediate family, then their larger society, even the way we have to ask questions changes, you know. So, Doctor, would you like to take that forward and add your 2-bit?
Thank you, Supriya. Once again, thank you to Hcsc for organizing this fantastic forum for all of us to discuss, and for many others who are even seated in the audience who can think a lot more along with us, and you can arrive at certain solutions or conclusions. Now, firstly, every child, be it a boy or a girl, an adolescent, is today challenged with, I would say, 3 different things, 3 different matters or 3 different issues. Firstly, they are all isolated. So most of the adolescents are self-centered. They do not come out, nor do they interact much with the parents or even with the social circle. And that could be one of the reasons why, adolescents are going through a lot of trauma within their own thinking, not really sharing what they may be facing. Secondly, they are self-engaged. What I mean by self-engaged is because they are all the time doing things which could perhaps, be prompted by somebody, or maybe they are engaged because they do not know how to occupy themselves in a world which is very busy. Parents are busy, grandparents are busy. Also, you go to the school and you have a hectic schedule because you have your works to be done, your activities to be done, your studies to be done. So adolescents are, traumatized by being self-centered, self-engaged, and there is a greater challenge, and that is to be self-empowered all the time, because they need to face their challenges. Therefore, they need to keep empowering themselves, trying to see how they can better themselves, how to see that in the competition that they face, they can fare even better. So if you take the environment of a child, the child is in a way, living in a world where we think we are providing a lot, we think we are supplying a lot of information, we also think we are providing with, comforts, we are providing them with provisions wherein they can go for activities, where they can have tuition teachers or somebody to help them in their study. But then actually the child is facing a lot of trauma today. And therefore, if you say counseling, they don't like it. They rebel. Perhaps, there should be an outcome out of this discussion wherein we see that how can we, actually give that comfort zone to our children today. When we talk of adolescents, especially not counseling, but perhaps coaching, perhaps some other ways and avenues that we can come to.
So, being a parent, I feel that any word such as this, or any instruction, or anything that comes out in the tone of instruction, advice, or is completely rejected. And I feel that they feel alone. even amongst people they feel alone because they are not connected. Now, where without big words like counseling, I mean, I'm just trying to strip it down that we can walk out of here with something saying that helps us, so I'm saying, is there something differently and in a very simple way without using coaching, counseling, larger words that are already out there like trauma and these words which are all being thrown at everybody. You must be traumatized or there must be a mental health problem. Because if you pick 10 adolescent kids or adolescent young adults who are not, when Rubina said 18 to 24 and I'm thinking 18 to 24, that's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking 15. 14, 15 is when all this starts. So they don't want to talk. You want to give them instruction all the time. And the world out there is very, very exciting, though it's exciting and engaging, but it's not connecting. What do you do? I mean, not what does a youngster do, but what does anyone do? Where do we, and from Nagi's thing, I'm going to kind of direct this, Dr. Nagi's thing, where he said, the others need to see. The others need to validate. Does that anyway come into play to make things easier for them?
I think there should be a multi-dimensional approach because the child is the nucleus of a particular society, right? So the contributions from the school in the form of teachers, from the family, the peer group, all these things will be interacting with the child. So here when we have to make them be ready to interact with the people around or to know about themselves, I think the first thing is creating some awareness programs in the school for the parents, for the teachers also. Because most often parents deny, when we try to help the child, parents immediately say my child is happy, there is no problem with the child or with ourselves. So here when we see in the counseling sessions, most of the problems which we consider, which we feel, they are the root cause from the family itself. Most of the things. So whether it could be the marital discord that is having an impact, or the sibling rivalries, or the gender discrimination that is happening, especially even in the rural areas now, that is still there. So all these things might be affecting the child, might be making the child feel isolated, not heard by the parents. So I think from the parents' side, we need to start that awareness as to how they have to understand their teenagers. In fact, know your child, know your pupil for the teachers. So unfortunately, even the teachers, though they are trained in most of the schools, probably they are very efficient in discharging their academic duties, but not in understanding the child. So I think
You're
that
so
awareness...
Right. Last night, and I'm going to interrupt you here because when I told my daughter I'm going for this event, she said, why are they speaking to you? Shouldn't they be speaking to me?
Yeah. I think we should have had an adolescent over here as part of the panel, honestly, really, because they get the other dimension. So it's very easy for us to sit and speak about children, adolescents over here. But taking forward what Doctor said just now is providing that ecosystem for the children to thrive in. So that ecosystem begins from the family. So is the family aware that the children are undergoing some kind of mental stress or trauma? It begins from the parents. You're rightly talking about it, that the parents are responsible. So do the parents understand it? Do the teachers going out of the home, do the teachers recognize those symptoms in a child? And outside, this community in general, the community, the society, us sitting over here are equally responsible for that child who is undergoing any kind of stress or trauma. So what do we do to actually, we're talking about the situation, what is the solution over here? So unless you come out with solutions, offer alternative stuff to them, which is what Dr. Nagi was talking about, is, the tallest oak in a forest, I will talk about this, the tallest oak in the forest didn't just become tall because it's supposed to be an oak. It got the right seed, it got the right soil, it got the right amount of sunlight, it got the right amount of rainfall, and that's how it grew so tall. So we need to be looking at the ecosystem, offering children, alternatives, which are about we are going on to offering alternatives like give them playgrounds to play, give them libraries. As I was growing up, we had libraries. We would just reach out to libraries. Community libraries are there. So we need to be looking at things like that.
May I just take it here? Because, I've actually started some schools. So there are many adolescents and even the 11th and 12th graders. What I would say here is, yes, we are going away from the environmental enrichment for our students and our children because we believe more in how fast can we do things. And students also believe a lot more in how quickly can I get my result, be it an answer or whatever. And they have an answer for every question. Number 2 is coming to the parental counseling. There is a wide gap because there is a generation gap. Every 3 years or 5 years, the generation changes. Perhaps it's every 3 years now. Because, children are much brighter, much smarter. A little first grade child would turn around to tell his or her parent that she knows much more than the parent. Because the child is aware of many things over the cell phone. And then if the parent is trying to check, the child says, I already know about this. And you don't have to tell me. So there is a kind of a nature that we are developing a child. But coming back to what Ms. Rubina was just sharing and even Swati here, what we see is that how can we bring them back to being closer to their natural self, which is home, which is learning in a natural way, and also, growing up more healthy, the well-being. It's not just the outside, the physical well-being, but the inner well-being, which is the spiritual well-being, emotional well-being, mental well-being. These are the areas that we are talking about. We are talking about big fancy words, but then it is a very natural process in a child. And how can this natural process be nurtured just like we did? I think one of the ways is by, inspiring every child to develop good habits. How many of our children do reading today? How many of them really love to be with books in the library? When you take them to the library, even schools like where I go, we see that all children want to use only the digital library. You ask them to go into the racks and take out the books, they don't want to. They want to open the system and see the digital library. So children are, they need to be told or they need to have. So one of the things I said is, developing good habits, providing such an environment to a child. What the parent may do is provide that kind of an environment at home where the family can sit together, have a meal together, share their thoughts together, share their fun times together. But this is lacking because parents, their holidays are different, parental leave days are, so it goes on that
rooted, very deep-rooted. But I think what I'm hearing from here is simple, very simple things. Try to find the simple things, a little bit more recreation, a little bit more fun, a little bit more lightness, and maybe a little slower if that's possible. So here I think that there's so many young people here. I really would request any one of you, anyone who would consider themselves to be an adolescent, if from our conversation here you have any suggestions for us. I'm not going to ask you to come, maybe make us a bit wiser, because looking at us, I really do want one of you to come up. Take your time. You have about 5 minutes. So 1, 2, 3 of you just pop your hand up. And trust me, it will be an experience, even if you're going to get a little butterflies in your stomach. This will be something you'll remember. Use this opportunity. Somebody's already there. Yay, who? Yes. But then, okay, come on, Mama. Do you want the mic passed around? It'll become easier. Can somebody pass a mic around there? Yes. And the next one, get your socks up. Someone in the adolescent category. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Mansi Swain. I'm a teacher. My school name is Hcsc High School for girls. We are teaching only to girls. So it's my question. I heard that conversation fully. I have one doubt. As a teacher, we are not getting that much time to interact with students because lots of syllabus. We don't have time because monthly we have to complete the syllabus. In that way, how will spend more and more time with children? How will relate it to with real life? I want that suggestion. If we'll relate to their life with real life, we cannot cover our syllabus. So how both will do equally, that syllabus and real life experience. These two things I want to know, how will manage?
Sorry, just one line solution I can say is the student to teacher ratio should reduce. Most of the schools have 30 students to one teacher, which is wrong. There should be only 10 to 12 students per teacher. That will make the teacher-student relationship grow. Yes.
We cannot reduce the syllabus, whatever syllabus we are having. So we cannot reduce that one. We cannot add more real life experience.
Syllabus is already designed by the board, whichever board you see. But then at the primary schooling level, the school has liberty to reduce the syllabus and can go to deeper learning. Whereas when you reduce the numbers, if a teacher has only 12 students to deal with, she can do much better and she can develop a bonding with the students. That's what I would say.
So I'm going to step in here and say it's the system. We're fighting a system. And the smallest way we can start is when you said syllabus versus the real person. I think pick the real person for a start, and then yes, is syllabus going to make my life? Yes, it's important. But I think all of us teachers, 1 second.
I think definitely there is a structural solution to that. But sometimes structural policies is not in our hands. But what we can do is, as psychologists, our suggestion could be, in every school, there are some teachers who can be really more empathetic to the students. So I think we can train the senior teachers who can work as counselors or teacher counselors, not purely the psychologists, as teacher counselors, but we don't give that naming. So who can give at least half an hour in a week, where you can give some allotment of the time to the required students who really talk to you. So at least by giving 10 minutes or 15 minutes in a week, whoever is coming to you, I think at least some of the students can be really helped, who really require either support or anything. Thereby, probably you can refer to them if necessary to a professional, or in certain cases, just interaction with the family members can be helping a lot. I think that can be thought of, probably wherever you are working. Some of them can be trained. So it is apart from your regular things, but not everyday duty. Because in some of the schools, we are training the teachers also in basic helping skills, like how they can empathize, how they can understand, how they can identify why the child is not able to perform academically. Most of the time, it is not because of lack of intelligence, but it is because of various other things, like feeling lonely or getting disturbed due to some family disturbances, or it could be health issues or anything that is bothering. So as teachers, if you can pick up those symptoms and then talk to them, if it is not a severe thing, definitely I think that can be sought out. So once in a week, some different teachers can be identified for that.
One small sentence here is involve the parents. Parental workshops work really well. Invest in the parents, have workshops for them on how to handle this. It will solve the problems.
So I think everything is pointing out to kids. It's not you, it's us. It's not you at all. So I didn't get any younger person who would educate us a little bit. But I do encourage you to take a pencil and a paper if you don't want to ask a question. I see some, yes, thank you. Please stand up. And someone, can you pass? I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm going to let the younger lady speak there, just because she has priority.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Very.
Yes. So I don't think I'm an adolescent anymore, but as a recent person who's recently passed her adolescent age, I would have preferred, instead of my professors in college or my parents or in school asking me, how are you studying, how are your studies going on, or how are you, how is your, basically that career part of your life going on, I would have preferred if they asked, how are you dealing with it? Or how are you feeling with it? How are you taking the stress of exams? Instead of how are you preparing for exams, I would have preferred if they asked me, how are you dealing with the stress of exams? There was always this one professor in college who usually sends a mail the night before the exam saying, this one paper is not going to decide your future, but please don't worsen your mental health for this one paper. So it's always important to focus on how they're feeling about things that are going on in their lives rather than things that are going on in their lives.
Thank you so much. Could you share your name, please?
Yes, I'm Balarachita. I'm a lawyer.
How fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And I think we're ending this panel discussion on, I think, how do you feel? How do you feel is the question. We have to learn how to ask more. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, dear panelists, and thank you everyone who's organized this, Geeta, Anandita, all of you all. I think I'm taking something away today with me. And I do request and that we do more things like this and we make them more meaningful, because I do think that if there's one of you there who is standing up to share a thought, I can actually, it's palpable. I can feel the questions and I can feel that you want to stand up. I see a bunch of you there, a bunch of you there. And so maybe we can again, I can request again, let's do sessions like this and let them talk. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists for sharing their insights. I think there are a lot of takeaways for all of us. May I please invite on stage Shri C.V. Anand sir to felicitate our moderator and panelist. A small token of our appreciation and gratitude for your time, for your presence, for your inputs and ideas. And for all our guests, participants, volunteers, students here, our panelists would be available here for a little while. In case you want to chat up, please feel free to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first panel discussion for the day, Building Bridges, Empowering Adolescents for a Brighter Tomorrow. Maybe a quick group picture with Anand sir and our panelist and moderator. Thank you. Thank you, Anand sir, for doing the honors. And we now shift our gears for our second panel discussion for the day, which is titled Inner Resilience, Navigating the Complexities of Women's Mental Health. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to join me on stage. First up, our keynote speaker, Ms. Rageshwari Swaroop Lumba. Can I please request her to join us on stage? And I request you all to please welcome her with a warm round of applause. A little bit as she walks up, about her. We all know her as an actor, a singer, a former MTV VJ. She's currently voted as one amongst the top 50 mental health influencers in India. She's worked with legendary Jack Canfield and released India's first affirmation CD with the path-breaking Guru of Affirmations, the late Louise Hay. Her videos on meditation and ancient Tibetan rites have gone viral on YouTube. Her show with India Today called Mindful Mondays have just completed 100 episodes. She's one of the most exciting speakers globally on motivation, wellness and mindfulness, and it's extreme delight for us to have her with us today. Can we please welcome her, and may I request for a small planter to be gifted to our keynote speaker, Ms. Rageshwari Swaroop Lumba. And as she takes her seat on the dais, I would like to invite on stage our moderator for the session, Ms. Geeta Goti, Joint Secretary, Hcsc. Can we please welcome her with a warm round of applause? She's one of the few professionals worked since year 2000 on prevention of sexual harassment of women at workplace under the Vishaka guidelines directed by Supreme Court much before the act was passed in 2013. Currently, she is nominated as a third-party member of the internal committee in several companies, qualified masters in social work and bachelors in law. She has received the Superwoman Award, World HRD Congress, the Top 100 Women Entrepreneur Award from Silicon India, and she's also awarded the Top 10 CHROs in India. That's Ms. Geeta Goti for us, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please welcome her by presenting her a small planter? And our first panelist for the session, Dr. C.S. Swati, Head Department of Linguistics and Chairperson, Women Empowerment Cell, University College of Arts, Social Sciences, Osmania University, Hyderabad. Having a PhD in linguistics and being a certified speech-language pathologist, she has contributed to both the field in terms of teaching, clinical and research activities. Being the Chairperson for Women Empowerment Cell at Arts College, Osmania University, she was instrumental in creating better facilities for women. She also organized an awareness campaign for university students and staff on women's rights and laws, skill development, and many other programs. We're delighted to have you with us, ma'am. Can we please welcome her by presenting her a small planter? A second panelist, can we please have on stage Ms. Aparna Thota, who is a writer, gender trainer, and a social worker. She has done her master's in social work from OU and worked in various development projects that covered micro-enterprises, health, education, and CSR. She's been working on gender equity for the last few years. She's a regular gender sensitization trainer for police at Rachakonda Commissionerate. Presently, she's working as a project manager with Bhumika Women's Collective on a project that focuses on gender aspects of women's well-being. We're delighted to have you, ma'am. Our third panelist, Dr. Premalata, Dr. G. Premalata, consultant, obstetrician and gynecologist, owner and medical director of Vikram Hospitals. She did her MBBS and PG in gynecology and obstetrics from OU Medical College, also a member of IMA, TANA, FOGSI and IMSS. Being the first generation of doctors in the family, it was a challenge to start her own hospital and survive the tough competition. She's also a fitness enthusiast and believes strongly in women empowerment. Thank you to all our panelists and the moderator. Please take your seat. And first up, I'd like to invite Ms. Rageshwari Swaroop Lumba for a keynote address.
Firstly, a big hand for Shilpa. Isn't it amazing? Someone who's joining all the dots. I'm sorry I have my back to you. Sorry. So firstly, pranam to all my elders. A big hello to everybody. Let's make some noise, create some energy right now. Let's make some noise, everybody. So that's why community is so important. It's so powerful. It instantly brings us energy. It instantly lifts us up. Y'all have been sitting for so long. Everybody stand up. Just stand up. And I'm going to teach you a technique right away. Right away, in 60 seconds. Just see how you're feeling from 1 to 10. how exhilarated you're feeling. And now I'm going to teach you a brain technique. It's a brain hack. Left elbow to the right knee. Right elbow to the left knee. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Continue. If you have a knee problem, go easy. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. 4, 5, 6. We're going up till 30. 8, 9, 10. Well done. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Come on, Anna. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Calm down. Just stay there. Still. Close your eyes. Breathe deep. And now just be mindful. Think. What just happened? On a scale of 1 to 10, how did I start? And how exhilarated do I feel now? Now sit down. And now, suddenly, you'll feel as if the show has just begun. So now, this is a technique that works for everybody. Adolescents, teenagers, children, our wonderful respected police, housewives. So when we go to Richard Branson's companies, whenever they have a meet, whenever they feel the energy of the room is dying down, they have an instant mental hack, a brain hack that lifts you up. So I have so much to teach you. And I wish that we could be doing an entire workshop. But I'm the keynote speaker to tell you about inner resilience. And why my story touches people is because it's a real story. Everything I'm speaking is because I walked the talk. And I'm telling you something that works, that totally is backed by science. The first thing, do not bring up your daughters to get addicted to the way they look. That is a huge impediment. That's a huge problem. And sadly, advertisements are all about that, the way people look. So, I was a platinum record-selling pop star, and at the peak of my career, I had facial paralysis. I was healthy, I am healthy, I never drank, I never smoked, I exercised every day. So then what would doctors say to that? I ate healthy. I would love to ask doctors, how come someone like me had facial paralysis, where my mouth touched my right ear? And so I lost that face for 2 years. But interestingly, because my parents had brought me up to never, I don't remember them calling me beautiful. They only said I was beautiful if I was kind, if I did something that was kind and loving to my elders, if I helped the community. They would say, oh, suddenly you're looking very bright and happy, sunshiny. So when I lost my face, the pain was not that I looked lopsided. The pain was, how will I work? And we were talking about childhood patterns. 0 to 7 is the most crucial age in a human being's life. Today, Harvard research proves that, but Panchatantra knew that in 1200 BCE. Women would affirm to the unborn child in the womb, you will be amazing, you will be a warrior, you will be unstoppable, you will be mighty. They knew the power of thought. 0 to 7, a child is in a meditative state. So whatever you have seen, if you've seen bad relationships, you will see the pattern in your life. If you've seen a lot of money in your life, money will flow easily. If you've seen your parents struggle financially, you will be the person who will constantly be making money, but also losing it all, because that's your pattern. So how do we change patterns? Because we were meditative, 0 to 8 children are meditative, right? Like sponges going, take it everything in. The only way you can change your life is with going back to the subconscious world. Meditation. Dhyan. Swami Vivekananda said that. And that's why I love the ancient Indian culture. It's so backed by science today. The relationship you have with yourself will define the relationship you have with everybody else. So my relationship with myself was just like an MTV kid. I was so cool. My father worked with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, my late father, and he would keep telling me, meditate. So when I got facially paralyzed, that's what he told me, let's meditate. And I would laugh. But only when I was alone. A big hello, a little child. So only when I was alone, without any work, that's when I gave meditation a chance. And it truly changed my life. And that's why, coming back to 0 to 7, whatever you've exposed your child to will have an impact. So I went back to what my parents had exposed me to my initial years. Simple living, inner world. Your inner world is your kingdom. So the story, I lost my face, I looked lopsided, I lost my career, I was completely bankrupt. And it was interesting how I started to meditate. So I'm going to teach you 3 different techniques, and you can take this in any situation, any problem in your life. First, be mindful. Say, okay, this is what has happened. But I did not dwell too much on it. And the interesting science is we consistently keep thinking about the problem. If it's a heartbreak, oh my God, I have a heartbreak. I cannot believe he did that. If we've been betrayed in business, we keep thinking about the betrayal. I cannot believe. Now focus on what you desire. So I started to focus on what I want rather than what is. How did I do that? I met my amazing guru, Jack Canfield, who was the person who's written Chicken Soup for the Soul, Success Principles. So the first thing he met me, and he told me, you want to walk the path of mindfulness, mind power, 100% responsibility. You are the person who attracted facial paralysis in your life. Your ego gets a complete slap, isn't it? Ego wants to fight back. So all of you, whatever problems you're facing, and all of us are facing problems, and that's why we must learn to be kind. Think, what did I do to attract this? And mostly, illnesses are totally a result of stress. And that links me to the amazing project I did with Louise Hay, who links every illness with a thought pattern. Please read Heal Your Body, Heal Your Life. Facial paralysis. And Jack Canfield told me failure to express anger. So now how do we define, what did I do to attract this? Vibrational energy. So when I have facial paralysis, how do I feel? How will one feel? Come on everybody, tell me. Feel humiliated? Feel hidden? Want to hide? Depressed? Absolutely agitated? Was this my mindset for the last 2 years? So this is what you'll see if you are having a burglary, if you've been betrayed, if you're constantly hearing a no in your job. Ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Have I been constantly feeling like this for the past 2 years? And it made sense because I had my first breakup 2 years before my facial paralysis. And it's only when you let the ego calm down do you realize, God, could I have attracted this? Because it's not always going to the gym that makes you strong. Good food doesn't make you strong. You've seen the richest, coolest people who eat the most amazing food have all the problems in the world. These poor sweet urchins on the street, absolutely healthy. They have the grit and the determination. So what is it that works? It's your inner resilience. So when I accepted, I take 100% responsibility, I started to become a different person. Now the science for 100% responsibility. Can anyone tell me what happens when we complain? The science says the moment we complain, now let's not mix up complain with giving reviews, because we have so many professionals here. Giving a review or talking to your spouse and giving a feedback is important, but that's different. Don't get too attached to change, because it's up to them whether they're going to change or they're going to take your feedback seriously. Complaining is staying in that situation and saying, oh, the government. Oh, my wife won't let me meditate. Oh, my husband won't let me lose the weight. That actually shrinks our brain. It shrinks the hippocampus. The moment you complain, your hippocampus shrinks, and that's the area associated with problem solving and critical thinking. Isn't that strange? But the moment you say, I take 100% responsibility, boom, the area of your brain lights up and gives you ideas. So the moment I said, no one is to blame, this was my problem, I brought it on to myself, I started to heal myself. And I looked back, I said, yes, I was bitter. Yes, I was angry. Yes, I was upset. How silly. Why should we judge other people? Other people have their own life story, their own 0 to 7 years. So that's very important for us. The moment you let go of judgment, that's when you grow. So what were the 2 points up till now? You observe what you're going through. Second, you take 100% responsibility because you awaken your brain and you get beautiful ideas. So I got a beautiful idea. Of course, let me do everything to get better. So I took electrical stimulation, which is currents on my face so that my nerve would get completely alive again. I would blow 100 balloons a day so that the facial paralysis and the nerves would get the life back. But then the amazing critical idea was, get busy. Don't get too attached to, will I get better? Will I get better? So I started to learn how to be a fitness instructor with Reebok. I then learned to be a kindergarten teacher. So it's so important to stay busy and stay motivated, and the choice is yours. Now we're so connected to our smartphones. The mother of a smartphone is in your brain. You feel happy thoughts, and right now, think of the happiest moment in your life, a picnic, or a beautiful first kiss, or a first date. Think about it right now. Go on. Close your eyes and just have a moment and think about the moment that makes you feel, wow. There you go. You thought of that moment and it was a trigger to the brain. Immediately, there was dopamine in your body. You think about shame, somebody who made you feel terrible. Immediately, boom, you have cortisol, the stress hormone, trickling into your body. You think fearful thoughts, which is the worst thing we do when we're ill. But when we think of brave thoughts, I can do it, I can really change my life, guess what? The brain produces interleukin-2, the most expensive medicine used to treat cancer. Did you know that your brain, your body can produce it for free? But the problem is that when we're ill, we're only thinking about thoughts of fear. And that's why I let go of fear. Now you cannot stop the thoughts of fear, but you can start focusing on thoughts which are uplifting. And that's why I got busy with my fitness instruction course, my kindergarten teaching course. And the last thing, gratitude. So with a broken relationship, with bankruptcy, with no career, I would get really upset when my mom would say, you have to be grateful. I would say, what rubbish? This doesn't make sense at all. I have nothing to be grateful for. So I would take my electrical stimulation always at home because I was shy, people would see me. But my mom said, no, we're going actually to the hospital and we're going to take the electrical stimulation with other patients. So I was really hesitant. But always keep the ego aside if you want to be mindful and if you want to have inner resilience. 100% responsibility, awareness, good thinking, and I went and sat in the doctor's office, and that changed my life because before me was a huge line of patients, paralyzed neck down, paralyzed on the right side of the body, completely paralyzed for the second time. So the husband has divorced them because cannot deal with that anymore. And within a second, I knew what gratitude is. Because I said, oh my goodness, I cannot complain just for my face. And that's how I recovered with happiness. It did not even matter. And that's what I want you to achieve in life. Be clear about what you want. Get busy doing it. Get busy doing things that uplift you. Be grateful because things could have been worse. So I hope that helps, and we're going to have a panel discussion. Thank you, and sending you much love. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rageshwari, first to open your heart out to all of us, your story, and for such a phenomenal session. And with that, I hand over the session to our moderator, Ms. Geeta ma'am. Please take it over.
Good afternoon, everyone. After that brilliant, self-journey, what you have showed us, connecting back the dots to our lives started happening here. So all of us would be in that, mood. So my first, I thank all the panelists to join us here. So I know we are between lunch and the next sessions, and I need your patience to go through this session. So before I start, I would like to talk about a little bit about the context, the inner resilience, and also how do we navigate in our day life and also in our professional life. The set of panelists here come from diverse fields. We have a doctor, medical professional. We have a social worker, very connected to the grassroots. We have an academician here. And of course, we have a mental health professional. One of the titles I'm picking up for this session from your biodata is mental health professional. You have several others. I know it's a beautiful thing to have you here. First question is inner resilience. Each one of you coming from separate professions, how are you, practicing it? I wouldn't say dealing, managing it, I'd say practicing it. How are you managing it and practicing it? Ma'am, we'll start with the medical profession. Dr. Premlata here.
Hello, is this on? Yeah. Coming from being in the health industry, we have to every day, you think you go strong to the hospital and then you come up with all negativities from all the sides. Apart from managing our personal issues, emotional thing, physical things, we also have to look at other people's issue day in and day out. So, it's like we always tell ourselves that we shouldn't be emotionally connected to the, whatever we are dealing with, but still we have to be with it, be with the issue, but emotionally disconnected, but we are also human beings after all. So, it most of the time ends up that we also, take home some of the stress and some of the things, the negativities we take. So, I feel, sometimes we also have this, especially younger, because I've been practicing for 24 years, I think I'm in a step ahead to how to handle the issues. But we see these young doctors, especially suppose suddenly a patient dies, and then they've given the best care, whatever is possible, but they still have this guilt. They just come back to us and they start crying. Did I miss something? It's called an imposter syndrome, actually. You feel that you have done something wrong. Should I have done anything better, and then that's scary, to go back to work again, you don't feel competent enough. I've studied so much, I've put in so many years, what did I do? I couldn't save a life. So this is the most important thing, the initial years we go through. So how do we separate that is, of course, family support, and most important thing in these kind of thing is the colleagues. Co-workers and all who can share, because others never understand our side of it, because every time all the empathy, everything is on the patient side. The doctor's side of it, no one wants to think, when a death happens or when a mishap happens, it's always everyone is looking at you, ignoring your feelings, just trying to put point, oh doctor, what did you do to this? So it's very, very difficult, but we have to have that support system from the colleagues, from the family, from the higher authorities also, and that's how. And we also have to have this self time. It's me time is not self indulgence, as someone said already, because unless we are happy and healthy, we cannot make others, like the patients or a family or a society, happy. So I think that's most important.
Thank you, doctor. I had the opportunity to meet a doctor in her hospital several times with different issues, and I found that she is not just a doctor but also a healer. The conversation she would have with the patient, spending time listening, is something has become a very rarest thing among the doctors, but Dr. Premlata, I have seen that she has a keen ear to understand the other side of the health issues. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So, I mean, doctors have a different kind of lifestyle. I understand their intents and they get to meet the families and all. Similar is our case also. So, when we go to grassroots and we interact with different kinds of people, mostly women, and how stuck they are, in their roles, especially when we take, in the clutches of patriarchy, I would say. So, liberation, self-empowerment, and all these things are also the language of the privileged, I could say. So, when I see that, I get depressed, but the way I deal with that emotional burnout is by taking care of myself and all the senses, the visual, the tactile. Like, for example, what do I see when I get back home, and how do I disconnect myself from these things so I'm ready for the next day. So what do I hear, the kind of music, whom do I talk to, and also creating an enabling environment for all this. The family, the peers, and the neighborhood, and the kind of place that I live in, including my bed. All these things, make a very big difference. So that's how I deal with it.
Thank you, Aparna. I know it's not easy to be at the grassroots and day in and day out talk to people who are going through issues. Yeah. Would you like to add something?
Because I live in London and I always go back to the Indian culture, and I have a very simple mum who would always make us go to Gurudwara, because I'm Punjabi, and every Saturday and Sunday it would be seva. We would pick up everybody's shoes and then give food. And so when I shifted to London, I was looking out for the Gurudwara and the South Hall Gurudwara. And every Saturday and Sunday, no matter what, I take my little daughter, was like, no, I don't want to go. And then finally, she's absolutely in the service. And then I know it's backed by science. The number one reason, apart from gratitude, you can really build inner resilience and power, service and kindness. Every weekend, because what it does, it immediately makes you humble. It immediately elevates your self-worth. You start to feel so good about yourself. And you realize, oh my goodness, I am in a great place. So dedicate that time. Youngsters should do that. Service, kindness to others. I mean, that's what really works for me, and it's backed by Harvard and Yale now, Doctor.
Brilliant to bring back the scientific part of it. Yeah, Dr. Swati.
Yeah, coming from academia, I think I relate to some of the teachers who were talking about how it is difficult to maintain the students in the class, and at the same time know the background, know the kind of working they are doing, and the different families they come from, and the different backgrounds they come from. And I have some students also coming from foreign countries. So we have different cultures also coming into play there. So I think to build resilience, one thing, as all our panelists were saying, you need to keep yourself fit to deal with all that. And at the same time, what I found was personally some instances that happened in my life. Forgiveness is another thing that we all should learn. So once you forgive that person, that what has happened to you, I think you move on. That is one thing which I learned from my own life experiences, and that is what I would like to add to what they have already said.
Thank you, Swati. I think we are bringing out the softer aspects of life, which we think we all have, but unless there is an absence, we realize that we don't have it, or we need to have it. Thank you for bringing that brilliant points. So I will now just go round the robin on asking Doctor, this question goes to you, psychosomatic illness, when the mental health issues are there, it manifests in physical health as well. So what are the latest contemporary health issues you are seeing in women, girls, or even general public?
Yeah.
So, no, in 90s, initially it was women's health was synonymous with sexual and reproductive health.
That's how everybody understands.
Yeah. So when we say women is only about the sexual reproduction, all the menstruation. Other than that, it's nothing. It's nothing. And so there were a lot of policies, lot of things were like done to bring down the maternal mortality rate from whatever the 50%. But now women contribute about 50% of the population. So now if we look at it, now women also have other issues. Now we want to focus on not just when we say heart attack, BP, diabetes, stroke, everything they think it's only just for the men. Now we want to focus, I'm an obstetric and gynecologist, so I deal with the sexual and reproductive health only. But what I see in the changes, like practicing from 24 years, decade by decade, what I'm observing is we are getting more of communicable diseases, and also this, the mental health. We have to focus on mental health also, because that's becoming more important, because now women have to interact with much broader groups of peoples, people like, not just like, they work for other countries. And so I feel we have to broaden the scope of health issues, like the policies made or the strategic things to come out have to be broader, like more focusing on the general health. Women is not just SRH, that was called as sexual and reproductive health. So we have to broaden that, because now earlier the mortality with reproductive and sexual health was only 38%. Now it has come to around 68 to 70%. And when men have diabetes, or there's a priority is given. See, I get a woman saying, "Madam, I have to take care of my husband. He has diabetes." Then I said, "You also have diabetes." "Yes, ma'am, but they are more riskier to get a heart attack or a stroke." No, but that's wrong actually. That's wrong, because women are 40% more at risk of developing a stroke than men if the same age group statistics are taken. The second thing is, in general, women have a longer life, compared to even men. So what happens is they are living longer, but more with disabilities in the last, the last few decades of their life, they're living with disability. So focus should be on promoting the health, not just treatment. When the policies come, they're usually to treat the illnesses. But treating the illness is not the end of the road. It's like it has to start from promoting the health. So self-care, both physically, emotionally, mentally. I think every woman, we should not feel guilty. Even I used to feel initially very, very guilty. Even if I spend 1 hour of time going for exercise, they say, "Your kids are so young, you're a doctor, do you get time to exercise?" They think that when you go for workout, see, I was one of the first ones to go for my aerobic classes, right back in 2007, when I had like small kids and a newly established hospital. People used to wonder, "Oh, you don't have any work, you don't have patients, you don't have small kids, why are you coming for workout? What do you want to do with your body? Like, why do you have to exercise?"
Yeah,
so this way the
unfortunately, these workouts, everything are seen as leisure time activities or something.
Exactly. Then I say, if I'm not healthy, the only time, I had to give explanation to people, saying that the only time I got for myself is from my sleep. I didn't compromise anything. I was sleeping for 8 hours, now I sleep for 5 hours. At 3 hours, so I was giving explanation to people, including my family, my parents, my relatives, everyone. "Oh, no, I'm only sleeping 5 hours and 3 hours I'm going and doing exercise, my work." I used to feel guilty, I don't know why I had to feel, because I was one of the very rare. All other people there, I used to go after my children go to school, sending them off to school, then go for my workout for an hour and come back and start my work. Then they used to say, "Oh, don't you, we all start patients early by 9. Why are you starting by 11? I said, then if I'm not, because I feel if I work out, I take out that time, I'm a better person, I'm a better mother, better doctor, better wife, better friend. So I felt it is very, very important, and I'm proud that I could take the decision at that time. And I feel that was my way of meditating. I used to call that like a moving meditation with music. Forget everything, forget family, forget work, debts, life, everything, just to yourself. So that used to help me like manage my work a day better. And I feel, I tell this the same thing, don't feel guilty. If you take care of yourself, you take care of everything else in a better way.
So, promoting self-care. Thank you, ma'am. Aparna, I have a very different question for you on the policy, on the government and the gender budgeting. If you remember the kind of budgeting which happens in India and health and mental health of all the things, would that get represented anywhere in the gender budgeting? Is there a gender budgeting here?
We're still on the way. So gender budgeting is still, I think Karnataka has started it. Other than that, we don't have other states implementing it. I mean, I don't even think we have any budget allocated. This is still in talks. The thing is, when we talk of, but I want to extend this. No, when we talk of gender budget, what we think is this is a kind of policy that is made special amendments for women to work. What we forget here is women are as educated and as capable of as men to get into any kind of job. What happens is this motherhood usually pulls them back and then makes them stay at home. So it's also about the system allocation for women to get into different kinds of fields. And then when they get into different kinds of fields, it's also about their growth. A lot of women sacrifice their career, promotions, transfers, and all these things. So, and also about the support that they receive from the family is only counted. But how about the support that the system provides? I mean, do we have enough of institutions that provide childcare? Do we have enough of institutions that provide support to women who are single parents? Different kinds of questions that come. It's also about losing so much of productivity. Say, for example, assuming that we have 50% of women in our country. So if out of this 50%, if 20% are in the reproductive age and if they're held back from working only for these reasons, how much of GDP are we losing here? So if we really start counting these things from that point of angle, we don't think this is a special amendment. This is actually done for the growth of the nation. You know, that's it.
Thank you, Aparna, for bringing that perspective. Like we have many social issues and all, there is always a policy thing. Unless it gets attention, we don't get the budget. So I think probably a summit or a seminar or conference should also address this gender budgeting as a subject. We need deeper knowledge on this. Thank you. In the last session, I remember at the end when one of the youngsters asked a question on the feeling and the communication related to feeling, right? So we feel, but we don't communicate, or we don't communicate appropriately. So we have a linguistic professor here. Let me ask you, what was your research on this?
So we had a very interesting study. We had given 2 questions to the participants. One was a hypothetical question, how do you feel in a particular situation? And one was their lifetime situation in the past 6 months. What was the situation which was very disturbing for me? And we had very range of answers from the adolescents. So some of them answered that they were talking to friends. That was the highest response that we got. And some of them, they were saying that we write diary. And there was one response which said they contact a counselor. So basically, when we are looking at communication, we have to look at 2 components of it. One is related to the verbal communication that the child is doing. We also should look at the non-verbal communication that is happening with the child. So whenever we are talking to children, make the eye contact direct and give them the confidence that you are listening to them. Because many times parents are just, okay, the child is talking, the parent is looking at the phone. So many of the responses that we got, there were issues where parents were not paying attention to the children. So that was one of the highest thing that we received. And another response we received was related to the peer pressures. So they were communicating to the peers, but they were not getting back what they wanted. So that was another area that we found that there was a gap in which, like I think Dr. Anupama and Dr. Swati also pointed out, that there is lack of awareness and difference between going for a professional counseling and just getting the counseling on the small basic issues. So I think that kind of help, I don't know what help she took our participant when she was saying that there was a communication gap that was happening. So you always have a lot of options. Like in the study we found that They were approaching friends, they were approaching parents, and among the parents we found that it was mother whom they were approaching first whenever there was a serious issue that they were not able to face or they were disturbed. And third came parents, and then it came as brother and father. So it was little down that they were approaching. Probably it's because of the age also, because they are in the adolescent age. So we need to look at this from a very holistic perspective, and the family environment plays a major role in that early stages and also in the adolescent. And of course we are seeing that it is in our lifespan that the family plays a role, and how you're communicating with your family. So communication plays a major role in all these situations.
Thank you. I think I'm getting cues that the lunch would be served soon. So I would like to ask the panel to say something which probably, in my ignorance, I have not covered in this. And it's relevant here. Can you just pick up one each?
Thank you.
And it's
That
too
was
short
amazing.
a time to cover this entire
Such a deep topic, I
thing.
know.
Yeah, it's a deeper topic.
But
yeah.
it could travel. There's one thing, where inner resilience and mental health is concerned, we constantly talk about speak, speak, speak. But it's not easy. The very reason people have a mental health issue is because they think that they are misfits. So it's very difficult for them to tell that this is how I'm feeling, and that's why mindfulness techniques, mind power techniques, brain hacks, all these amazing ancient techniques which are now backed by science need to be introduced. Life in the midst of nature, very important for parents to, step back and listen. Do we want huge luxurious homes, or do we want real homes? Make our children be amidst nature, and you will see yourselves thrive too. So that's my only thing, that we teach them to communicate with themselves. We go back to our roots, where Swami Vivekananda said, the kingdom lies within. Do not worry about the outside world, enrich your inner world, and then automatically least judgment becomes a part of your nature.
That's a nice insight. Yeah, I would like Dr. Premlata to say something.
One word for the adolescents. So what I've seen in the last, I have two grown-up kids who were teenagers long back, and now I have one daughter who's 11. So what difference I've seen in last 15, 20 years of difference between them is that those days they were looking at us teachers or relatives or elders for information. They used to look up to us for advice, and because they didn't know, they didn't have much information. For us, all the information I got or what is from my parents or teachers, nothing else. There were in library, there were some story books and all. Otherwise, all that whatever was fed in is what my parents told. My dad said America is there, or sun rises in the east, whatever. But next, my kids were there where most of the other information they got, but they were not exposed to so much of knowledge. But today, if I see my daughter, she knows so much. She says the first conversations is, Mom, I'm just sharing this with you, but now don't advise me on this. I'm just sharing it with you, don't advise. I know much more. This is a confidence. So another thing I want to tell, so I think even if you're not advising, so don't always advise. Don't think when they come to you. See, the difference between the parents and the peer group is we are thinking that when they approach us, we are here to judge them, give them advice and all. Whereas the friends, they just listen. They just listen, and then they just say, oh, whatever they feel like. So I think we should go down to their level and just listen to what they have to say, and then only advise when asked for. A proper question should come. Mom, what do you think I should be doing now? You just wait for that. Before that only, why did you fight? You shouldn't have done this. This is what we start doing. The second thing is, whenever a child, especially in the adolescence, why are they scared? I get a lot of adolescent young girls being into gynec practice. They come to us only with the friends when they have when they have this unwanted pregnancies or something. It is never with the family. never with the family. They always come with some colleague or somebody, I don't know, not a family. So why are they taking this confidence in other people, then not in the family? Not 1% come with the family. So it's always about they come with the, even minors come with their some friends or some cousins or someone, but never with the first family. So I think that gap, that means we think we are the closest to, I'm the mother, I'm the father, you are a part of my body. But when they're in real problem, a 16-year-old girl gets an unwanted pregnancy, it's a life and death risk for her, but she's not able to, she'll sell off her earrings, she'll borrow money, she'll beg her the money, and then they come to us. And then when I ask, lot of times I take this feedback at the end of the, because see, if they're a minor, I need a guardian, definitely. So we have to slowly, because if I'm very stern with them and say, no, legally I cannot do, they run away. They run away to outskirts. I had these experiences earlier. I had these experiences like, when I say, no, we have to have a documentation, we have to have this thing, immediately these innocent girls go to these quacks, RMPs, outskirts, where it is done in a very, very, not a proper way. So I don't want to so that's why we have to, I used to talk to them slowly, like, why isn't it? Why are you not going to the, low socioeconomic, I understand, like they say that they will hit them, but in the middle class, upper middle class, the main thing is they are not sure that one mistake is not acceptable, because we keep our children very, very high, we don't want to accept their failure. My daughter will never do this. My son is not like that. Always whenever we have an issue, we try to have this blame game going on. So you have to accept that, you can be flawed. You can also do wrong. I have done. So what I keep doing is, even if I have not done those things, I keep telling my children. So that, I used to bunk the class sometimes, just to be so that they think it's okay, normal. It's normal to be flawed, it's normal to make mistakes. So that makes, I tell my children so many times, see, please come back and tell me whatever you do, you steal, you hit, you break, anything you tell, but still they go to their dad, because he doesn't judge them. That's what I've heard. At least in our family we had
more connected to
no, he doesn't judge. That's one thing I observed about him, is that he doesn't judge. He just listens, and then immediate thing is what next to do. He just deals with the problem. So I think all the parents, or even the adolescents, one thing as a parent, what I want to tell is, whatever the friends do, whatever others do, the most people who care are going to be your family members, your parents. But please share them, and then see, maybe 1 in 100 parents may be very this thing. Otherwise, all others want to
helpful
helpful to you. This is what I see. In my practice day in, and I just get so hurt. I get this feeling, okay, if my daughter does this, is she going to come back? Otherwise, I used to feel that it's a failure of the whole system. We say that family, values, so many things we tell. India, we are like this, we are like that. What is that thing when you are in real trouble, you're not able to look at your family? What is the family value we are talking about? I think we should give that sexual freedom.
Understand. Thank you so much for that insight. I think all of us understand the context also there. Yapana, quickly, we can take the audience questions afterwards.
Yes, taking this forward, when we talk of inner resilience and the system support, I deal with a lot of women who have enormous inner resilience and survival instinct, because we work at the grassroots. I interact with women who are, daily wage laborers, or, vendors, Anganwadi teachers. So what I see is inner resilience is important, yes, but as you said, if there are not enough of support systems around, how long can you hold on to your inner resilience without an enabling environment for you to grow? So that is that could not be ignored. So most of the times what I hear is that you're strong enough, you can hold yourself, keep working, keep holding yourself together, and then keep going. But not always it is possible. As she said, we are a community, so we have to grow as a community and we have to support each other. So support systems include us also. So how do we see For example, a minor getting pregnant or a house help, needing help. Are we kind enough over there also? We have to question ourselves in all walks of life.
Sensitiveness is what is required there. Yeah.
That's it.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Aparna, you brought that. Quickly on the subject you deal with.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing is related to communication, using positive language. So many times we're using words which are, I don't say unparliamentary, but maybe not to the context or something, which creates the problem, and there is a communication breakdown that occurs. So try to use positive language as far as possible, and try to avoid all the negative words when you're communicating, so that your communication is more effective, and the person who is listening to you is on what you want to say rather than how you're saying it. So that makes a lot of difference.
Thank you. I think we can take a couple of questions from the audience here. Yes, ma'am. Okay, there.
A very good afternoon, everyone, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here among such inspiring women here. It's definitely my pleasure. But I would be adding one thing. I am a huge fan of Rageshwari. So, as you must have heard of Dronacharya and Eklavya, her videos are so inspiring. I myself am a yoga teacher, but I follow her video religiously.
May I know your name, please?
Reena Hindocha.
Reena Hindocha.
And the way she is transforming so many people's life is so very inspiring. If I can be even a 5% like you, I will be very, very helpful. So thank you. Firstly, I just want to express my gratitude and thankfulness to you for inspiring so many people that in today's life, mindfulness is so very important. People doesn't believe in manifestation still yet. People still feel that manifestation is a joke. How can things turn when you talk positive? People don't understand the power of positivity. People are not being mindful. Even I can see so many people, wonderful...
What is your question, please?
Sorry.
We have other people
so my question is that in our daily life, sometimes we also go off track. Sometimes we lose track. So how to be mindful consistently? So I just want the consistency, how to get into it. So if...
Ma'am, you can take that question quickly. Thank you, Ruma.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for coming. Yeah. We become 80% like the people we spend 80% of the time with. So it's so important who are the people you are with. And if you don't have the right kind of friends, it's okay to be alone. And digital world, be very mindful of who you are following. So be so careful about what we eat, and we can see a difference within a week where our tummy is concerned, right, with the kind of food. It's the same way. What's your mental diet? Watch the kind of movies that really inspire you, uplift you. Read books about biographies about people who've really changed their life. And then you are your best company. Because the outside world we cannot control. But we can control our inner world. And yes, so that's it. You just make sure that you are moving with people who are positive. Hope that helps.
Okay. And one last question, we'll close this session.
I don't have a question, I just want to share something. I'm Srilata Shankar. I am an HR professional. I'm known to Geeta. I come from a very artistic family. Both my sisters are Bharatanatyam artists. Eldest sister is a Padma Shri awardee as well. She's Ananda Shankar Jayant. What I will say, and Rageshwari will resonate with what I'm saying, is she comes from the cultural field as well. Is what we need to tell our youngsters, our children, adolescents, is build, and parents, for you as parents to inculcate a creative art among all the youngsters.
Very true.
It can be dance, music, painting, sculpture, anything. That's the fallback. You will have a fallback when you have a problem. My sister suffered cancer, and dance was her creative side, where she grew on the dance. I mean, she took the support of dance to overcome her cancer. And I think all youngsters today have to inculcate the creative art in them. And that can be a
outlet,
absolutely, outlet for all your problems, and you will not have 16-year-old being pregnant. Also, it's important for us parents to inculcate the good values in humans, in children.
Thank you, Sri, for bringing that insight. Very nice to connect to the creative mind. Thank you so much. I think that brings to the end of this beautiful session. I know a lot of hands are going up, but we can have our conversation while we are having lunch. Yeah, we also have online coming. So thank you so much for your presence here. Okay, just give a mic. Ma'am, you have to be very short,
yeah,
right?
Very short.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I'm expert of senior citizens, so I'm asking, from morning till now, you're talking about adolescent girls and all. You're talking about women's mental health now. How about treating of elders of the community? The children in the house, the second generation people, they concentrate only on youngsters and children and middle agers. How about elders? Who is listening to them? Who is giving advice to concentrate on them? Please discuss about it. Thanks a lot.
That is Mrs. Shobha here from Senior Citizens Group. Thank you, ma'am, for bringing it. Our next session will cover that. Please hold on for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all these ladies. Can we please request to stay back? May I invite Chaitanya sir and C.V. Anand sir to come on stage to felicitate our moderator, our panelists. And what an exciting session. So many pointers, mindfulness, meditation. Chaitanya sir is just joining us to felicitate. So system support, enabling an environment that supports you, gratitude, service, kindness, forgiveness, communication with themselves, deep listening. Some really good takeaways from this panel discussion are heartfelt gratitude to our moderator and all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, in the later part of the day, we have a fireside chat with Telugu actress Faria Abdullah. So please stay tuned for that. And to our moderator for moderating the session so well. Can we have a huge applause for all the lovely ladies here? A quick group picture. And with that, we also break for lunch. So all of you, because we're running slightly behind schedule, request to have your lunch and come back in 30 minutes. It's 2 p.m. by my clock, so please be here in 30 minutes. We have another exciting panel discussion, a fireside chat with Telugu actress Faria Abdullah, and a live band waiting for you. We hope to see you soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to please settle down. We're about to begin our first panel discussion. Post-lunch and a third panel discussion for the day. And of course, in a very short while, we'll also be joined by Telugu actress Faria Abdullah. So request you all to stay tuned for that. We have a band coming up for you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed your lunch break. The pre-lunch session, we had the inaugural ceremony. We had two extremely interesting panel discussions. And now we move forward towards a third panel discussion for the day, which is titled Shattering Glass Ceilings, Fostering Women's Leadership, Entrepreneurial Spirit. And true to its name, we are joined by women who have been and continue to shatter the glass ceilings. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage our moderator for the session, Ms. Ananda. Can we please have her on stage? Can we please welcome her with a warm round of applause? She's a former journalist with Times Group, a writer, Bharatnatyam dancer, art aficionado, student of Ikebana, and passionate about agriculture. She pursued key roles in issue communications, public affairs, and media relations for leading corporate entities for over a decade, winning many prestigious awards. Currently, she is the head of corporate communications and public affairs for East West Seed India, a Dutch-based tropical vegetable seeds multinational and India Director for East West Seed India Knowledge Transfer Foundation. Thank you, Ms. Ananda, for joining us. I request you to please take your seat as we invite our panelists. Inviting on stage our first panelist for the session, Ms. Ajita Reddy Yogesh. Can we please welcome her with a warm round of applause? She's a CEO and Director for Hamstech Group of Companies. She's the first entrepreneur who started presently holding the position of National Joint Treasurer and National Head for Digital Literacy at Flow. Recognized by Outlook as an influential woman educator, she was conferred with Vanita Ratna Award 2020, FICCI Flow Award as a Businesswoman of 2023 by Rotary as Woman Entrepreneur. Thank you, Ms. Ajita, for joining us. Our second panelist, Ms. Shilpa Datla, Promoter and Director for NCL Group, founder of Few and Kembara, an entrepreneur with a passion for the food and beverage industry. She quit family business to work on her true calling, exciting possibilities offered by the F&B sector. In 2019, she assumed the prestigious position of chairperson for the Hyderabad chapter of FICCI, YFLO, where she made significant contributions in promoting women's participation in business. I beg your pardon. Her expertise in establishing distinct brand identities for her restaurants, coupled with her commitment to nurturing customer goodwill, has been instrumental in her success. And our fourth panelist for this session, Ms. Kamini Saraf. Can we please welcome her with a warm round of applause? She's Director, Radha Smelters Private Limited, and owner and promoter for Akshat Events. She, in fact, has been the pioneer in conceptualization of the no investment retail segment and among the first to start the wave of exhibitions in India. Chairperson for YFLO Hyderabad 2007-2008, Chairperson for Flow Hyderabad 2017-18, governing body member FICCI Flow, and jury member at the Pride of Telangana Awards. She was awarded Entrepreneur of the Year Award 2 years in a row by Zee Telugu, Icons of Hyderabad, Best Entrepreneur Award by Sanskriti Ladies Club, and many more. So that's our moderator and panelists for this session. As you might notice, women who have broken glass ceilings and continue to do so. I now hand over the session. Oh, I'm so sorry. And I beg your pardon, I really am sorry. Our fourth panelist, Ms. Chetna Jain. She's the president of Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs Telangana chapter. She's the chief architect of the firm Drumatru Consultants, having a presence of almost 2 decades in the market. She was awarded the Outstanding Woman Entrepreneur Award from Cove India 2014, 2015, 2016, Vishwakarma Award as the Best Professionally Managed Company for the year 2018, IDAC Excellence Award for Designs for High-Rise and Retail Spaces 2022, and Marchit Award for Design of Leisure and Luxury Hospitality Spaces 2023. So that's our panelists, and now I hand it over to our moderator to please carry forward the session.
Thank you. Namaste, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed panelists. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this insightful discussion centered around the crucial topic, shattering glass ceilings, fostering women leadership and entrepreneurial spirit. If I may say so, down the ages, women have faced complex challenges, and these complexities keep changing in form and tenor. Now, as you can see, we are at a stage where probably what problems are, parents have not faced, we are facing, which is leading to a lot of mental stress. That said, women have, successfully stormed all male bastions, and they have established firmly. And yet, even today, we have fewer politicians, we have fewer women in leadership, and we have fewer women entrepreneurs and leaders. And if you take that on one side, on the other side is the tremendous amount of pressure we are putting on women to perform. When they become leaders, when they become people with responsibility, they are putting in for tremendous amount of pressure, which is leading to a lot of burnouts as well. We know the case of Jacinda Ardern as well, why she decided to step down. So this year's, the International Women's Day slogan is embrace equity. Now the equity is quite different to equality, as we all know. So we all need to step forward to create an enabling environment for women. You cannot take away the responsibilities of women from what she is, because she is the nurturer. She is the person who takes care of your family. You have to acknowledge that in the same spirit as the other abilities that she has, that empowers her, and that is leading to the prosperity of our communities and societies at large. So what do we do and how do we do this? We all have to put our best foot forward. That said, post-COVID, there is an alarming trend of women stepping out of their professional, they are just giving up because it's too much for them to handle everything, families on one side and professional responsibilities on the other. So I think embracing equity is the right way forward, where we all participate as women as well. We should not give up because we have come this far. And we also have to set an example for the future generations as well of women. They should not give up as well. Then all of this is wasted. So we have to carry forward the torch. We have to work towards creating a solution. And all of us have to embrace equity in every way. So that said, we have to embark on this wonderful dialogue and look at every opportunity to share examples. We as women must champion each other as well. As you know, we are, decades of gender stereotyping. We still see certain roles even today as being led by a certain gender. We must, shatter that in our mind before we go about, setting newer examples and new signposts for the next generation to come. So it's my great honor that we have an illustrious panel today, women who have set great examples and great inspiration with their contributions. So I'd like to take a moment to introduce our panelists. So there is no particular order, but I'm just starting with Shilpa. Oh yes, the introductions are done. I'm sorry. So we start with one question, which I will, carry forward to each and every speaker, and hope to hear from your example, your personal journeys of how you've been able to, overcome all the challenges that have been posed to you by the system that we have in existence today. So the question is, can you share your personal experiences and examples on how you as leaders and entrepreneurs have shattered glass ceilings and achieved remarkable success? What do you think were the key factors that contributed to your accomplishments?
A very good afternoon to you all. As per my introduction, I'm Ajita, and I head Hcsc, which is a college for creative education. So, I started my journey when I was 21 years. I just finished engineering and completed electronics and telecommunication engineering, and went to look out for jobs and found that, those jobs didn't excite me at all. And that's the reason I said, no, I need to do something beyond a job, so I want to be an entrepreneur. And I also felt that, there were very restricted options for women. At that point of time, a lot of people just thought of engineering and medicine as the key, way forward for careers. And I said, no, we need more options for women. And that's when I came up with this with the idea and vision for a creative education school. So that's how Hcsc was created, and we started with a few courses, which was fashion design, interior design, graphic design, and then subsequently, of course, added many more to the plethora of courses that we have, which is photography, we have baking, we have culinary course, we have artistry, makeup, so on and so forth. All the courses which lead to a career at the end of the course, So we can be sure that there'll be either a job or they'll, the person who has done the course could become an entrepreneur. So I did face a lot of obstacles in my journey too, honestly. One, that I was a 21-year-old who had a vision to do something, and I needed, fund to be able to start that. So my first obstacle came when I went to the bankers, So obviously the bankers felt that they couldn't trust a 21-year-old, more so because she was a woman. More so because banks give loans only to known businesses, and so this was a creative course which was an unknown business, and so, banks were not ready. I think it took me years of, months of going to them day on day and convincing them, creating, write-ups about creative education, showing them the growth pattern there, showing how women could become entrepreneurs, and that was how I actually finally got the loan and started this business. So that was my first obstacle. The second obstacle was, yes, you got the loan, you've set up your center, but we need resources. And every resource that I went to, if they were a skilled resource that I really required, the payment that they asked for was difficult for a startup person like me, So that was very difficult. So I had to come up with unique ways and ideas of how I would remunerate them, other than just being a pay packet. So that was my second challenge. So we then came up with ideas of saying, let's take the best and ensure that they kind of train the others who we could well afford. The third challenge was to keep that resources, continuing with us, because every time there was poaching, and I remember my senior people would say, ma'am, what is the point? We just train people and then they move out. And then I had to tell her that, okay, imagine a scenario where we don't train her and then she stays, the person stays back with us. So this is not adding value anywhere to us, So it's better that we train them and then find ways and means of how we could retain them. So retention was also one of our key, success points that was a challenge. I think my success I would give to probably just sheer vision, passion, commitment, and persistence, and just going there and showing up every single day, no matter what problem was. I think so. That's what I would say are my key observations.
If I may ask, you can clap. It's a great story to tell. So what is it that one thing that really was a big crucial challenge that you overcame? One incident, one short, briefly, can you describe?
So while I was telling you about the bank, at 21 I was already married, as soon as I finished engineering. And when I asked for a loan and I had a collateral, and was in my name, yet the bankers wanted my husband to sign. And I was like, no, I want to do this by myself. And I want to be, I want to say that I did it all by myself, without any support. So I refused. I refused to get him to sign. I said, you have my collateral, you have a business proposition, you have everything. So why wouldn't it come, But eventually, I think, somewhere you kind of succumb and I did eventually sign. And those were the times. Unfortunately, I don't see a lot change. My daughter is presently looking at venture capital, and she's actually an online tech platform. Even back then, I'm talking of and even now, asked to. She's again a person who's done everything by herself, but she was asked to take a male, a co-partner or a co-partner. And like me, and a picture, a bit of the same blog. She said, no, I don't want any, partner just because I have to get funding from a VC. So she didn't succumb. I succumbed in my time, purely because I wanted to get moving. But I see that, the present generation is much more stronger, more willed, and, therefore she definitely didn't succumb. So that's amazing. Yes, that was definitely a challenge. But I think times are getting better now. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Shilpa, can we hear from you?
Hi, hello everyone. I would like to thank everyone who is kind of invited. It's kind of a great panel discussion. My name is Shilpa Datla, and I'm so happy to be here. I'm honored to be here in the presence of so many, all these individuals. So I come from a third generation business family, and I have, in the third generation business family, we are into building materials business like cements and boards and etc. But being the third generation, I think we have not accepted very well. We are very much towards the traditional business system. We have not accepted very well with the new business ideologies and all that. Being from a conservative family, I felt that girls, when we had girls, the whole primary objective was to kind of getting married girls into the good families. That was the primary objective. And unfortunately, being the second daughter, I think I was a little more of a disappointment for my father. But going forward, but anyways, with the boys, it was a natural succession. They were trained, and they felt that boys are the ones who would take in the next legacy and all. So they were trained automatically for that. Being in the conservative family, I got married pretty early and have my 2 daughters, and that's when I wanted to explore myself and kind of, got into my family business. But unfortunately, being a patriarchal thing, there was nothing much I was learning. I was kind of felt that everything was told to me. It was too, would say, protective. So I was told everything to be done, and I wasn't learning much. So I wanted to grow, and I had my 2 girls, 2 daughters, and I kind of wanted to grow in my own career path. And that's when, as I took more strides to grow, I wanted to pursue in something that so my identities were recognized. And unfortunately, my identities were recognized was somebody's granddaughter or somebody's daughter and someone's wife, which I was not very happy with. So I kind of changed my gears and I stepped out of my family business and I said, let me do something that interests me and kind of where I have a lot of learning.
But setting up your own business and all that has its own hurdles and roadblocks. Because the F&B industry that I have got into was very, very new, and I didn't have a clue about how to run the show. I had no business contacts, or I had nobody to reach out to. So it was very new. It was overwhelming at times, where I had to do everything by myself, where design, concept, vendors, suppliers, everything, consultants. But that is something that I have gotten myself into. That's something that I wanted to do and how I wanted to do. So I think looking back, I feel that when you do your mistakes and all that, you would actually kind of learn from your mistakes. That's a beautiful thing. I mean, you should be doing your mistakes, so you kind of learn from it. So looking back, I would say that I have dared to follow my dreams, and that whatever little I have achieved, I've achieved all by myself. So what I would say to everyone is, carve your own niche and embrace your randomness from it. Thank you.
Very inspiring. You've used some words like, I was disappointing my father, and, this is the kind of pressure that women face at every stage. You very, very nicely, very visually, we could always already feel the kind of, challenges you had to go through. So what was the one moment where you felt the tipping point change in your favor? I mean, the things changing in your favor, do you think?
So I think when I was not learning anything from the family business that I have gotten into, I know it was a disappointment. I was constantly looking at approval for somebody. So that kind of said that you cannot make everyone happy around you. What you have to do is make yourself happy. And that kind of set my goal, saying I need to kind of venture out into the things that interest me naturally, rather than kind of looking for somebody's approval and, doing something for them. You rather do it for yourself, and this is something that brick and mortar industry hasn't interested me. I mean, I've gone into the business, yes, I wanted to learn and explore something, but I have come back and kind of said, this is not my interest and this is not my cup of tea, and wanted to explore something else. So I think that's where it all started. And I have two daughters, and that's what I wanted to kind of teach them, to follow your dreams and do whatever your interest lies in, rather than seeing what others are expecting from you.
That's great, very inspiring. Thank you. So Kamini, please talk about your journey. What has been, what kind of challenges that you have faced? What are you to keep on at your very unconservative kind of career approach as well? As an
First of all, I'm really very thankful to be here. Thank you, Ananda, and thank you, Stree Summit, for inviting us to be a part of the conclave. So my story started in a small town called Dhanbad. I belonged to an industrial family, and from the time I was born, I remember going to the factories and offices with my grandfather, my father, and my uncles. And while my sister, my cousin, and my sisters all would play with dolls and all the girly things in the house, I would be out with the men going to the factories, and they would gladly take me along till I was 7 or 8. Fast forward another 3-4 years, and they no longer would want me to go to the factory, and I couldn't understand where the sudden change came from. I think it was me maturing and becoming a woman when they realized they could no longer take me to the factory, because it was all, Dhanbad was a small town, and I think there were many workers there, and they felt the girls would not be safe in that environment. So suddenly the tables turned, and that made me so determined to become something someday and prove everybody wrong. And also my grandfather, unlike my father came from an school of thought. My grandfather, on the other hand, always instilled in me that girls should stand on their own feet, and it's not only important to be married, but you should always do something on your own. Got married at the age of 20. I hadn't even given my BCom exams. I remember after I came back from the honeymoon, I also joined a fashion school because that fashion has always been my passion. So my in-laws gave me a choice to either go and finish my fashion school in the last 3 months or go give my BCom exams. Because of my background, I thought no, getting a degree, a college degree was more important. And I went and gave my BCom exams after I got married. When I came to Hyderabad, I wanted to do something. I was not happy sitting at home. So I asked my in-laws, what can I do? They said, okay, do something small. If you work, people will think we are not capable of providing for you. That was the exact words what my father-in-law told me. So I said, okay, I'll do something which women can do. I'll put forward an exhibition. And in 1992 was the first time I did like a trunk show in Country Club, because that was belonged to a friend and they felt it was a safe haven and I could do it there. So I collected some designer clothes from Calcutta and had my first exhibition. And I kept on doing these small things over and over again. 1998, 99, I remember my father-in-law telling me कि अभी बहुत ज़्यादा exhibitions हो रहे हैं, so you're out of the house, because we needed to take care of the house and kids at that time, even though we had servants, but we were supposed to take care of all the household duties. So he told me, okay, you go and handle one of the steel plants. So I went and sat in the factory for a year. I think it was not my passion. I would go there, play games on the computer and come back mostly because I couldn't understand the work, and it was not my passion. I didn't even try to understand it. That led me to think I need to do something better. And I remember going to the expo which happens in the exhibition grounds. And I felt that instead of me doing smaller trunk shows every other month, why don't I place an expo together and put everybody on the same platform? And that's how in 2001, 2002, this idea of an expo came up. Again, I went back to my family and I said I needed capital to do it. My husband told me you'll never get funding from a bank and all, so find a way where you can do it yourself and not ask any of the family members for money, otherwise it won't be allowed in our family. So again, I just put my brains together and I put an expo together where I sold the stalls well in advance. All the expenses were taken care of. So it was a self-sufficient model where I didn't need to put in any investment, just my expertise and my foresight to look at the right kind of crowd. So that continued, and Fashion Yatra, the brand which I own now, was the first ever exhibition to happen in all of India. Initially, it only started with women entrepreneurs, most of them my friends from back home, Calcutta, who were good in designing, so I gave them a platform. I remember calling up my best friend from childhood. I said, Shalu, you're very good in designing. Why don't you put together a collection and let me help you sell it? Same way, I gathered a group of around 15, 20 of my friends. They are all very big names today. Some of them, like Mahi and all, are very big names. So I put together this expo, and rest is all history. Over the period of years, I traveled to US with an exhibition. I've done an exhibition in Dubai. India, I've had exhibitions in Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Jaipur, everywhere. And I did it single-handedly with a group of 5 women who were working for me. The obstacles were constant friction when I came back. My mother-in-law was very uncomfortable with me traveling everywhere because I was constantly on the move. My son's education, I have only one son. His education, though he was very supportive, but of course, he definitely needed me at that time. The main thing was the family pressure and the society comments on me. I used to hear nasty comments on me, how I'd risen up the ladder. That was the biggest setback I ever faced. I think at that time they couldn't see a woman rising or doing so much work in India and overseas. Also, we tied up with a bank, we tied up with Kingfisher Airlines for cargo. So we did a lot of things which were the first. But due to a family tragedy in 2011, I had to stop all the work and just restrict my exhibitions to Hyderabad. Also, the other thing, the proceeds of all these exhibitions go towards girl-child education, because I just felt all the hurdles I ever faced. The basic reason is because girls are not able to stand up for themselves, and we really needed to educate them to be able to come up in society. So once you're educated, you have shattered the first glass ceiling which comes to in your way. So that's been my journey. All along, the only person who has single-handedly supported me has been my husband. So even though there have been obstacles, I'm really thankful to him and my son, who always cheered for me and led me on.
Very inspiring journey, as you know, all of us are very moved and touched by all the kind of challenges that you face. And a lot of such challenges we all face. The form and the tenor may be a little different, but we continue to face these challenges even today, in one form or the other. Somehow nobody seems to understand that you can't put this much pressure on a single individual. Taking care of the house, you have to be good at everything. The kind of pressure that you have to be really, really good just because you want to match up with the men seems pretty unfair. Don't you agree, guys? So we need champions. You see, her husband stood behind her and he helped her. So
I can complete my story. So it came in a full circle.
Yes.
And 2 years back, my husband called me again that we'd started branding in a big way. So I joined back the company, and I'm the creative head for all the branding and advertisements now.
3 cheers.
So life comes in full circles, and I've come back and thanking him, for all the years of the support he's given me.
So if I may ask, where did you find that, the emotional courage to do all these things, the number of problems that you face, the kind of obstacles that you came across? So many are so difficult to even, imagine. Where did you find that strength in yourself?
I think the reason is I'm a woman. Women can multitask. We can do many things together. And I think we just have that sense of determination and courage in us. Once we make up our mind, I think we can do it. It's only our, sense of multitasking. It's inborn in us.
Great. Wonderful. Great story. So now we come to Chair.
Thank you, Ananda, for this session, and Hcsc for having me here. Since morning, we've been listening to a lot of inspiring stories, and then, it was like a nostalgic journey for me as to when I started. The first thing, everybody asked me, why did you choose to be an entrepreneur? Everybody asked me this. The simplest answer I can give is, as a child, I always thought, I never wanted to take orders from anybody. That is a simple mantra in my life. I cannot take orders from anybody, so I want to do something on my own. And my parents were my greatest inspiration. My father would always, one of them was mentioning, when all the girls were busy playing the girly games and doing all those stuff, I was taught a lot of things. I would have a very healthy discussion with my father. But once, I just asked my dad, I said, Dad, all these girls are doing these things and I'm sitting with you and we are talking on all this. He said, sometimes to be different, sometimes to be out of the box, you need to have these conversations. And he passed away quite early, leaving me alone. And that's when I realized that all those nurture years, somebody said 0 to 7 are the most formative years. For me, I think I was the luckiest child for those 0 to 7 years, when he taught me a lot of things through small examples. I do come from a business family, but nobody is an engineer turned entrepreneur in my family. I think I'm the only one. when I started, I actually wanted to be a lawyer. A very funny twist towards life. But when I asked my parents that I'll be a lawyer, they said, which kind of lawyer? Please explain. I said, I want to be a criminal lawyer. I was immediately shot down. They said, no. Being a woman and a criminal lawyer, not accepted. You can look for something else. Then, I was like talking to my mother. She said, do one thing, give it a shot, write your MSET, let's see where it goes. I was very reluctant. I said, no. She also said, see, you should get into a government job that will give you like security for your life. In my mind, I thought, no, I am not doing any government job at all. So I just gave my shot towards MSET, and luckily I got qualified. I joined architecture. Once I joined architecture, first year, I was really kind of retrospecting whether I'm really cut out to do this course. I had my own doubts. Then when I came back and spoke about this to my mother, she said, look, 1 year, let it go. Let's see, at the end of this 1 year, if you're not interested, we will shift, we'll look for you. But I think I was lucky that I had a set of parents who wanted to listen to me, who did not judge me saying you're wrong, you're right, or whatever. They said, fine, let's do it. So after 1 year, I realized, yes, I think I was really cut out for this course. Eventually, I completed the course, and then again, this was always constantly ringing in my mind. I cannot take orders from anybody. So come what may, I have to start my own. So with this in mind, what I started doing is, right from my 4th year, I started interning so that I get a hang of what exactly the market is all about, how things work, because what you learn in college and what you do practically is totally different in this particular kind of subject. So then when I started working and once I completed everything, then I said, now I have to start on my own. The biggest question, from where does the money come to put up a small office and start everything? Then I told my mother, will you do me a favor? She said, what? I said, can you give me half of our living hall? She said, why? I said, I want to set up my office. So she said, are you sure? I said, yes, I'm sure. Then she said, clients will not find it quite easy to walk. How will you advertise? How will people know you? Right? So I said, we'll see, ma. Let's see what we do. And the first client that I got was apparently my mother's friend. She said, Beta, I will allow you to design my house, but it will be vetted by a senior architect, and I will only give you 500 rupees. Whereas I knew that she will at least pay 1 lakh rupees to a senior architect way back in 98. But she said, I'll give you only 500 rupees. I was game for it. I said, no problem. 500 is acceptable to me, because I was very excited to get my first income of 500 rupees as an entrepreneur on my own strength. So good it was that, she got it vetted and eventually she was quite happy. And I think the journey began. And then I started getting into doing small projects. And while doing one of the projects, my husband was the structural engineer. And then while we were having a conversation, we understood that yes, an architect needs a structural engineer and a structural engineer needs an architect. So first we got into a partnership. But whatever happened, every time I went back to a site, people would look at me, they would give me weird looks. And to an extent that one day, I overheard the shuttering guys, they were saying, क्यों आ जाते हैं ये लोग हमें ऑर्डर देने के लिए? कुछ पता तो होता नहीं है इन लोगों को. So I overheard it, but I did not react. Because I thought reacting or reprimanding them was not the solution here. The solution was, I'll have to raise my bar or my capability so much in terms of the subject knowledge where I can converse with them in their colloquial tongue that they will not start rejecting me, but they'll start accepting me. So that was the first challenge for me. And then slowly I started acclimatizing myself as to how I would go and get work, talk to these people, get work executed. There were days when I used to stay at site late in the night. But again, yes, family being family, they would be like, how can you be staying out? There were also times when we had to travel outstation. And I'll tell you, this was the biggest challenge for most women even today, to find a clean washroom. So if I have to travel the next day, I wouldn't drink water one night before, because I know there will not be any clean washroom around. And even to go and suppose 10 o'clock in the morning, I have a meeting and I travel by road. I'm bang on 10 o'clock I reach. But it would be such a difficult situation to ask somebody that I need to use the restroom or where is the restroom, because if you ask, people will give you a very strange glare. So how can you, it will be like, how can you ask us? But I'm very happy that things have changed now. And it is quite a challenge for a woman, especially in this field, to be on sites, to keep talking to people. You get a lot of, adversities. People keep arguing with you. They don't want to take your idea. But still, I think perseverance for me was the biggest trait. Every time I got rejected, I said, no, I will bounce back with double my energy. I'm going to see how you're going to reject me the next time. So I always played this in my mind that today you're rejecting me. Tomorrow you're going to accept me more. So these were quite a few challenges that I had to face. And even today, somebody mentioned, now that we both, my husband and me are the partners, when I go, eventually, somebody, if I am there, they of course acknowledge my presence, but the next question is, oh, your husband is not here? So somewhere, yes, he is my partner in progress, he is my partner in equity, everything. But still I feel somewhere my presence also should get acknowledged. It does. But still I think, we are still stereotyped. If you have a male partner, the male partner is asked first, but the female partner is a bit relegated. Thankfully things are changing now, and I think we get equal footage on that. And of all these years of my experience, what I feel is, no profession actually is gender biased. A profession is a profession, except for that, we try and think, oh, a woman in this profession, how is it possible? No, it is possible. And for us women, I think standing strong, believing in yourself, all these years, if there is anything that I keep revisiting myself is, I believe in myself. And next thing I think is, okay, when I approach somebody, what can happen the worst? They will only say no, right? They'll not take my life. That's the worst thing that can happen. So we can be ready for rejection as well as acceptance. And if you're able to accept both of these with grace, I think challenges can be met head on.
Great story. Please clap for this. So you have heard the stories of 4 extraordinary women and 4 extraordinary journeys. All of us have gone through the similar kind of experiences. What I would like all of us to do is do this. This is embrace equity. So all of us, let's strive to create a nurturing environment for women for women, and men for men, and men for women, and women for men as well. So it's all together. So we have to do in this together. So I'd like to thank all the illustrious panelists who have spared valuable time to be here with us today. And thank you so much to Geeta and Anandita for a wonderful, this wonderful summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists. Can we request you to please stay back? And Geeta ma'am, two questions. Yeah, can we take about 2 questions? Would that be okay? So if there are any questions, please raise your hand. Yes, can we please pass on the mic? There's a lady here, and then there's, maybe I see a raise of hands there as well. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, V. Saujanya. I'm from Sindhu College. I want to ask one question. Each of the stories is very inspiring. If a woman wants to enter a challenging field, the first question we will hear, you're a girl and it's not safe for you. The world outside is not safe for you. Why we have to always hear that? Even if we make ourselves brave enough that we want to try, and if we agree our parents, the other people will come. Oh my God, look, she's a woman and she's doing that. Wow. Why we want to do that? The differentiation is why. We got a chance. Not the success will come in the first time. Someone will fail the failure. But being a woman, if I'm asking my parents to please help me in this, and they're giving support, and I go and try it, if I fail in the first attempt, done. You've given your try and done. Now come back and do what we said to you. Why we have to do like that?
Who will answer that question? Okay, thank you for the question. Very validly thought about and expressed. See, failures are bound to happen. I took 25 years to be sitting here in front of you. It's been a long journey and very adventurous journey too. Every time you fail, remember one thing. You can convince people. You don't have, especially you have to convince only your parents. You don't have to convince all the people around you. People around you will talk. Good people will talk. Bad people will talk more. So as I said, if you believe in yourself and if you have it in you, then I think nothing is impossible. Like you say, eat cricket, sleep cricket, drink cricket. Live your passion. Do what you want. And then see who stops you.
Thank you.
Let it not become an excuse that yes, something will stop me. What will people say? This is the biggest failure for most women I have seen. Log kya bolenge? What will people say? But let me tell you, people will not come in your lower times. When you're down and fallen, they only know to talk, but you know where to walk. So you can walk your journey, you can walk your dream.
Thank
Do
you.
it.
Yes, people will say, even if we success also, they will also come and say that she's a woman. If she's in some good position, they will also say, they will judge in that place also. She's a woman, that's why. It will be in good way and it will be in bad way, but it's in our, how we are taking it.
See, if you have the courage to go out and work, you should not bother about what people say. So you can either work or bother about what people say. If you read the inspirational stories of Kiran Majumdar Shaw, she started her biopharmaceutical company from a garage. She didn't get funding because of her youth and gender. She fought on and today she's the biggest company. Had she thought at that time that what are people saying and they're talking, I'm so beautiful, I'm so young, and that's why I can't lead the company, she wouldn't have been where she is. Same with Indra Nui. You read about all the inspirational women. They have gone through the same challenges. So if you want to do it, you have to stop thinking about what others say. Focus on your work.
Also, you're so fortunate to be in Hyderabad. It's one of the safest cities in the country. So I think it's thanks to all the, the big cops sitting here that we are in a safe zone. So you don't have to worry about security at least. That's least of your concern. Second, all of us sitting here have failed in some way or the other. We have never let our failures deter us. You have to be determined to move forward no matter what failures you see. And remember that when you fail, it's only the idea that has failed, not you. You can still work hard and ensure that you see success and see yourself where you want to. Just grit, determination and persistence. That's all you require. And all the very best. I'm sure you'll do something.
Hi, just one question to the panelists. While we talk about the challenges of the gender, I also know as a woman entrepreneur, there are many privileges that I get as an entrepreneur, and I want you to share any such privileges which you have had in your journey, which will inspire many young minds sitting there.
Yeah, so I'm also a representative of FICCI Ladies Organization, which is an organization which works towards empowering women and build entrepreneurs. So for the first time, we got into a sector which was the manufacturing sector. We went to the government and we said, look, you don't have too many women in the manufacturing sector. And here we promise to get you women in the manufacturing sector. And we want to do the first park, which is a 100% women-owned park in the country. So we actually launched, in collaboration with Government of Telangana and Hcsc, we launched the first fully 100% women-owned park. And the Government of Telangana came forward and gave us a 50% subsidy for the price, of the land. Apart from that, they set up a counter which was a single window for all clearances. And in fact, I remember Mr. KTR Garu, he actually addressed us and he said, if you've applied for a permission, and on the 11th day you don't hear from us, deem it as granted. So that's the kind of a state that we are in. That's the kind of, benefits that we get. We've asked them so many things. They laid out the roads for us free of cost. They've laid out, everything was given, to us on a platter. So I think a lot of other organizations have also got benefited. I think COVI has been one of them. I think Aleep has been one of them. So I think it just you need to know that you approach the government, with a valid, a proposal, and the proposal will most often be, okayed by the government.
Yeah, and Josna being my predecessor as the president of Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs, and myself being the current president, yes, as a woman, there are a lot many privileges we are getting from the current government in the form of schemes, a lot of proactive schemes that are coming up. We, for one, as Ajita said, we also had got a automotive park. We were about 33 of our entrepreneurs could set up their industries. We are also, like, from a woman's perspective in Kuwait, Telangana, we are reaching out to more women. We are encouraging them to take up entrepreneurship. We are trying to encourage women to scale their businesses. We are trying to reach out to rural women to set up their own units. So I think for me, coming from the perspective of a president, I have the privilege of course, being a woman, and this is something like a give back for me. Apart from, I think I feel very privileged to be in this leadership role, because if you give a fish to a person, they live only a day, but if you teach them how to fish, I think that takes them a long, long way to go. And educating and encouraging a woman not only builds the nation, but it also builds healthy families, healthy youth, who are the maximum percentage of our country's demographics today. So I think as women, we are really privileged to be a part of this progress. And with all these encouragement and summits like this, when we hear our co-women, scaling greater heights, breaking all the barriers that are around them, I think we get more inspired each day. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We'll take any more questions later. I'm so sorry, ma'am, we are behind schedule. I really apologize. May I invite Chaitanya sir and Anand sir once again, and I also request Geeta ma'am to join Chaitanya sir and Anand sir to felicitate our moderator and panelists for another enriching session that we had. And we're so glad that the entire flow was maintained from the first to the second and third stories, which appear to be very colorful but have a lot of struggle and depth in them. So our deep gratitude to all the panelists for sharing their stories with us. Can we have a huge applause for them, ladies and gentlemen? To our moderator. Thank you very much to all of you for sharing your stories with us. Can we request a quick group picture? And following that, we'll move on to our final leg of the day, where we have a fireside chat with an extremely talented actress. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for doing the honors. Okay, so first up, we are going to have a fireside chat with a very, very talented actress. And for this fireside chat, I would like you to join me in welcoming on stage first our moderator. We know her as Radio Mirchi Morning Jog RJ Bhargavi. She's an anchor, she's a motivational coach, she's a fitness enthusiast, so she joins us here. Let's have a huge applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, we can do better. Thank you, Bhargavi, for joining us and being the moderator. And without further ado, we've been calling out her name since we started this event in the morning. We know her as Chitti from Jati Ratnalu. Can this ring a bell? Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage the extremely talented, passionate about dancing. Let's give it up for our very own Hyderabadi Faria Abdullah. Thank you, Faria. Thank you, Bhargavi, for agreeing to be in this fireside chat, this open-hearted conversation. And now I hand it over to you.
Check.
థ్యాంక్ యూ శిల్ప, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ ఎవ్రీబడి, ఎలా ఉన్నారు? అంత సైలెంట్గా ఉంటే ఎలా, చిట్టి ఇక్కడ కదా. సో మనం ఫైర్ సైడ్ చాట్, మనమే ఫైర్. సో ఐ బిలాంగ్ టు ద హాటెస్ట్ రేడియో స్టేషన్ రేడియో మిర్చి. ఐఎమ్ ఆర్జే భార్గవి. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఫర్ ఇన్వైటింగ్ మీ గీతా మ్యామ్, అండ్ వెల్కమ్ ఫారియా. సో గుడ్ టు సీ యూ.
Good to see you too.
మన జాతి రత్నం అని చెప్పాలి, మన హైదరాబాదీ, మన స్టార్, మన యంగ్, మన వైబ్రెంట్, సూపర్ డాన్సర్. సో హైదరాబాదీ అంటే ఇలా ఉండాలి అని చూపించే మన ఫారియాకి మనందరం గట్టిగా చెప్పట్లు. మనకి ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ ఎక్కడి నుంచో రాదు. మన అమ్మ, మన అమ్మమ్మ వాళ్ళని చూస్తే కొన్ని తరాలు వాళ్ళే మేనేజ్ చేసేవారు. మన బాహుబలిలో చూసాం, తన మాటే శాసనం. ఎవరది? శివగామి. అలా ఉండేవి మన కుటుంబాలు. సో అక్కడి నుంచే మనకు వచ్చింది ఈ స్ట్రెంగ్త్. దట్స్ వాట్ ఫ్రమ్ దట్ స్కూల్ ఐ బిలాంగ్ టు. మై మదర్, మై గ్రాండ్ మదర్ వర్ ద హ్యూజ్ పిల్లర్స్ ఫర్ మీ. ఫారియా, మూవీ ఇండస్ట్రీ అనగానే మహేష్ బాబు, ప్రభాస్, అల్లు అర్జున్, పవన్ కళ్యాణ్, చిరంజీవి గారు అందరూ కనిపిస్తారు. ఒక పొడుగైన హీరోయిన్ వచ్చిందే అనుకున్నారు అందరూ. వాట్ వాజ్ యువర్ రియాక్షన్?
ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ అందరికీ నమస్కారం. చాలా చాలా హ్యాపీ ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాను ఇక్కడ మీరు పిలిచారు. సో బ్యూటిఫుల్గా యూ హ్యావ్ కాల్డ్ మీ అమంగ్ సచ్ బ్యూటిఫుల్ గెస్ట్స్ అండ్ బ్యూటిఫుల్ ఆడియన్స్. హలో ఎవ్రీబడి. రియలీ నైస్ టు బీ హియర్ present with you. You started off with talking about Bamma, Amma, Mama, and I think our household plays the most amount of influence on our growth. నేను పుట్టిన పెరిగిన ఇక్కడే హైదరాబాద్లోనే, and I think the Nizam culture, the Telugu royal culture is within me, and I'm proud of it. And definitely it was, నేను ముంబైకి వెళ్తే లేకపోతే ఢిల్లీకి వెళ్తే నాకు డిఫరెన్స్ కనిపిస్తుంది. యూనో హైదరాబాద్లో కొంచెం ఇంకా వీఆర్ స్టిల్ in terms of women, we are still very conservative, very protective. We're protective about our women, and I think Telangana, Andhra, we are very proud of our women. Talli and goddess and Amma, we put them on this pedestal, which is amazing. We also do this to our heroines. Do you realize that? And I think I am the most grateful person. తెలుగు ఇండస్ట్రీలో వచ్చినా నేను ఇవన్నీ చూసినా నా మైండ్ బ్లో అయింది. ఆనెస్ట్గా చెప్తున్నా. ఐ థింక్ ద వే వీ ట్రీట్ అవర్ హీరోయిన్స్ ఈజ్ నెక్స్ట్ లెవెల్. ఇట్ ఈస్ అమేజింగ్ టు సీ ద రెస్పెక్ట్ అండ్ ద ఇంపాక్ట్ దట్ వీ హ్యావ్ ఆన్ ఈచ్ అదర్ యాజ్ ఆడియన్స్ అండ్ యాజ్ ఆర్టిస్ట్స్.
Amazing. So that's a very good positive sign of our industry. As the panel, we just had a discussion. There's no industry, there's no profession where women aren't there. So it's a very, very positive sign that girls are also most welcome for movie industry, right? Red carpet face mari welcome chestar. That was a fantastic reaction what we came to know, and thanks for the journey also. So I want to share a small story. I met a lady at T-Hub. The picture was, she was bright, smiling, taking an award from KTR sir. So when I spoke to her, I came to know her turnover of the company is 2 crores now. She does Murukulu. And she has appointed 50 women in her organization. Cut cheste, she was a domestic violence victim. మనం ఎప్పుడూ ప్రతి కథని ఒక విక్టిమ్ యాంగిల్లో చెప్తూ ఉంటాం, విక్టోరియస్ స్టోరీ చెప్పం. హ్యావ్ యూ ఎవర్ కమ్ అక్రాస్ సంథింగ్ లైక్ దట్ ఇన్ యువర్ లైఫ్? ఒక విక్టిమ్ అండ్ ఒక విక్టోరియస్ స్టోరీ.
నేను ఒక యాక్టర్ కాబట్టి నాకు ఒక మాట అర్థమైంది. మొత్తానికి వీఆర్ కాన్స్టెంట్లీ ప్లేయింగ్ క్యారెక్టర్స్ ఇన్ అవర్ లైఫ్స్, డిఫరెంట్ కైండ్స్ ఆఫ్ క్యారెక్టర్స్. సమ్టైమ్స్ అవి క్యారెక్టర్స్ గో ఆన్ ఫర్ లైఫ్ టైమ్స్. Sometimes they change every month. Sometimes they change according to the stories. సో ఆ స్టోరీ మీద మీరు ఏం క్యారెక్టర్ ప్లే చేస్తున్నారు డిపెండ్స్ ఆన్ యూ. ఎందుకంటే మీరే డైరెక్టర్, మీరే కథ రాస్తున్నారు. అండ్ అఫ్ కోర్స్ ఇట్స్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ డిఫరెంట్ aspects are involved, lot of different people are involved, which you have no control over. I'm not, saying that you are responsible for what is happening all the time. But the way you react, the way you respond is very personal to the character you are playing. So if in our mental space, somewhere we have put on a character, a victim character, like a weak character, that character we are playing without even knowing, unconsciously. So the only way we can save ourselves from becoming part of such stories is becoming aware of our emotions, our thoughts, our vibrations, what we are putting out in the world. What are we attracting? Who are we interacting with? Why are we doing what we are doing? I know it's a very later layer to come to. Endukante first akali, education, safety, ivanni untai. Only after all of this you can really think, okay, my emotional, mental being is not great. First we have to think of the primary things, and of course that's understandable. And there are a lot of people who are supporting girls and women and people from not such great social backgrounds to look after these things. But I think these are as important as this in today's day and age, where everything is a constant stimulation. We are constantly being induced with information around us, and we are in a position where we don't know what to believe, what not to believe, who we are. We're constantly questioning all of these things. And I think more girls need to be made aware of that it starts from here. And here.
Absolutely. Mind-soul connection. Amazing. So when you said that what to believe, what not to believe, I must mention about the social media. What we are following. Chala matku 90% మన లైఫ్ మనం ఏం చూస్తున్నామో అది నమ్ముతున్నాం. సో కమింగ్ టు టుడేస్ మన స్త్రీ సమ్మిట్లో రెస్పెక్ట్, ఎంపవర్మెంట్ అండ్ ఈక్వాలిటీ. హౌ డు యూ సీ దిస్? ఇస్ ద సోషల్ మీడియా ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్సింగ్ అస్ ఆర్ దట్ హ్యాస్ టు బిగిన్ ఫ్రమ్ ద హోమ్ అంటారు కదా? So how was your childhood and how do you see now the impact?
Too many things you asked at once. Koncham confuse avutuna.
Respect vishanlo, see you hail from a orthodox family?
Ledandi. Chala free minded family nadi. Thankfully I'm lucky in that sense. My parents have been very supportive. Nu em chestavu, nu cheppu, nu chey, nu passionate ga chey. And they have been behind me like a rock, like a pillar. Very, very grateful for that. And I know not everybody is blessed with something like that. They've brought me up in an environment where they have taught me to respect religion, social boundaries, genders, let alone male, female. Think about trans. Tomorrow June will come, then we'll remember, oh, trans is also there, but it needs to be addressed that it's not just male, female. There's also so many other boundaries that we are breaking in today's age. So I think the first thing that I have learned is to understand humans as humans first. Leaving gender aside. The minute we do that, we let go of so many unnecessary things and baggage that comes with all of these words and terms. Right? The minute we simplify it, okay, oka human la chudali. And how do we do that? It depends on how honest you can be with yourself and how much honesty you can see in the other person. And yeah, I know it's a process. I'm learning, we're all learning slowly. And I think the only way, as of now, in my career, since beginning stage lo unnanu kabatti, nenu inka mass support start cheyale. And inka time undi danlo. So I think the only way I can do my part, play my part in being helpful or supportive to other people, to other girls around me, is when I meet them personally. I can show them that I'm honest, I'm transparent, you can be like this. You can trust people around you. You give that trust, you'll receive that trust. You give honesty, you'll receive honesty. And yeah, I think I've been able to do that as much as I can in my small bit.
Absolutely. People really look up to you. I'll tell you why. When somebody like you, a Hyderabadi, could do it, because that is entertainment, movie industry is the biggest platform. So people aspire because they don't know how to enter, how to make a mark from themselves. So you are really inspiring many girls across. So coming to respect, equality and empowerment, what is your message to the young girls across?
I might get some raised eyebrows, but I genuinely believe women and men are not equal. Women and men are not equal. They are different breed, different category. Mars, Venus, different planets. So, ఒకవేళ మీరు హిస్టరీ నుంచి మీరు చూస్తూనే ఉంటారు how men have been leading, how they have been growing, how they have been pushing boundaries. Because of the patterns we have been seeing in the past, we think that is the only way to do it. But that's not true. Just because many women haven't showed us different paths of doing their own thing doesn't mean we can't carve our own paths. It is important to understand the strengths of a woman, of what feminine energy in its truest form is. I know these are difficult terms and it's very new to comprehend in the beginning, but masculine energy and feminine energy has nothing to do with male, female. It can come in a male's body as feminine energy. It can come in a female's body as masculine energy. What we need to understand is how to balance our masculine and feminine energy. Energies have different characteristics. Like feminine energy is nurturing, it's sensitive, it's communicative, it's more creative, it's more out there. There's attraction and beauty and all of that. Of course, you can't expect that from masculine energy. Masculine energy is more grounded, it's more there, it's present, it's fierce. It doesn't mean that a woman cannot have masculine energy. It is very, very attractive to see that in a woman as well. But the balance is what we need to seek for, and that is the equality that we need to seek for.
Awesome. Very, very, very well put. So balance is the key, right? Amazing. So who has really inspired you in your family? Who was that one powerful woman?
My mom. It has to be my mom. All of this that I'm speaking, it comes through her. She's a channel for me. She's into healing and therapy, and for the past 10 years, as she has been growing in her life, me and my sister, we are growing with her. And the way she empowers us kids, it is a magnificent vision to see. Sometimes we are in awe of her in terms of how she can compartmentalize being a mother, an entrepreneur, a therapist, a manager, so many different things. And especially because as I entered the public world, she became even more protective and so very I saw a different personality in her, you know. And I think she's done a good job with me.
That's what we're seeing. And your web series is also coming up, new one.
Yes.
Amazing. Good luck for that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions, guys? Please. Mic pass chera.
something together. But one person can only do so much. Okay? Now, keeping this part in mind, personally, I can work on myself, on how not to put labels on myself, that you have to be the ideal actress figure, ideal actress hair, ideal actress makeup, Botox, anything. Age-wise, after 30 you cannot work as an actress. It is my personal responsibility to work on these things and tell myself, okay, these are not rules that you have set for yourself. Come on, let go of it, let go of it. You have to work on yourself the way you want to work. This is what I can do personally. But as an actress, it is still my job to play a character that has been written for me. I'm getting paid for it. I'm getting love for it. People want to see that. So I cannot change that before it's time. Only when the time will come for actresses to be seen as short-haired, maybe curvy, maybe masculine, maybe something else. Only when the time comes to be shown like that on screen is when they can be shown like that on screen. Until then, it'll just be called an art film and nobody will watch it. So, if you want to play the game, you have to play the game with its own rules. Otherwise, don't play the game. It's fine. It's completely okay. You can create your own game, call 5 more other people, play with them. If that's what gives you satisfaction, you can totally do that. And there's nothing wrong in that. There's no shame in that. But we can't sit here and judge and shame an industry that has been working for years and has so much experience and so much culture and history for what it is right now. It is beautiful the way it is.
And moreover, I think they are breaking stereotypes. Heroines are no more, to look on the camera. We see a lot of series, we see new movies where heroines are also portrayed for their talent and their subject content. And as our previous discussion said, you should carve a niche for yourself, right? That is the mark. And movies, everything comes to you. You don't have to go somewhere. Anybody else, guys? Yes.
Hi, Faria.
Hello.
So you are a fabulous dancer. Everybody knows that. And the best part about her, since I follow her, she's so expressive and she dances from her soul. And when I see her dancing, the best part about her is she can express from her eyes and through her hands. I've seen so many of her videos where she expresses through her hands. So a small request, if you can express something through your gestures, your mudras and hands, for all the 3 present here, for all the women here, if you can say without talking, without your beautiful hand gesture, it will be lovely to see that.
That's so beautiful. I would love to do something like that. Okay. If I may ask you all for a minute to just sit up straight and breathe in and breathe out with me. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Breathe in. Can you just hold this for me? No, you don't have to do it with me. Thank you so much.
Abhinayam. A huge round of applause, guys. Wonderful.
I wish there was music. I wish I could perform for you, but next time.
I know. For what? Which song? Jati Ratnal.
No. Let's move on from there.
Yes. Any more? Couple of questions? Last 2?
Hi, my name is Neelam. So the question question that I want to ask is basically there are a lot of younger women, right, who face a lot of failures in their life. And sometimes when they fail, they feel that there is no future for them. So any one message that you want to probably give in terms of whatever you have faced in your life and how you have overcome and obviously have tasted the success. So probably just one message which can be more encouraging for our younger women.
That's our time. The definition of success is not same for everybody. I think we have to go back to understanding what it means to us and then understanding why failure is hurting so much. And then understanding what we've gained from that failure so that we can use it to get closer to our success. It's easy to say, much easier to say, and difficult to implement, because I myself have seen failures. The first time I had a flop film, I didn't want to move out of my room. I didn't want to get out of my room. But the funny part was the day that film released, the next day I was already away shooting for something else in another city for 3 months. I was gone. Now, I don't know if that's something that I should be grateful about or something that I should sit and cry about, that I can't even get time to like cry about my failure. I'm working, oh, what a sad moment. So I think perspectives need to be shifted around failure, because it's a lot of taboo, especially for women, because women have such high standards, na? We're always like, our moms, the important influential women are in our lives, we hold them to such high standards that if they make a mistake, we are upset with them. We are angry with them that how could you make a mistake? You are the highest person in my life. But sometimes we have to understand that everyone's just human. We're all trying to figure it out. Nobody has a blueprint from God saying, okay, this is what you're supposed to do when you go to earth, okay? So nobody knows what we're doing. We're all your parents, all your friends, everyone is fluking it. They are all taking a guess at what is right and what is wrong, just by looking at history, by looking at what has worked, what has not worked. Sometimes you have to question it all, that's all.
Thank you, that's important piece.
Exactly. So ఒకసారి to answer that, బ్రహ్మానందం గారు అన్నారు, నేను ఇంట్లో కూర్చుని మా ఆవిడ చేసిన పకోడీలు తింటే అది నాకు సక్సెస్ అని. మన పుష్పరాజ్ అన్నాడు, ఈ కాలు మీద ఈ కాలు వేసుకుని కూర్చున్నా, అది సక్సెస్ తనకి. సో సక్సెస్ డెఫినేషన్ ఒక్కొక్కళ్ళకి ఒక్కొక్కలా ఉంటుంది కదా. So that was wonderful chatting with you, Faria. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. All the best. Let's embrace ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhargavi. Thank you, Faria. Please stay back here for a couple of moments. May I invite Chaitanya sir and Anand sir once again to felicitate Bhargavi. And what an interesting fireside chat. So many new definitions and new perspectives that have come. Thank you, Faria, for taking your time out, and thank you, Bhargavi, for moderating the session so well. We'll just wait a moment where Chaitanya sir and Anand sir join us. So may we request you to please felicitate our moderator, Bhargavi. Let's have a huge applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Bhargavi, can we request you to please take your seat in the audience? We have a few other felicitations to do. May I invite Geeta ma'am and Srinivas sir to join us on stage to felicitate Faria Abdullah. We request them to join. We request A.R. Srinivas sir, Geeta ma'am to join Anand sir and Chaitanya sir to felicitate Faria. Srinivas sir, please join us. We have a few other felicitations left, so we would really request you to please join us on stage. Yeah. Yes, one second. So we have a few other felicitations to go. We will now be felicitating the team that put up this event, so we would require 2 minutes of yours. Firstly, Najamuddin and Anandita, can we have you both on stage? Our request. Anand sir, Chaitanya sir, Srinivas sir and Geeta ma'am and Faria to felicitate them. So all the events and programs of HCSC are run by these two. The running around, taking care of nitty-gritties is done by them. So please let's have a huge round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. We'd now like to invite our volunteers, Parvati and Imran. Parvati and Imran. Are you here, Parvati and Imran? Yes. Is Parvati here? Yeah. Parvati, please join us here. Come on, let's give it up for them. The entire seamlessness, the entire day is thanks because a few of them actually work day in, day out to make this happen. And after Parvati, we'd also like to felicitate Imon Chakraborty from Team Showboat. He's been a go-to person for a lot of things. Can we please give him a huge round of applause? Following this, we would also like to acknowledge our partners. Can we call upon Mohammad Asif Ji from KG and Xerox? Yes, can we please give it up for KG and Xerox, our partner for this event? Come on, we can do better than this. Everybody, put your hands together. This is the last leg of the event. So please, I would request you to kindly cheer for them. And may I also call upon Mind Map Consulting. Do we have somebody from Mind Map Consulting? Ma'am, please join us. Mind Map Consulting is joining us, and can we also have a shout out to Osmania University? Is there somebody from Osmania University?
Well, good evening to all of you. So, while you're all relaxing,
Ladies and gentlemen, can we request you all to please take your seats? Please cooperate with us. I request you all to kindly take your seats. Thank you.
well, good evening to all of you. I'll quickly take you through the study that we've conducted. And I think throughout the day you have been seeing us on the dais, and we are from Osmania University. First of all, I would like to thank Hcsc for inviting us. In fact, this is where the change and inclusiveness has begun today for all of us. That Telangana State Police has included us, invited academics to be part of this summit. So I heartily thank them on behalf of Osmania University. I think throughout the day you have also seen women entrepreneurs, many success stories and experiences. Panel discussions have been reflecting that, and consistently you would have seen about these variables. That is the role of family environment, and the well-being of adolescent girls and women per se, and the role of social media and all these kind of things. So I'm not going to go into details of these, and we understand what family environment is. Basically, we looked at the relationship part in the family, and the well-being, psychological well-being, where all these aspects, dimensions are also explored. All these variables reflect our full-fledged autonomy and potential that a person has. In even the theme of the summit is talking about that is flourishing. So flourishing is a really big goal for any human being, but we are beginning somewhere. That's very important. So these are the questions that we try to explore. The relationship between the family environment, well-being, what is the role that family plays, and how does this mobile phone usage is influencing the well-being of adolescents, and the presence of any distress and all in the adolescents, coping with so many challenges. And we have seen challenges throughout, from the lower sections to the highest sections that you've seen, the most successful women sitting in front of you, that we were not devoid of all these challenges. So I think being a research paper, this is like, you would see a lot of data, but don't mind the data, I'll try to simplify it. So this is a sample that we have taken from both government and private schools. These are the tools that we have used, and we have seen that there is, there's a difference between government school adolescent girls and the private school adolescent girls in two variables here, that is expressiveness and conflict. Private schools girls seem to be more expressive when compared to the government school kids, and then there is a conflict level also that is seen because of that. And the well-being, if you see, it's basically at a moderate level on all these things. As we understand, they're all growing up. I don't know how much they have really understood about their own lives. This is what we're basically talking about, to bring that awareness. So we have seen that at moderate level, and we would like to build that. We should build in our girls or any adolescent for that matter. So when we just observe the smartphone usage, you can see that they are using smartphone, and in the evening time, the kids are, because being school kids, they are using in the evening time, and this is the purpose that they are using for social media, and they are mostly involved with YouTube shorts that they constantly are watching. And also they are using it for building relationships and as a medium of communication, and also sometimes now this need for affiliation has come that they want to have their own identity, they want to be known. That also has been observed, but they are still, I'm talking about those sections of our society, they are from lower and lower middle class. We are all sitting in ivory towers and talking, but we have to understand all of this in a great depth. So this is one interesting thing we have observed. They're using Instagram, some of them, and you can see for what they're using, viewing posts and reels. So this is something that time that they're spending on the social media for what, that is very important to observe. And this really can become very addictive in nature if they continue to do that. Then even Snapchat also the same thing, and sending snaps. We are talking about here the date of girls. So they're sending snaps and all, they're using for that for most of the time, and stories and all, anyway, that is the part. And where we are trying to see the differences, but I want to talk in inclusive terms here. And when we have observed the impact that they thought that these tools will have, social media, they said that positive impact is only 40%, negative impact will be 30%, and other they don't even have an idea what kind of impact it is going to make, most of them, 50% of them. So these are the things that they have listed out that they would like to use positively, the social media, and these are the things that they have strain on the eyes and stuff like that, but they don't understand the negative impact of the using mobile phones and social media. That's some awareness that needs to be built in for them. And these are all the relationship that we try to find between them. Obviously, these are all positive related, the family and the family environment and the well-being. But when it comes to smartphone usage, it is negatively correlated with other parameters. So these are our findings where we have seen that there is a high cohesion in the family relationships of the adolescent girls. So there is the family, as we have been consistently talking in creating enabling environments. What kind of environments are we talking about? What is it we are creating, and what kind of environment should we even create? So in fact, today's psychology directs us to the field called as positive psychology, which talks about these building positive environments. So all that we are talking that will influence people's lives has to come from that, and I think some changes in policies and all have to come, because we have to parallelly build and the stakeholders that are responsible for the healthy development is really needed and required for us. And the support that they are seeking is from friends, like we already mentioned during our panel discussion, and then next comes the family, but majorly from the friends. One important thing that you can see is teachers are the least that they could go and seek support from. So here I think our teaching community has to also step up and show that they are also there for them, not only for their teaching them their academics, but also for their overall growth, and they are there to help them. Anyway, these are the coping mechanisms that they have been showing, going to the friends and all, listening to music, writing the diary and all. Only one girl child mentioned about the counselor seeking counseling help, but then when we looked at her background, she is basically educated from abroad, and she was able to know that aware that she should go to a counselor. So none of them absolutely have any idea about it. So this is very briefly about our study, and the detailed report is submitted to the council here. So I wish this is a preliminary study and findings that we were able to get through. And well, I would like to thank again Hcsc for commissioning this study. And we want to also acknowledge our and express our gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Registrar Sir, our Principal, and my both colleagues who are really supportive, and it's a huge teamwork. And the students there, MS Psychology students, who really did and helped us throughout the study. Thank you guys. And all the adolescents who felt comfortable giving us the data they could give us, which helped us to look into their lives. And today we are here to present what they have gone through. Thank you very much.
ఛార్జింగ్ పెట్టినా వీడ ఏంటిది తీసుకోవచ్చు కదా చెప్పరాదు ఇలాంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్ పెట్టుకున్నప్పుడు ఛార్జర్ కేబుల్ ఫోన్ ఇచ్చి పెట్టుకోవాలి. పొద్దున్న అడిగినా పెడతామని లేదన్నాడు. మీరేమో పెడతామని నేను పెట్టాను. నాది ఇప్పుడు నా కెమెరాలు కాదు కదా, నా బ్యాటరీ ఏమో దానికి మ్యాచింగ్ అవ్వట్లేదు. మ్యాచింగ్ కాదు, వేరే ఉంది అని తీసుకున్నా సోనీ దీంట్లో ఇలాగనే
ఇది ఉంది కానీ ఖరాబ్ ఉంది. 2 చార్జర్లు ఇచ్చేమంటారు అన్నాడు. 2 చార్జర్లు ఉన్నాయన్న. 2 చార్జర్లు ఉన్నాయన్న. దీనికి పెట్టేది ఉందా? ఖరాబ్ చార్జర్లు అయితే 2 చార్జర్లు ఇచ్చేసి అంటున్నాను. 2 చార్జర్లు
మీ చార్జర్ ఉంది, బ్యాటరీ ఉంది. నా దగ్గర ఇలాంటి చార్జర్ ఉంది. ఒకటే ఉన్నా
ఎంత 1%. 12 అంటే కరెక్ట్ 5 నిమిషాలు. ఆ బ్యాటరీ అవుతుందా? ఇది వస్తుందా? ఇది ఎక్కువసేపు వస్తుంది. ఎంత 12% 5 నిమిషాలు వస్తుంది. ఇది 18. అది దీంట్లో అదే 18. తెల్లవారు పెడితే ఒకటి అయిపోయింది. అన్నది వస్తుంది బ్యాటరీ ఆయన రావట్లేదు.
Check. Hey, hello. Check. 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 Hello everyone.
Photographer.
Master name, the master project. Master game, the master product. Yeah. Master name, the master project. Master game, the master product. Yeah. Everybody wants to take another look right now. Everybody wants to take another sneak peek. Everybody wants to take another look right now. We're here, can't you see, yeah. Everybody wants to sleep on me. I've been living right here in the backseat. Everybody wants to sleep on me. I've been living right here in the backseat. Running for names, running for fame, just running for money, just running for the God's given grace, yeah. Running for names, running for fame, running for money, running for the God's given grace. Welcome to the Maha Project experience. What is up, Hyderabad? Hello, Naru. Alright, so we are the Maha Project, and మేము ఒక తెలుగు బ్యాండ్ ఫ్రమ్ హైదరాబాద్. we do local మన regional music చేస్తాం, సొంత మ్యూజిక్ చేస్తాం, experimental music కూడా చేస్తాం. And it's an honor for us to be performing here at the control center and the command center. So really thank you so much, Anand sir, thank you so much, Geeta ma'am, and everybody else who made this possible. So tonight, today evening, we are here to celebrate women, and also you guys are discussing a lot of challenges, but then again tonight we want to celebrate our women of India. So to start off, what better way to start off a concert than to give tribute to the lady who powered through the music scene, the Nightingale of India, Lata Mangeshkar garu. Let's go, Shashank. Yeah. She's running the night, she's running the game, she's running the money, she's running the fame. She's running the night, she's running the game, she's running the money, she's running the fame. Just look at her, huh? Just look at her. Just look at her, huh? Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. Hey, I'll bring it up, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, who is a woman? What is a woman? The mother, the sister, the daughter, the wife, the lover, the everything, man. She is Mother Nature. Anduke Bharat Mata an kuda antam. So for the next song, this one is dedicated to all the ladies everywhere around the world, and it's a special dedication from our side. కొన్ని లిరిక్స్ అక్కడెక్కడ తప్పు అవుతూ ఉంటే ప్లీజ్ క్షమించండి, బట్ దిస్ ఇస్ అవర్ అటెంప్ట్. మాకు చాలా తక్కువ టైంలో వీ బీన్ ట్రైయింగ్ టు ఆల్సో పుల్ దిస్ హోల్ థింగ్ అవుట్. సో యా, దట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ అవర్ సైడ్. లెట్స్ గో కేవి.
Magua
మూలాలలో ప్రియమగు బాలలలో ప్రతి ఒక్క మగవాడు పసివాడేగా ఎందరి పెదవులలో ఏ చిరునవ్వున్నా ఆ సిరి వెన్నెలకి మూలమేగా Thank you. Thank you so much. So, okay, also, I mean, a woman also obviously means love, affection, and for that, next song is also, I mean, this is straight up from a movie, Indikante Maku ladies expression songs that we did. So whatever we found closest, this is the mashup that we came up with. चलिया ना प्रिय सखिया चली जा रे ना बने से ये छोटा री चारी न तो जाड़े मर चिती में नी अंदलो चिकुपुंदिये नी पदमुद चेरिदिये प्रेमल्लि एल्ली अरचाको मनगलैक तिलिबिरदे నాగుండెలలో ప్రేమ పరవశమే ఇరు కన్నులు సోలెనులే ఓ చెలియ నా ప్రియ సఖియా జారెను నా మనసే వినులే చెలియ వెళ్ళిపోగే నా గుండెలోని ప్రేమ చెలియ కలవద్దే కాలం మనదే మనసు నన్ను చేరుకుంటే మనసులు వేరు చేసిన మనుషులు వేరు కాదే చంపా మరియా నా కోసం వెనక్కి తిరిగి చూడా చూపే చెలియా ఈ చూపుతోటి నన్ను చంపగా కమ్మగా ప్రేమగా కమ్మగా కమ్మని ఈ ప్రేమ లేఖనే రాసింది ప్రియతమా నీ వచట కుశలమానే నిచట కుశలమే ఊహలన్నీ పాటలే కనుల తోటలో తొలి కలల కవితలే మాట మాటలు ఓహో కమ్మని ఈ ప్రేమ లేఖనే రాసింది హృదయమే ప్రియతమా నీ వచట కుశలమానే నిచట కుశలమే గాయమేదో చల్లంగా మారిపోయే మాయ చేసే ఆ మాయే ప్రేమాయే ఎంత గాయమైనా కానీ నమేనికేమి కాదు పువ్వు సోకి సోకు కన్నే వెలికి రాని వెళ్ళి ప్రేమ వెన్నుకి దారలో నాడు శోకమోపలేకని గుండె బాధపడితే ప్రేమ కాదు అగ్ని కంటే స్వచ్ఛమైనది మమకారమే నీలాలి పాట రాసింది హృదయమా ఉమాదేవి రాసింది అర్ధ భాగమైన విగుణమా శుభదాది దాది జో దాది దాది జో ఉమాదేవి దాది జో దాది దాది జో మమకారమే నీలాలి పాటలా రాసింది హృదయమా నా హృదయమా Alright, thank you. Thank you so much. So, okay, also now that we're here talking about life also, life can obviously take you to different directions. So మన అందరిలో జనరలీ అందరిలో ఇంకొక ప్రపంచం ఉంటుంది. సో మన అందరిలో ఇంకో ప్రపంచంలో వేరే ఏదో నడుస్తుంటుంది. బయట అంతా మనం వేరేలాగా అందరితో ఇట్లా చిల్ చేస్తుంది అంటే కానీ ప్రతిసారి మనసులో ఇంకోటి నడుస్తుంటుంది. సో ఇలాంటి ఆలోచనలు వచ్చినప్పుడు మేము కూడా we took this up as a ఇది to write a song on this. It's called ఇంకో ప్రపంచం, dedicated to అందరిలో ఉన్న ఇంకో ప్రపంచానికి. మాట కోసం ఇంత కష్టం, స్వేచ్ఛ కోసం మొదలు నీ ప్రపంచం, తీసుకెళ్ళు నీతో ఆనందం, తీసుకెళ్ళు నీతో ఆనందం. వీలైతే నీ వాళ్ళ పేర్లు రాసుకో, దాచుకో, కాస్త కోసం రాస్తా నేను నా సంతోషం నాకు ముఖ్యం. మరి నాకు డొప్పం తోడులేను కానీ వాళ్ళ కోసమే వేస్తున్న పాత్రలు ఈ ప్రశ్నలన్నీ నన్ను నిద్రపోనివని రాత్రులు. నువ్వు ఎక్కడన్నా నన్ను తలుచుకున్నావా, వేచి ఉంటా నీ కోసమే వేచి ఉంటా పగలు రాత్రులు. నీ మనసులో మాట నీకు వినిపిస్తుందా, ఇవాళ కోసం నువ్వు ప్రాణాలేవా. నీనవ్వాలి ఇంకో ప్రపంచం ఉందా, నీనవ్వాలి ఇంకో ప్రపంచం ఉందా. నా మనసులో మాట నీకు వినిపిస్తుందా, ఇవాళ కోసం నువ్వు ప్రాణాలేవా. నీనవ్వాలి ఇంకో ప్రపంచం ఉందా, నీనవ్వాలి ఇంకో ప్రపంచం ఉందా. చూడలేను కానీ నిన్న సలబిలి వెళ్ళగానే ఏదో ఆగలేదు, నాకు శ్వాస లేదు, నాకు జీవితం మీద ధ్యాస లేదు. కనపడగానే మాట లేదు, పాత జ్ఞాపకాలు ఆగలేదు. కళల కోసం నువ్వు అనుభవించే ఈ కష్టం బంధం తెంపుకునేదాకా, నీ ఆకలి తీర్చుకునేదాకా, నీ వ్యసనం తీర్చుకునేదాకా, నీ ఆత్మని తీర్చుకునే నీ మనస్సాక్షిని నడుపుతోంది. ఎక్కడికి ప్రయాణం, ఎవరి కోసం నీ సాహసం, నీ మాట మీద నువ్వు నిలబడగానే అయిపోగలవా శాశ్వతం. నీ మనసులో మాట నీకు వినిపిస్తుందా, ఇవాళ కోసం నువ్వు ప్రాణాలేవా. నీలబలి ఇంకో ప్రపంచం ఉందా, నీలబలి ఇంకో ప్రపంచం ఉందా. నా మనసులో మాట నీకు వినిపిస్తుందా, ఇవాళ కోసం నువ్వు ప్రాణాలేవా. నీలబలి ఇంకో ప్రపంచం ఉందా, నీలబలి ఇంకో ప్రపంచం ఉందా. Thank you. That was a song called Inko Prapancham. And ఓకే, సో చిన్న ఇక్కడ నుంచి కొంచెం ఇట్లా ఒక ఫన్ జోన్లోకి వెళ్ళడానికి ట్రై చేద్దాం. మీరు పొద్దు నుంచి చాలా సీరియస్ డిస్కషన్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు ఇట్లా కాబట్టి. సో ఎనీ సిద్ శ్రీరామ్ ఫ్యాన్స్ ఇన్ ద హౌస్? ఫైనలీ కొంచెం అరుస్తారు ఒకసారి. ఎనీ సిద్ శ్రీరామ్ ఫ్యాన్స్ ఇన్ ద హౌస్? ఆల్రైట్. కొంచెం అందరు ఇదే ఒక మాతో 4 లైన్లు పాడితే. దిగదుగా తిరిగే రేగము తరుగే వేగము మొత్తమే చూపెను బ్రతుకులలో ఆడవైపరి తుడిచే కాలే మాటే విరతుగా వేగం విరతుగా దిగతుగా వేగం మాటే విరతుగా వేగం 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 మాటే విరతుగా 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 దిగతుగా వేగం మాటే విరతుగా విరతుగా వేగం 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 పక్కనే కూర్చుంటూ నీకోసం ఎదురు చూస్తూ నీ కాల్ రాలేదంటూ ఆలోచిస్తున్నాలో నేను బిజీగా ఉంటుందేమో రేపు కాల్ చేస్తుంది 4 రోజుల నుండి నాకు నేను చెప్పుకుంటున్నానని అరే మెసేజ్ లేదు ఏం లేదు ఏమైపోయావు నేను కాల్ చేస్తే ఎత్తావు నువ్వు ఏంది బిజీ ఇవాళ గుర్తురాక ఏం చేయడానికి వెళ్ళావురా నీ ఆశే నా ఆశ అంటూ నుంచున్నాక మరి నన్ను మారిపోయావా మన గ్యాంగ్ అన్న ఫ్యామిలీ ఫస్ట్ ఏదేమైనా మనం మాత్రం ఇంకో వారం సహిస్తాను ఇంకో ఛాన్స్ all I wanna say is don't take me for granted తిరిగి వచ్చే చాలు ఇక్కడే ఏదో చేసుకోవచ్చు మనకంటే ముఖ్యమని పిచ్చి డ్రీమ్ పవర్ డబ్బు ఇవన్నీ చెప్పాలనుకుంటూ నీకు అర్థం అవ్వాలంటే కానీ నీ ఫోన్ రాగానే వినదుగా 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 వేగం దిగదుగా దిగదుగా వేగం మాటే వినదుగా 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 వేగం 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 మాటే వినదుగా 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 వేగం దిగదుగా దిగదుగా వేగం మాటే వినదుగా వినదుగా వేగం 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 నీ కళ కోసం నిన్నప్పటి నుండి నీ జ్ఞాపకాలతోనే గడిపిస్తున్న ప్రతి క్షణం ప్రతిరోజు క్యాలెండర్ దగ్గర డైలీ గంట గడిపి రోజు లెక్క పెడుతూ ఎప్పుడు వస్తావో ఏమో నువ్వే చెప్పు నువ్వు వస్తే పండగంటూ వంటగదిలో సరుకులు నింపే అమ్మ నీ బండి కడిగే నాన్న ఈసారి రాగానే నీ పాస్పోర్ట్ దాచేస్తాను నేను ఇల్లంతా వెతికిస్తాను నిన్ను ప్రతి పాత ఫోటో చూస్తూ ఏడుతాము నువ్వు లేని ప్రతి మీల్ రుచి లేదు ప్రతి బీచ్ శుద్ధి లేదు లైఫ్ ఫీల్ తిరగట్లేదు నేను చూసుకోవాలి నీ ఎక్స్క్యూజ్ చేయదా నేను గడలుకున్న నా విలువే తెలియకుండా నీ కళలకు నాకు శిక్ష ఎదురు చూసే ఈ పరీక్ష ఫెయిల్ అయ్యా ఈసారి చెప్పేస్తా నీకు అర్థమయ్యేలా నా వాళ్ళం కాదు ఇంకా నేను వెళ్ళిపోయాక నువ్వు ఎదురు చూడిందా Nostalgia, you. Thank you. Okay. ఓకే గైస్, మాకు కొంచెం అంటే ఇలాంటి ఆడియన్స్కి మేము చాలా తక్కువ పర్ఫామ్ చేస్తుంటాం. మా పాటల్లో చాలా లిరిక్స్ ఇప్పుడు అర్థం చేసుకుంటుంటే ఓ షేట్, ఈ లిరిక్స్ ఇక్కడ వాడకూడదు కదా అని ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాం. ఎస్, ఓకే. సో కొంచెం టాలీవుడ్ లిరిసిస్ట్ల మీద ఒక చిన్న ఊపు అనుకుంటున్నాం. ఎనీవేస్, వాళ్ళు ఉన్న వాటిలో దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ వి ట్రై టు ఎంటర్టైన్ యూ గైస్. ఇంకా సారీ మా లిరిక్స్ ఇట్లా బయటకు వస్తున్నాయి. లెట్స్ గో షాష్, వన్ మోర్ 6 శ్రీరామ్ నంబర్ ప్లీజ్. కొంచెం అందరు కలిసి పాడితే Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so Hindi part linda ikkada varana. All right, so let's go back. Time travel cheddam kasepu. 2003, back to Goa, boys and girls. Shisha, let's go, man.
चाहता है दिल चाहता है दिल चाहता है कभी ना बीते चमकीले दिन दिल चाहता
finally, we're getting some love from the audience. Huh? Okay. So, alright. So now, there's this, కొంచెం అందరినీ crowd ని కూడా involve చేయడానికి, we have this next song where we want something. There is this one person at least, నీకు ఇది ఎందుకురా, నీ ముఖానికి ఇది అవసరమా, ఈ జీన్స్లు ఈ బట్టలు వేసుకొని ఇవన్నీ ఎందుకో అని చెప్పి. సో ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళందరి కోసం మేము ఒక చిన్న పాట తయారు చేసాం అనమాట. ఈ పాటలో we want everybody literally to participate on this. సో నేను అడిగే ప్రతి క్వశ్చన్ తర్వాత if you guys can shout back ఎందుకో, that will be a good warm up. దాని తర్వాత ప్రతి పాట కలిసి పాడాలి అందరం. ఈ పిచ్చి పిచ్చి మాటలు ఎందుకో, మీ డాడీ రిచ్ మాటలు ఎందుకో, నువ్వు ఖాళీ డిచ్ పాటలు ఎందుకో. Let's try it on the ఒక చిన్న కథ చెప్తా నీకు. అడవిలోకి వేటకెళ్ళిన షికారి షము, ఆకలేస్తే జింక ర్యాపర్లందరినీ వెంటాడి వేటాడి బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ కి నవ్వులేసాడు బ్రో. ఆ ఫీలింగ్ లోనే క్యాచ్ ఉంది. ఒక నాక్ చేయగానే వీళ్ళ కెరీర్ స్మాష్ అయినాయి. స్వాతి మాటలాపే ఫ్లాష్ న్యూస్ ఆఫ్ బ్యాడ్ న్యూస్ బ్రో. లాక్డౌన్ పోలీస్ బయటకు వస్తే తరుముతాను బ్రో. బ్రహ్మపుత్ర లాంటి ఫ్లో అనిల్ కుంబ్లే విత్ ద బాల్. అడవి జంతు కన్నతో నేను నుంచున్న జోష్ లో నీ బరువు నువ్వు మోసుకో. నేనే రాజు నేనే మంత్రి, వన్ మ్యాన్ ఫుల్ షో. Where to go? Where do we go? చెప్పు బ్రో, పాటల్లో నిజం పాఠశాలల్లో లేవు బ్రో. జీవితం బిస్కెట్ అయితే రీఫండ్స్ లేవు. నువ్వు పీకిందే లేదు. ఈ పిచ్చి పిచ్చి మాటలెందుకో, నీ డాడీ రిచ్ మాటలెందుకో, నువ్వు ఖాళీ పిచ్చి పాటలెందుకో, ఎందుకో. ఈ పిచ్చి పిచ్చి మాటలెందుకో, నీ డాడీ రిచ్ మాటలెందుకో, నువ్వు ఖాళీ పిచ్చి పాటలెందుకో, ఎందుకో. Let's just go. Yeah. Why? Yeah. Why? Yeah. వాపస్ వచ్చేవి మూవింగ్ టు ఫేస్ టు. పెద్ద కళ్ళు పెద్ద పెద్ద ఆలోచనలు, ఫిలిం స్టార్ కోరికలు, స్టేట్మెంట్లు పొలిటికల్. నా టైమే లేదు పిఎం కన్నా బిజీ షెడ్యూల్. సెల్ఫ్ మేడ్ నేను సెల్ఫ్ మేడ్ లేడు. ఫ్రెండ్లీ గేమ్స్ కి రోజులు లేవు. నే హై స్టెక్ పేజ్ ప్రో వేరే టేబుల్. నేను నీతో రాను, నా ఎంట్రీ వేరు. ఈ పిచ్చి పిచ్చి మాటలెందుకో, ఈ డాడీ రిచ్ మాటలెందుకో, నువ్వు ఖాళీ రిచ్ పాటలెందుకో, ఎందుకో. ఈ పిచ్చి పిచ్చి మాటలెందుకో, ఈ డాడీ రిచ్ మాటలెందుకో, నువ్వు ఖాళీ రిచ్ పాటలెందుకో, ఎందుకో. ఈ పిచ్చి పిచ్చి మాటలెందుకో, ఈ డాడీ రిచ్ మాటలెందుకో, నువ్వు ఖాళీ రిచ్ పాటలెందుకో, ఎందుకో. పిచ్చి పిచ్చి మాటలెందుకో, నువ్వు ఖాళీ రిచ్ మాటలెందుకో, ఎందుకో. Thank you so much. So guys, this was an original song called Enduko. మేము ఇది లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ రిలీజ్ చేసాము. అండ్ మా మ్యూజిక్ నచ్చినట్టయితే ప్లీజ్ ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్కి వెళ్ళి @mahaproject MAAHAA ప్రాజెక్ట్ అని టైప్ చేసి ఫాలో చేయండి. దట్ విల్ బి నైస్. అండ్ వన్స్ అగైన్ థ్యాంక్ యూ ఎవ్రీబడి ఫర్ లెటింగ్ us do this. ఇక్కడ నుంచి కొంచెం జోన్ మార్చేద్దాం అయితే. చెక్. ఓకే, సో అందరు కొంచెం ఇట్లా జోన్ లోకి వార్మప్ అవుతున్నారు కాబట్టి నెక్స్ట్ సాంగ్ ఇస్ వెరీ ఈజీ. మీరు అందరు తెలిసిన పాటే. బాయ్స్ అండ్ గర్ల్స్ సింగ్ అలాంగ్, ఆర్ లేడీస్ అండ్ జెంట్మెన్ సింగ్ అలాంగ్ విత్ us. కొత్త భూమిపై ఉన్నానా
బొమ్మతో కులికే పూల కొమ్మతో కసిరే వెన్నెలమ్మతో స్నేహం చేసా ఎగిరే పాలతో నడిచే గాజు బొమ్మతో అందం ముందు జన్మలా ఏమో బహుశా హోయినా 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 ఏదే హోయినా నీతో చిందులు వేయనా వేయనా హోయినా 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 కాలక్షేపం చేయనా చేయనా but you are the kind of be my sweet to be my sugar. Had enough as a one-side lover, yeah. నా జీవితానికి రెండో ప్రయాణం ఉందని దారి వేసిన చెట్టి పాదమా నా జాతకానికి రెండో భాగం ఉందని చాటి చెప్పిన చిన్ని ప్రాణమా గుండెల్లోనా రెండో వైపే చిన్ని సంబరానా ఉచ్చవేస్తామా నాలో నాకే రెండో రూపం చూపి దీవించిందే నీతో పొంగే ప్రేమ ఎరిగే వేడుకవనా కలిసే కానుకవనా పెదవుల్లోన నింపనా చిరుదరహాసం ఎవరో రాసినట్టుగా జరిగే నాటకానికి మెరుగులు దిద్దివేయనా ఇక నా వేషం హోయినా 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 కదేదే హోయినా నీతో చిందులు వేయనా వేయనా హోయినా 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 కాలం నీతో కాలక్షేపం చేయనా చేయనా కొత్త భూమిపై ఉన్నారా ఏదో వింత రాగమే విన్నారా కొత్త భూమిపై ఉన్నారా ఏదో వింత రాగమే విన్నారా Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So, okay. సో నెక్స్ట్ సాంగ్ కి ఒక చిన్న హోంవర్క్ అందరికి ఒక్కసారి మీ ఫోన్ లో టార్చ్ లైట్ ఆన్ చేసి we can all do this. This is a song about universal friendship. Sing along, girls and boys.
Mustafa, don't worry, Mustafa. Kalam ni Mr. Mustafa. One more time. Mustafa, Mustafa, don't worry, Mustafa. Kalam ni Mr. Mustafa. Day by day, kalam badilo day by day. Boy on friendship, friendship right. మళ్ళలుంటాయి ముళ్ళు ఉంటాయి స్నేహానికి ర్యాగింగ్ కూడా చేస్తుందో సార్ వారిపోనిది స్నేహం ఒకటే విడిపోనిది నీడ ఒకటే హత్తంటూ లేనిది ఫ్రెండ్షిప్ ఒకటే కష్టం వచ్చినా నష్టం వచ్చినా ఒకడే కాలేజీ స్నేహం ఎప్పుడు అంతం కానిదే ఓ Everybody sing along. Mustafa, Mustafa, don't worry. Kalambi, Mustafa. Let's go again. Day by day, Kalambadilu. Friendship,
Okay. Got the man with the plan right here. Bring swag with the man right here. Living up and sipping on beer. Hey, clap for me, man, right here. Got the man with the plan right here. Bring swag with the man right here. Living up and sipping on beer. Hey, clap for me, man, right here. Hey, no matter what they say, he's a master, the blaster. Hey, no matter what they do, he's a master, the blaster. Hey, no matter what they say, he's a master, the blaster. Hey, no matter what they do, got the man with the plan right here. Bring the sweat with the man right here. Living up and sipping on beer. Hey, clap for me, man, right here. Got the man with the plan right here. Bring the sweat with the man right here. Living up and sipping on beer. Yeah, clap for me, man, right here. Sound the alarm, Shash. What is up, baby? Okay, so, obviously it's an honor being here, so there is a dedication to the police, the whole, the organization that actually lets us sleep peacefully every night. Is a dedication, but still I hope you guys love it. Shash.
పక్కనెడితే వీడ పెద్దగుండా నిమ్మలంగా కనపడే నిప్పుకుంటా ముట్టుకుంటే తాటలేసిపోతి తప్పకుండా ఇస్తిరి నలగని సొక్క మొగరును తిరిగే తిక్క చెమడాలొలిచే లెక్క కొట్టాడంటే పక్కా విరుగుడు భీం 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 లానాయం ఉగ్రరాకీర్తన మాడించే లాఠీ గాయం భీం 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 లానాయం దంచి దడదడదడలాడించే డ్యూటీ సేవ ఆ జుట్టు నట్ట సవరించినాడు సింగాల జూలు విదిలించినట్టే ఆ షట్టు నట్ట మడతెట్టినాడు రంగాన బూలు గాండ్రించినట్టే ఆ కాలి బూటు వికెట్టినాడు తొడగొట్టి వేట మొదలెట్టినట్టే మట్టి మోస ఎర్రి గంతులేస్తే ఇరిగి పొత్తి ఎన్నె పూస కుమ్మడంలో వీడే ఒక బ్రాండ్ తెలుసా, వీడి దెబ్బతిన్న ప్రతిపోడు పాస్ట్ తెలుసా, నడిచే రూటే స్ట్రైట్, పలికే మాటే రైటు, టెంపరమెంటే హాటు, పవరుకు ఎత్తిన గేటు. భీం 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 నా నాయక్, ఉర్రరాం కీర్తన వాడించేలాంటి గాయక.
కమాండ్ సెంటర్ కూడా జయబాలే నడుస్తుందా?
బాలయ్య కమాండ్ సెంటర్
హోటల్లో జయబాలే నడుస్తుంది
వరల్డ్ వైడ్.
చేస్తాం, పక్కా చేస్తాం. Right now, it's all about the youth in the house, huh? Let's go. కుర్రాడి నేను గెలవాలంటే ఆవేశమే నాలాగుంటే కుర్రాడి నేను నాకు కావాలంటే ఆరాటమే పోరాటమే నా ప్రాణమే ఆవేదమే ఆవేశమే నాలాగుంటే కుర్రాడి నేను గెలవాలంటే पूरा नाका बंद तेरी बातों में सच तेरी बातों में सच पूरा नाका बंद अब तो स्टार भाई का बुखार दिल
ले थोड़ा प्यार ना चलना चलना अब तो स्टार है भाई का पुकार है ले ले थोड़ा प्यार वरना धन 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 सड़कों में रोके What is up, Hyderabad? JJ Check. Okay. So yeah, back to మళ్ళీ సార్లు అందరూ మనల్ని ఇంకొక పోలీస్ షోకి కూడా వెళ్ళాలని చెప్పి ఇంకొక పోలీస్ డెడికేషన్ సాంగ్ గైస్ అండ్ గర్ల్స్ దిస్ వన్స్ గోయింగ్ టు ఇంటర్నేషనల్ లెట్స్ గో బాయ్స్ You've been on the backseat, you've been on the front line. I'll be taking all the things for myself. I wanna talk about my family, talk about my everybody, talk about my new life. I've been waiting so long, waiting again. I'm going back home. I'm going home. I'm going home. Yeah. While you're at it, take me out. I just wanna go home with no people and a heart. I just wanna talk about my freedom life. I just wanna talk about like every day getting life, getting on this life, getting on this fall. I don't wanna stop. I just wanna go home. I don't wanna pop, pick it up, take it down, take it. I don't wanna give like I cannot even make it like. Kadame kampinchina, marada panchenu nayekudu. ఒక్కడే ఇద్దరు కదా రాముడు మరియు రాక్షసుడు నరములు పాడే చరితం వీడు కథనము పొగిడే కథనము వీడు
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, check. So, okay, this is our last song, and thank you everybody for being such a lovely audience and really showing so much of love. And before I go off, let me please introduce the band members. We got Boy Ducho Banerjee on the guitars. We got Shashank Alamuru on the keys. We got Krishna Bharadwaj on the vocals. Thank you. And this is me, Maha, your MC for tonight, and we are the Maha Project, guys. And Memu, luckily last year we got to work on a Tollywood film also called Sarkar Varipata. So this is how we're closing the night down. Let's go, Shash. Hey! Sarkar వచ్చేసాడు.
Taking a taxi on the attack, super surprise, speaking the facts. Modalaying nigga side of it, but yakadika karata kodi beta, tadu bang buleta, bang bang bang. Taking a step back, when I gotta do, feeling the fire. The fuck get a good boss man, with the boss man, with the cast man. We let it go, so we game is on, the hunt is on, we sing the song, just breaking monster game is on, the hunt is on, we sing the song, just breaking power. మొదలు అతడే సర్కారు వెపన్స్ ఉన్న లేకపోయిన వేటాడేస్తాడు భయపెడుతూ బెదిరిస్తూ మీదడిపోతాడు బాస్ మ్యాన్ బ్రింగ్ మన సూపర్ స్టార్ సర్కారు వారి వేట పవర్ఫుల్ మాట రివర్స్ లేని పాట తీసేస్తాడు తాట సర్కారు వారి వేట పవర్ఫుల్ మాట రివర్స్ లేని పాట తీసేస్తాడు తాట సర్కారు వారి వేట చోట పుణ్యాలనంత సంబరాలు పోక నాకు కలిసి వస్తే ఆగిపోతు లేక మళ్ళీ కొట్టేంతరా యానిస్తారట ఎప్పటికం వచ్చినా వాడు పగిలి 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 పడుదట సర్కారు వారి వేట పువ్వుల మాట రివర్స్ ఏది మాట సతీ సెట్ మాట సర్కారు వారి వేట పువ్వుల మాట రివర్స్ ఏది మాట సతీ సెట్ మాట సర్కారు వారి మాట
Thank you so much, guys. It's been an honor doing this. Thank you so much, sir. Okate monthlo 2 times performing for you guys is an honor. And thank you so much. See you guys again. Until then, peace out. Stay safe, guys.